Okay. All right. Good morning. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Morning test. Morning test. It's not morning. It's afternoon. It's my morning. I'm here. I'm up. I'm awake. Stream is starting soon. Sooner than any day stream has started. That's what it's going to look like when we start. Before we get there, I'm just going to say some quick hellos to the early birds. I know 13 Mandy says she has to work, but will be popping back. Managed to leave the first comment that somehow disappeared from the chat, but that's fine. She'll be back. Deborah Rockhill is the first person in chat and still here for the beginning of the show. Sick of being late, decided to come early. Ocean Sounds 1 is here. Disney Mom 5. LZB. Beautiful plant pictures. Thank you, LZB. I appreciated that. Elizabeth is here. I don't want to do that. Beth of a Salesman's here. All right, the personal attacks may begin. We're going to get started right away with Jack Early's closing argument because this is a bit of a longer one today. We could have about 6 hours of footage, 4 hours of footage and 2 hours of rambling. But hey, if you're here this long, that's what you signed up for, right? Take it away, Mr. Early.
From the beginning of the case, all the testimony.
Oh, fuck. Okay, right, the metronome. The metronome. So I mentioned this just before we finished last night's stream. It's really finicky about trying to let me rewind it when there's nothing to rewind. But yeah, there's a metronome. It's the original audio. There's nothing I can do about it. Jack Early is using a metronome to illustrate how might not be enough to drive you crazy. Might not be enough to drive you crazy. But, you know, just keeps going. Eventually one of those might drive you crazy, and that seems to be where he's going with that. Sorry to spoil your argument, Mr. Early, but it's not like the opinions of our chat is going to change the effectiveness of your argument. That's where he's going with it. That's why you hear tapping. It's a gentle rapping, but no raven, no nevermore, and certainly no pigeon with rhythm. Let him begin.
And read all the instructions in this case. We are going to ask you to look at all the evidence from the beginning of the case, all the testimony that was included, to the testimony that was to the end of the case. The district attorney has asked you to ignore evidence in this case. The district attorney has said that that evidence does not matter, that you should not listen to that testimony, that you should ignore that testimony. It's what they asked Dr. Dietz to do at $300 an hour. It was what Dr. Dietz did. And it's what they're asking you as the jurors to do in this case, is look at part of the instructions and look at part of the evidence in this case. And that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to look at all of the evidence. You are not to consider it in a vacuum, but you are to look at every bit of it. Elizabeth Broderick gave you testimony as to what got her to where she was. Reasons? Of course. Why are any of us where we are? What happens to us to make us do things? When you think of the things that you've done in your life and why you behave a certain way and why you are a certain person, you start to understand that there are things that happen to you that get you there. This is not a case where we are telling you that Elizabeth Broderick has no responsibility. It is not a case where we are telling you that as jurors you should ignore the law, because we are going to ask you to follow the law complete from the beginning to the end.
Hey, Carolina.
And there is responsibility here, and you will see from the law, when you look at the law of homicide, that people are responsible for their acts, whether they commit murder whether you find it's
Little welcome to everyone who just joined us. Oh my goodness, there's been gift memberships given. My God, the stream has started off hot. LZB has gotten things started by sending out 10 Dandy True Crime gift memberships to Karen Level. I think it's Karen Lowell, if that's pronounced the same way as the gentleman that went to space, Jim Lowell, that went in Apollo 13. Karen Lowell, MC Shan. Wow. Yeah, that's an old reference. MC Shan. Nice. That's from the old school New York rap scene. Like, this is... Yeah, that's old school. Blue Noodles Meow. Shauna Smith. Ace12521. Nunu76. Oki Meow Meow. RD Montes. Onyx Inerdy. And Linda Long. You've all received gift memberships thanks to LZB. If you're wondering, what the hell is that ticking sound? Jesus, Dan's, I'll give him some room as a new streamer, but he's got to get that damn ticking sound out of this. This is like day 20. You should figure that kind of stuff out. It's not me. Mr. Early did that. He did it intentionally. He did it maliciously. He is not trying to hypnotize the jury, but he is trying to suggest that the metronome is a stand-in for the accumulation of crazy that Betty endured. Any individual tick of a metronome shouldn't be enough to drive you over the top. But by the end of this speech, if you're driven crazy by the metronome, you know how Betty felt with her sum total of incidents against her, of perceived slights, actual slights. And this is where all of his charts with all of the graphs that are going to show she had to do, 6 meetings this month and 4 meetings this month and 12 meetings in this season. This is all going to be part of an accumulation of incidences which are supposed to explain Betty's mindset. So that's where we are. Kelia, who's lost. Not My Lovers made it in here. Hell yeah, Kitten Pusher, another one to say. Carolina Hurtado said her hello. Victoria Carmen show is she's here. Welcome. We've got some closing arguments for Mr. Early today. Yeah, Not My Lover's already getting done with the metronome. I may have to break in with a little bit more commentary every so often just to give us a break. But yeah, this is like 35 years pre-TikTok. Mr. Early is out here trying to go viral with a TikTok sound. His words are out of sync with that thing. Can't spell it. Yeah, he should time himself to the metronome. If he's going to use that, he should have been practicing with it. Probably drove him crazy, and he just wasn't interested in practicing with it. Zeitgeist Amy gives some hellos to everyone as they've entered. Detective Wolbafit is here as well. I think that gets our greetings to everybody who's here in the chat. Congratulations for making it this far through the marathon. We're in the home stretch. This is it. Not My Lover. Hey, fuck you. Good to see you. That's normal. Hey, fuck you. Fuck you, Scott. Yeah, so okay, we're all caught up. We're ready to enjoy this. We're in the home stretch. After we finish this video, we're basically... this is the final stretch, and then we enter the stadium to this cheering crowds on the final day. Verdict and reflection. And I think I'm going to sit here with a bottle of cheap champagne, the kind of stuff that may have been in the fridge, along with some steaks and no food for the kids. And I'm going to enjoy that bottle of champagne with all of you. But I'm going to drink it all. I'm not going to share it. I'm just going to enjoy it with you.
murder in the first degree or murder in the second degree, whether you find it's a manslaughter. There are elements that you must find. And you'll be instructed, for instance, in the element of voluntary manslaughter, there is an intent to kill. It's not saying that we're excusing or we're justifying acts. In the law of homicide, when there is a death, you need to look to the law to decide what crime that person is guilty of.
Now, that's the first effective part of the argument, is just because there's a death and it's a murder, it doesn't necessarily mean it is a certain degree of murder, and we're arguing what level it is. So he's had 4 minutes, and I think he's come up with about 8 seconds of solid opening beside his metronome scheme.
It tells you to reduce an intentional felonious homicide from the offense of murder to manslaughter upon the ground of sudden quarrel or heat of passion. The provocation must be of such a character and degree as naturally would excite and arouse such passion, and the assailant must act under the influence of that sudden quarrel or the heat of passion.
You know what this metronome needs? More cowbell.
Now, it'll tell you, and I'm sorry, we went through jury instructions yesterday, and there's language that's a little bit different. It'll tell you that, yes, that provocation must come from the people who bring it forth. That's where it must come from. But the heat of passion, which will reduce a homicide to manslaughter, must be such a passion as naturally would be aroused in the mind of an ordinary, reasonable person in the same circumstances.
Hey, Kathy Cowie.
You cannot remove somebody from where they are and say, why did they?
Haven't seen you for a while, Kathy Cowie. Just finished a third stint as an emergency admission to hospital. Unlike the lovely Miss Paulson, she has real insulin-dependent diabetes for reasons unknown. Well, all of our best wishes in the chat going out to you, Kathy Cowie. Glad you've been able to come in and at least enjoy the end of the marathon with us.
They act? Why did they do what they did? People try to do that to police officers all the time.
Disney Mom asks if Scott and Chelsea are still partners, I wonder. I did see a video that was uploaded to Facebook that was I can't remember if it was what, the focus was something about like women in service and, you know, how, it was one of those kind of videos anyway, just showing, you know, strong women doing effective jobs. And Chelsea was featured, and it was only like a minute long, one of those little Facebook reels. But Scott was in the background, like, so if not partners, they still work together, or at least recently, as of that Facebook reel. I'll see if I can find it.
They don't go through what happened before them, why they might be upset, why they might be scared, why they might be mad. They just say they shot an unarmed person, a latchkey kid. But you don't hear them at that point in time say, remove them from the circumstance. They say you must place them in the same circumstances.
Yes, Mandy. You did miss state close last night. They slipped in a close at the end of the video. So I think we went for 8 hours yesterday. You are definitely forgiven for missing it. It was a really good close. Carrie Wells came in, did a fairly effective, kind of woke us all up, and, you know, good for her, because we were at the end of 8 hours of streaming. I think our day was actually longer than the jurors at that point. But it was a very strong closing, and I recommend stay with us live, because the conversation live is going to be more engaging than the replay, even with the live chat replay. But know that you can go back and watch that state closing before we finish this off tomorrow. I definitely would recommend it. Last hour or so of the video yesterday, maybe even a little bit more than that. But
as a defendant is not permitted to set up her own standard of conduct and to justify or excuse herself.
Yeah, he is a little loud for such a small courtroom, and so early, no pun intended, in the close, from Kitten Pusher's comment there. Yeah, I think he's trying to project over his own metronome. He could have picked a quieter metronome.
Because her passions were aroused, unless the circumstances in which the defendant was placed and the facts that confronted her, which is such as would also have aroused the passion of the ordinary reasonable person faced with the same situation.
Wish Mary would just reach over and just like grab it. Like, okay, you made your point. Trying to type here, Jesus.
And what you're going to find is when you go through the evidence is some difficulty.
Yeah, Mandy 13, Dr. Park Dietz got off the stand with maybe 2 hours to go. They even played some audio, so that's worth watching too, Mandy. But they played a audio tape from Betty speaking with Rhett. And they had another witness that none of us saw. So you're in the same boat with all of us, Mandy, on that one. One witness, Maria McCullough, who I couldn't find any televised testimony for. She was at the prison and was testifying. So she's a deputy and was testifying to the fact that every day Betty came back from court, she was giddy, she was happy, she was like, oh, all of my crying really worked with the jury. And so that was the final witness for state. For whatever reason, isn't included in this broadcast, and you're in the same boat with all of us. None of us got to see that. But then after that was the Carrie Wells closing. So it's really, really worth watching, and I would recommend watching it before you watch the finale video that we're doing tomorrow. If you have to go there and watch it now, you could do that. Maybe try and watch it on 1.5 and then try and come in and watch us. I don't blame you for kind of skipping the Mr. Early argument. So if you want to go back and watch Miss Wells give her argument while Mr. Early's playing with his metronome, you can probably get back here in enough time to see. Oh yeah, you will. Mr. Early talks for 1.5 hours. 2 hours. Oh my God, does a metronome go the whole 2 hours? Hopefully it's like battery powered or something. Anyway, Carrie Wells doesn't get back up for a redirect until 2 hours and 16 minutes of raw video into this. So the more I think about it, if you're watching this and you didn't see the closing, go back and watch yesterday's video, then come back and join us, and you probably we'll catch you up on what Mr. Early said. If there's anything really good, we can even when people start showing up back, we'll play key points of his testimony. Like go back and watch from 9 minutes to 11 minutes if it's something like that. Oh, and if you know anybody that's interested in subscribing to a new channel, thank you, LCB. I'm so close to 1,000 subscribers. Normally, I wouldn't ask for subscribers because I'm much rather have people who want to be here than people who just subscribe to support me but aren't going to watch any of the videos. But at this point, if you know 30 people who will subscribe without watching my videos, I'll take it. I think there's enough of you watching videos here that I can afford 30 people who are just trying to help me out and don't give a shit. But yeah, it would be really, really cool if we can get up to 1,000 somehow before the end of the marathon. I didn't expect it going in, but then after the Sarah Boone bump, it became a possibility. So anyway, that's enough. That's enough there. If you haven't seen the state close, go watch day 19. Watch it from about 1.5 hours from the end, then join us back here and let us know when you get back so that I know when to do a summary of Mr. Early's testimony that we're watching now.
Putting yourself in the situation that Elizabeth Broderick was in. We're all different. None of you are Elizabeth Broderick. None of you have had her dreams, her aspirations, her life. But you've all had your own. And you've all been in
A to B, we're only 6 minutes into Jack Early's closing arguments. The state rested yesterday. Looks like they're doing a color correction filter right as I paused it. That's interesting. But yeah, that's what's happening now. You've only missed about 5 minutes, and he's setting up the fact that that metronome that you hear in the background is a metaphor for the accumulation of insults and bad things that happened to Betty that brought her to where she was. In the same way that it's driving us crazy listening to it, we're going to make the jump, and then that's what was happening to Betty inside her own mind. And welcome, you've caught up.
Situations where you've been confronted with things, where you see yourself acting because of the situation.
Yes, Mandy, the stream does say Dr. Dietz cross-examination because I don't watch the streams ahead of time. I'm watching them with you, and if the title of the video that I'm streaming says that, that's what I put in my title. I didn't realize that the state close would start until the end of it, and so it surprised me as much as it surprised you, but it's still on there.
Situation as you find it. You've all been placed in a situation where you found that things that you have worked for have been thwarted, not because of fairness, not because of that's the way it should be, but because something puts it in its place, whether it's a person, whether it's a bully, whether it's a system, whether it's because you're female, whether it's because your color of your skin, whether it's because you're a wife, or whatever you are, you find yourself in a situation where you don't take away the emotions, because we are not people who are emotionless. We are people who are part of our emotions. It also tells you legally adequate provocation may occur in a short period of time, in a short or over a considerable period of time. Now, why do they tell you that? Well, it's important because when you decide how someone acts, what kind of anger they have, how they might feel about something, you have to understand what is happening to them on a day by day, a week by week, a month by month basis. Somebody who has a slight one time might get angry and might forget it very quick. But somebody who is pounded and pounded and pounded and dripped and dripped and dripped, day by day, year by year, is going to build it up. And sure, there's going to be anger. It's going to go higher. And it's going to be with them a very long period of time.
Poor Mary. Poor Mary. Like, he set that up right behind her. Some sort of silent witness. Well, not silent. Anything from silent, but persistent witness. Yeah, pound the facts, pound the evidence, pound the podium. Those are the options, right? Pound the law, pound the evidence, pound the podium.
And they're going to feel the slight. And you have to understand that you can't look at any one thing and say, is that what did it? As a district attorney tried to ask Elizabeth Broderick on the stand, were you thinking of that day? And she tried to explain and she tried to say, it wasn't just that. It's when you look at it over and over and over again. There's that, plus all the other things that happened. What happened the day before, and the week before, and the month before. And it's like looking at a pipe. And you realize that it's like rust. And when something eats at something, day by day, the pipe holds. But slowly the rust starts eating through. The rust starts getting to it. And it might be that one drop that makes it so the pipe bursts, so the energy, the emotions flow out. And it might be that there's patches and there's times when you're able to patch the pipe. But it's like listening here. Sure, the first tick, the second tick. But if it goes on and on, if you're someone who's raised around music, they'll tell you the sound is enough to drive them crazy.
I think that's a mistake. I don't think that's true. I think if you're raised around music, that sound is enough to give you a beat pattern so that you can add to it and make it so it's not just the one repetitive sound driving you crazy, but the backbone of a quite intricate song. But I don't think Jack Early has the musical background to envision a greater symphony around a steady beat.
After you hear it over and over and over again. What you have to understand about this.
Oh, thank you. Oh, what a relief. My God, okay, I was really worried that was going to go for 2 hours, and I was just having to mentally, section it in a part of my head. Great call on Captain Hook, Not My Lover, little Peter Pan reference. Captain Hook apparently swallowed a clock, and that's what allowed Peter Pan to... Was it Captain Cook, I think, made the whale swallow the clock, and that's how he knew that the whale who was trying to kill him was coming. Call me Ishmael.
Something that I think is very important. Dr. Dietz testified in this case, and he testified that he had very little history of Elizabeth Broderick before 1985.
Well, why would he have history with Elizabeth Broderick when she's living her normal life prior to 1985? I guess not familiar with her court documents or official record.
At least very little history that he cared about. Now, you've all had a description of her before 1985. And the people we tried to bring in were a cross-section. You saw people that when she moved here and she lived in Claremont, and when she went and shopped, and they went to thrift shops trying to get clothes, and she worked at night, and she was a neighborhood person just like all the other neighborhood people, not the center of attention, not somebody who was narcissistic and had to have her way, not somebody who was full of rage, somebody who made excuses for her husband, who worked hard, she was happy. Because family, at least at that point, was who it is. And then we brought in neighbors, not only from that time, but from Coral Reef. People who saw her on an everyday basis. The person next door who would come over for coffee, who would come over for tea, who would talk with her kids, who would do things with her children. Did she have to be the center of attention? Was she the person who had to be perfect? No, they describe her. She would wear Levi's, she would wear kids' clothes, she would wear sweatsuits. She wasn't somebody who was a socialite, somebody who was demanding money and status. She was somebody who was the neighborhood mother who liked to have kids. People ended up bringing their kids to her so that they could go out and get involved in charity functions and get involved in the community. And these people all described her, and they described who she was. And they described what type of person that she was. Just like anyone else. Somebody who was toiling. Somebody who wasn't demanding that my husband work 2 jobs and that I be the center of attention. Somebody who said no. They rolled up their sleeves. And even though it was testified that the neighbor was worried about her varicose veins, she went in and was a hostess at restaurants at night. She was bearing children during that period of time. She was trying to build a family. The center of attention? No. Any description? No.
I am going to take Mandy's advice and go in and retitle my
Dr. Deese,
video from yesterday. People should know the closing is in there.
who didn't see Elizabeth Broderick, didn't see that he asked to see Elizabeth Broderick. They did have a doctor that did see Elizabeth Broderick, Dr. Goldspan. Of course, his testimony is that, of course, she was depressed, and depression can turn inwards. Not that she was just sad during certain periods of time. And not that she was narcissistic. She had some mixed personality disorders. So they needed their hired gun at $300 an hour. Not somebody who deals with people, but somebody who goes around the country at $300 an hour and testifies to what he's paid for. And they had a whole stack here for you. This was for you to see. The whole table was filled with all the stuff that they had gotten. All the transcripts, everything else.
I did it all for you.
Did the both of you together read the whole transcript, or did you just focus in on what particular witnesses? I know that I read all of the testimony of the mental health professionals, and I know that I read all of the direct and cross-examination of Mrs. Broderick. I think it was Dr. Lippian who first summarized the testimony of Kim and Lee Broderick. Did you read any of the other witnesses that were called to trial? I don't recall reading any of them. No. Did you recall reading any testimony of friends and acquaintances of Elizabeth Broderick? No. Only the ones that I mentioned. Well, why should he read that? That doesn't have anything to do with his opinion because it doesn't support it. Why should I read that? It doesn't give me any help in coming forth to my decision. Because when you try to understand what went on, when you try to understand what happens to this person in the same or similar circumstances, you have to look at what happens to somebody, and you heard Dr. Dietz when he tried to read one part out of a letter from her marriage encounter. Just one part. And take it completely out of context, and had the nerve to say that somebody who was at a marriage encounter, somebody who was going there to improve their marriage, it shows you how narcissistic, because their goal is to have the perfect marriage. That when the person says, the only thing I want is a couch so that we can get closer together, that is the person who he saw needed to be near perfection, needed to have every single one of their needs met. And if it wasn't met, the person reacted with rage.
A couch is not the only thing Betty wanted. A couch was the only reasonable thing of all the things that Betty wanted. There's a lot of focus on, isn't it just reasonable to want a couch? Like, yeah, that part. Was that the only thing that Betty wanted? Or did she want other things? She seemed like the type of girl who liked other things. Be like if Madonna's song Material Girl was just about, she just wanted a couch. Didn't want diamonds and gems and boys to please her and guys with proper credit. Just wanted a couch.
And reacted with anger. Then he gave you 2 instances from Kim Broderick. Now, the 2 instances from Kim Broderick were, one, when there was some point in time, a long time in their history, when there was a bottle of ketchup, she said, that was thrown. She wasn't there. She heard about it. And there's another time when there was a stereo thrown. Now, you have to remember, that's about 1978. Now, about that time, Kim is 6, 7 years old.
A to B.
Now, what she doesn't realize, and a lot of times what children...
Kitten Pusher, you got A to B in your crosshairs. I think you were trying to delete the pinned message and dismiss it, and instead blocked A to B's very, very benign message about how a metronome will help students get through difficult songs. So A to B, don't worry, you're not on my radar. And if anyone's wondering what they've missed out on through that deleted comment, it is musical information. We will we'll pin another comment, and I will remind people that I won't be pinning that many comments until the pins go to the top where they belong. So you can dismiss messages, but if you're a moderator, be careful not to delete them.
Don't realize is what happens when you become an adult. What happens when you become married? What happens when you take responsibility? It's great to go to school. It's great to work. It's great to be in the service. It's great to have all this kind of fun with the guys. Do all this stuff. Be one of the boys. Do what you want. There's nothing better than you don't have to get up and you don't have to worry about, does your kid need breakfast? You don't have to worry about, do I need to be home on any certain night? Do I need to do this? Should I clean this? Is it nice to do this? Is it considerate for the other person? It's great to be that way. But we grow up and we accept certain responsibilities. Now, children don't understand that. They don't understand it at all. So they don't understand the history. So when Kim Broderick comes, pizza, dad's drinking, it's a rainy night, she probably had a lot of fun. Probably seemed fun to her. He's out with his friend, David Monahan. They're out with the kids. Everybody's in a good mood. And they come home to Elizabeth Broderick. Rhett was just born. She still had the staples in. Dan had already had one drinking and driving. He was drinking on a rainy night with his kids in the car while she was at home, and she was upset. That's a rage of a narcissist. She should have welcomed him home and said, Dan, you should have had a few more drinks. You should have raced around the corner. No. It's the reaction of a human being, and a reaction that you would expect. Not the narcissist who says, I do what I want because of something that I want. So that's the other one. And how does Kim remember that? Kim remembers that as, see, my mother was outrageous towards Dad. And there's no admitting that she's not her father's favorite. But there's something I'd like to tell you now, because we'll come back to it, because it's something that happens in this case over and over again. It's something that was explained by Dr. Lesterman. And it was something that has an effect on real people. For a long time, Elizabeth Broderick didn't go around telling her kids how bad her father was, how horrible they were. She went around saying, yes, we have a happy family. She tried to keep it that way. When Dan came home, you've heard the testimony, she would make sure everything was in order so he wouldn't be upset, so that he wouldn't be mad. She did something in the affair that stretched from, we know, at least 1983, all the way through 1985, when he was denying it, when he was denying her reality, when every single day when something would happen and she would say something, and she would ask something, and something would happen, and he was unhappy. It was her fault. It was because she was fat. It was because she was old. It was because their life was ugly. It was because their life was boring. And every single day, as they went on, the days that she didn't come home at night, the days when he said he had depots, when at times he said they had depots, when it wasn't true, when there was the party in the office. During that period of time, was he thinking of his family? Was he coming and saying, listen, this is the problem, let's deal with it? She tried to do that in 1976. In 1976, she
This was working so well for me 6 minutes ago, I'm going to turn it right back on.
said, Dan, we have to have...
The judge doesn't look impressed, but he has that look whether or not he is impressed or not. That's the look I would be giving this little display, though.
some goals that are family here. We have to make some decisions about what we want. And you heard that at that point in time, she was about 28 years old. She had 2 children. And she said that I'm out here on the West Coast. My family is there. Let's make some decisions here. I can do something on my own. I can go back. I can work. And at 28, a lot of us believe that. Did Dan at that point in time say no? Did he talk about narcissistic rage? When you read his marriage encounter, did he say, it's your rages that keep me going? That's what interferes? No. He talks about the Friday nights, the times that he's gone, interfering with the marriage. That's what he talks about as the real problem is there. But what does he say? What does he say at that time? He says, please don't go. Give me time. I want to go off on my own. I want to leave Gray Carrie. And sure, I'm not going to give you much now. And you're going to have to go through a life where you're affected, where you're not getting things in return. But that's because I have to work hard. There's things that I have to do. He didn't want her to leave. She is somebody that through medical school and through law school worked up till the day that she had Kim. Worked 2 jobs sometimes. Would babysit and would go out door to door to make sure that they could live decently. When they went to San Diego, she worked nights. She worked weekends. She worked 2 jobs so that they could be successful. At that point in time, Dan had no interest in telling her to leave. Hang in there. Well, he tells her to hang in there to a period of time where there's pregnancies later.
The one good thing I can say for Jack Early, and there, not a ton from this so far, at least he's not taking the long pauses, because the metronome would really bring attention to the fact that he's shuffling through papers. Could you imagine if they had a metronome turn on every time that James Owens took a pause during his closing arguments? Judge, it'd be a lot easier for me to find things if you didn't keep turning on that metronome. Keep going, Mr. Owens. Tick, 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 tick.
Where she's had at least one stillborn. Where she's had two.
Oh, LCB getting into the music. I can deliver a closing argument with no metronome. No metronome. I can't remember. Was it 2 or 3 years ago that metronome song came out? I feel like it's like a COVID era hit. No metronome. No metronome.
Other children. Where she's a different person.
I'm going to
We
refill
all
my
know
coffee while
the
you
difference
metronomes.
between our 20s and when we come into our 30s. And now he starts talking about you're fat, you're old, you're ugly, you're boring. What do I need you for? What are you going to give me? A few hours at minimum wage? Babysitting a few kids at nickels and dimes? What do you have to offer? But during that period of time, does he tell her any point in time when she slit her wrist? And I don't care what Dr. Dietz says when he says scratches on the wrist. He had to concede that even 8 years later, you could still see the scars. But he kept calling them scratches on the wrist. He was paid $300 an hour. He certainly was going to say that. But what did Dr. Lusterman tell you? Dr. Lusterman talked about what effect it has and what effect affairs have on people. And he talked about not only do you have the little lies that come at the time that they come.
2007,
The
no
lies come
metronome.
back to haunt later.
So not a COVID era hit, but 2007, that would be when YouTube was just popping off. So maybe it was like a more independent song that just caught fire because of that. Thank you, LZB. Good little reminder.
Someone says, nice to see you again, Mr. Broderick, staying here another weekend.
He won't turn it off. Sorry.
All of a sudden, the other person realizes what's going on. The phone
That was the phone call to say, turn off that fucking metronome.
calls when they're on trips to other people.
It does act. Christina Garcia makes the point that the TikTok does make a point. It's going to be hard for them to forget it. Like, I've forgotten some testimony, and clearly I've been sitting here watching it, so I'm definitely not going to forget the metronome. And if you think of like the water torture, how a drip of water, that's not going to drive you crazy. 2 drips of water, no. But there's a certain point of water dripping on your forehead where it's going to drive you batshit crazy. And yeah, thank you, Christina Garcia. There is a point behind all of this frustration. Thank you.
Does he at that point in time ever come to her and say, listen,
Hey, Addie, good to see you.
we have a problem here. I've decided that I want to move in another direction. I think I'm moving up in the world. I'd like somebody younger. I'd like to have somebody new on my arm. Does he do that? No.
And that's a good point from Candace, is I hear nothing he's saying with that ticking. So on the one hand, the ticking is making a point. On the other hand, it's taking away from anything he's trying to say while the ticking is making its own point. It's like competing closing arguments.
For 2 years, no matter what pain she is in, no matter what hurt she feels, he denies it. Even when she burns his clothes. And you'll see that even when she burns his clothes, she keeps the top hat and the cape.
Aw, because she knows he
Out
liked them.
From what she burns. He comes home.
Now you've got nothing to wear but your top hat and your cape. Count the money.
And what does he tell her? You're just imagining it. There's nothing going on. There's nothing going on whatsoever. Does he tell her that your anger has a reason? Your anger has some basis? No. He says, you're going crazy. It's your problem. And at that point in time, he even makes her feel bad enough that she says that she goes out and buys him the clothes. She believes him. She wants to believe him. And that goes on for a long, long, long period of time. Now, Dr. Lusterman said it's like a pressure cooker. There's a lot of rage that you feel from that. There's a lot of anger. There's a lot of resentment. And he says it's different than jealousy, because what you base something on with somebody is the trust that you have in them. When you think of the relationship with your wife or your children, it's not even your children. It's not so much whether they tell you something or not, but it's that they trust you enough to tell you the truth, that you know what's going on in your life. You don't get jealous necessarily because they tell their friends. It's, do they have that trust? When you think what it does to a relationship, when you start thinking back about the times you slept with them and who did they sleep with the night before and the night before, and who did they give this to, and what did they buy this person, and what did they do to this person, and what did they tell you, and where were they that weekend when you worried about them, and when you came home late and you stayed up and they made you feel bad about it. It's not jealousy, it's the position of trust. And it's one of the things that happens in marriage, that you give somebody. You give them trust. You give them who you are. If you think of the people you live with, they see everything about you. They see your worst and your best. They see the habits you wouldn't dare show the public. We wear suits out here. There's no telling how I dress at home or what I do at home. But there's that trust that you have in the other person. They know everything.
The hell was that? We wear suits here. You don't know what I wear at home. I think that might be the first and only time that's ever been brought up in a closing argument.
Wouldn't dare show the public. We wear suits out here. There's no telling how I dress at home or what I do at home. But there's that trust that you have in the other person.
He seems like a sweatsuit kind of guy at home. I bet he gray sweatpants, t-shirt that, you know, has his college, either his alma mater or his favorite college football team. Yeah, there's some telling what you do in your private. No different than any of us, Mr. Early.
They know everything. They know what you're like when you feel good. They know what you're like when you feel bad. And when you think back about it, that's the thing that hurts. It doesn't matter the man who is off in the service. The thing that bothers him is not so much that the wife had an affair. Sure, there's jealousy, but it's the trust. I was here, I was fighting, I was doing something, and I was on the assumption, it gives me some good feeling that you're here with me, that we had some trust. And that's what hurts. That's what really hurts, is the feeling of trust. And when you do something to somebody, that's what should hurt. That's what should bother you.
Another one to say says polo shirts. That's with the little guy on the horse with the polo stick. Yeah, I could see him wearing polo. Or shirts with that little alligator on it, too. That lacrosse or Lacoste. But yeah, the shirt with the alligator. I could see him having a whole drawer with shirts with alligators on them. Definitely slacks. Definitely.
It should bother you about the feeling of trust. You are betraying somebody who was sat there and said that they love you forever. And when you look through there, you'll see that even in 1983, Elizabeth Broderick went to have a papal blessing on their marriage. It was something that was important to her. And Dan Broderick knew that. Dan Broderick knew that that was her dream, and it was family, and the most important thing, and it was read to you by Dr. Dietz. The most important is not a vacation where they go somewhere, not where they spend money, not where they buy items, but it was just sitting at home with the family, because family is what's important. There's something that Dan Broderick says during that period of time. And I told you we're going to go somewhere and come back. And I'd like to do that before I forget. 1985. You have to understand, Dan Broderick is a very public man. His reputation, when you read the Merritt County, you'll see, is the most important thing to him. Very important. Who he is, how people perceives him. That's what he talks about. Remember what Dr. Dietz said, that when you read, even though he didn't read Mr. Broderick's marriage encounter, said that was just something that I didn't read, but he said that would be something that would show you about people who full of self-importance about themselves. He called it narcissistic, but they would want to know how people would perceive them, think about them even if they are dead.
All right, now I finally understand the there was a session that we watched maybe 2 days ago where they were basically just discussing lots of different evidence to come in. That must have been a hearing about evidence that they'd be able to bring in as part of their closing arguments. So maybe evidence that hadn't been presented in trial, so it was officially entered on the record at the end of the trial. And that's why they had the buckets of things. Okay, we'll stipulate to that. We'll agree to that. We're arguing about this. And the judge was kind of overruled, sustained, overruled. That's what it was a couple of days ago.
What effect they've had on people. But in 1985, when Elizabeth Broderick is feeling pain, she is feeling rage, she is feeling anger. And all of that is because her family has been destroyed. It's because it's no longer together. Trust has been ripped apart from her completely. She doesn't know what kind of money she has. She doesn't know what position she's in. Dan Broderick doesn't say, Betty, I'm sorry. I've hurt you. We need to work through this. We need to heal the wounds. We need to decide what's happened to you here. He says, you're crazy. You need to go to a doctor. You've got all of this anger for no reason because you're crazy. And that's what Dan Broderick wants. He wants Elizabeth. He's not going to tell the...
Now I'm going to give that a point in Jack Early's favor, because that is at least an argument that has some credence to Betty's mental state, in that he knew that she wasn't crazy, and to be telling her, no, I'm not doing anything. What's wrong with you? You're the one, maybe you should get a doctor. I'll pay for you to see a doctor to find out why you got these feelings of paranoia, but I'm not doing anything. Meanwhile, he is doing things. There's a point in favor for this argument here. Took a while.
World that, hey, I left Betty Broderick because I wanted a young girl on my arms, so I deserted my family. No.
Cannabis, welcome. I think Cannabis sent a couple of pets that made it into our pet montage. I've seen you on the community page. Welcome to the live chat. I haven't seen you in the live chat too often, but glad to have you here.
He left because she was crazy. And as you see, that's what's been stated throughout the whole case, is that even in his divorce, when he says, no, the reason I left you is because there was always problems. It was always your fault. You were always crazy. It was the Catholic in me that kept me going.
And elocution is, I don't know. I'm just going to guess that she does, based off of how much time we still have left to watch. Because this video says closing, verdict, and sentencing. Maybe I should change my title right now so there's no confusion on that. Verdict and sentencing. I don't see how that's going to happen with the next video also being called verdict and sentencing. But we don't have to wait for the sentencing. It's not like, okay, it's going to be 2 or 3 weeks. Just keep an eye on Dan's channel and see when they come back with a sentence. Everything's going to be quick. Everything's going to happen without delay. And tomorrow's video is also called verdict and sentencing. So maybe we'll take a break halfway through and I'll scrub through the video a little bit and just give us a preview of what we can expect for tomorrow so that I can properly title this and tomorrow's video.
But I feel that I have made many sacrifices and worked hard to get in a position to be successful. I have made you sacrifice as well, perhaps even more than me. I want time to pay you back. to make it up to you, to reward you for all the deprivations. I want you to be happy, content, secure.
Okay, just for the record, the last 40 minutes of today's video is almost exclusively video of the judge. So whether that's, I would imagine that's jury instructions, not verdict and sentencing. That might be a titling error. But heads up, the last 40 minutes of today's video, and we're only 35 minutes into a 4-hour video, but, well, 4 hours, 10 minutes, and the last 40 minutes is the judge talking. So I don't know what he's saying by scrubbing ahead, but just so you can prepare yourselves.
He's not going to tell her, yes, I'm not going to change, or when it becomes my way, I'll do it my way. He says, stay. Please stay. You've worked hard, and there will be a reward at some point in time.
Sorry, we've made a few, I've made a few pauses and kind of stepped on his argument right when he's doing kind of his strongest stuff so far. We'll rewind him 30 seconds so he can get his flow back.
Oh, perhaps even more than me. I want time to pay you back, to make it up to you, to reward you for all the deprivations. I want you to be happy, content, secure. He's not going to tell her, yes, I'm not going to change, or when it becomes my way, I'll do it my way. He says, stay. Please stay. You've worked hard, and there will be a reward at some point in time. To feel like the sacrifices were worth it. I want to go on living so that I'll have time to accomplish this. I always tell myself that what I am doing now, the way we're living now, is just a temporary situation, that things will improve, that my goals will be realized. To die now would be a tragedy. Mind you, I'm not saying that there will ever be a good time for me to die, but the earlier the worse, especially if I haven't at least reached my goal of material success. Even at that point in time, he talks about how he's going to be remembered, what is important to him, and reaching his goal of material success. But in 1985, he brings her to the doctor and says, oh, you are crazy. You have all this rage because you are crazy. Nothing that I've done. And Elizabeth Broderick told you in her testimony, and the testimony of all the other witnesses told you the same thing. Because during that period of time, she kept it from her kids. She didn't go yelling and screaming at Dan and saying he's screwing the office cunt, and he's doing this, and he's doing that, and he's doing this, and he's taking things away from us, and he's giving money to Linda, and he's buying her a condo, and he's buying her a car, and he's giving her money. The kids didn't know anything of that. All they knew is their mother was unexplainably crazy. She would go down to his work to sit there on his birthday and to have a little celebration and watch the sunset. And she finds a big party using her china with streamers all over, and is told they went out to lunch. So she goes home and she reacts to it. All the children know is mom is crazy. Look what she did for no reason whatsoever. And she even told you that in the rental during that period of time, she was probably being nastier to her kids than she had ever been before. And she wasn't telling them why. They didn't know why at that time. She says, I wasn't in good control of myself. And I was probably not being fair to them. But all they saw was that she was crazy. And what does Kim say? That mom was acting crazy. That at some point in time afterwards, she told me that Linda were having an affair because she thought that, but that was just because she was crazy. Isn't it that you testified the last time that your father told you that he was faithful? that there was no affair. Is that what my dad told me? Yes. Is that true? Yes. At the time, during the time before your father and mother split up, didn't you feel that your father was doing nothing, absolutely all? Your mother was treating him poorly for no reason?
Dorgan, a lot of the defense
And that's
stuff
the way she looked at it,
has sounded negative that way.
that he was treating her poorly.
There's been a lot of very interesting arguments that have come out that that don't seem to further the point, and it kind of argues to a similarity between Sarah and Betty, in that Betty was probably insisting that he litigate certain points just to get the dirt in the record about Dan, rather than, fight an effective defense case for herself. I think seeing that in her trial is evidence of how she was able to allow it to affect her life as well prior to this all happening.
For no reason whatsoever. Now, even at that point in time, when he's talking to his daughter, does he say, listen, you're a teenager, you're young, you have to understand, things happen when people are married. We split up, I did something bad to your mother, she's reacting to it. No, what does he tell her? She's crazy. There's no affair. She's nuts. She is just nuts. And in Kim's mind, that's exactly what's happening. Her mother is treating her unfairly. And you find that's probably the history of the world, is this the way people look at things, the way children look at things. A lot of times they don't know what's going on. A lot of times they just look at one side and they don't understand what's going on. It's probably one of the reasons, and it was some of the testimony here, is the normal mother and daughter problems. When someone at 18 and 19 and 20 does not understand the things that affect people at 35 and it's things that affect people at 40. And it's one of the things we're probably told when we're younger and never understand. Wait until you're older. And it's probably the same mistake we'll all make to our children. You just don't understand. You just don't know what people are going through. Well, and what brings it out is that public image. And the district attorney read
Public Image Limited, that was a good band. Kind of 90s Sex Pistols offshoot. Yeah, Public Image.
a statement that Dan Broderick made during the trial. Dan Broderick made a lot of statements. Well, and what brings it out is that public image. And the district attorney read a statement that Dan Broderick made during the trial. Dan Broderick made a lot of statements. One of the best examples probably.
Okay, smart. So I'm hearing Grizzly True Crime does the same thing. She just starts the stream several hours behind the live. Thank you, Deborah Rockhill. I thought about that while I was going to bed last night, and I think that might be, well, now it's Grizzly did it, so it won't be my trademark, but I think that's the way I'm going to do things too. I'll probably start live, but I'm not going to stress about pausing it as the trial goes on. And, you know, if we end up a half hour behind the other channels that are live, so be it. And every time a break comes, we'll just catch up to the action. And the other channels will just be sitting there through a break with a creator that may or may not be prepared for that break. And yeah, I think personally for me, this is a way that I can keep flowing. And, you know, I'll probably pause less if it's a live trial, but I think pausing and allowing people to have the full transcript of the trial available on rewatch is the way to go.
That was ever given was the one of hiring the security guards. World, I have a crazy wife. It's all dangerous. She's going to kill me.
Jack Early is not as good with the histrionic behavior as his client.
One of the best examples probably that was ever given was the one of hiring the security guards. world, I have a crazy wife. It's all dangerous. She's going to kill me. Times he hires a security guard for an hour.
That's interesting. So Betty saw them hiring a security guard as a slight against her. Like, oh, now everyone's going to know that he thinks I'm crazy. So it now sends a subtle signal. So despite it very well being, well, now that's interesting. Because now it does kind of call into question, was it an authentic feeling of fear, or was it a cold, calculated act of, hey, this is how we tell all the wedding guests about the crazy lady that stole our wedding list 2 months ago. And it's definitely how Betty saw it. I believe that 100%. I don't know that that was the motivation from Dan, but I can 100% believe that Betty viewed this through a lens of, now you're advertising to everyone that you've got a crazy ex-wife. Okay, that's another half point for early.
R2. Doesn't even hook up his security system. You know why? You don't see the security system. It doesn't stand on the corner with a badge and a uniform for an hour at a time, saying to the world. Okay,
you've just lost your half point there. So it's because he's not in a uniform, he's not a real security guard. I think the point was to do a distant early warning system where you'd have a casual person that, hey, I saw the car coming. I saw the Suburban. Boom, they, walkie-talkie it to someone 2 minutes further away, and you can prepare people for a disaster, whether, that preparation is a 2-minute warning, a 5-minute warning, whatever it is. But for him to argue that because they're not wearing uniforms, they weren't really afraid isn't the flex you think it is, Mr. Early.
Corner with a badge and a uniform for an hour at a time, saying to the world, look at my crazy wife. No wonder I left her. She's crazy. She's nuts. She wants to kill me. But did he ever take protection that would be the first one that you would ever think about if you had an alarm system in your house? You set the alarm up. Why wouldn't you do it? It costs very little money. It's easy to do. It affords you protection 24 hours a day. But it's silent. The world does not see it. It doesn't tell exactly what Elizabeth Broderick knows about Dan Broderick, what she told you.
Oh, he's turning it back on.
About his legal practice. So
before we listen to the metronome, we will address the victim blaming that's going on. And in some ways, it's tough to avoid in Betty defending herself, because in order to prepare her defense, or, if it's going to be viable, the only way it is viable is by getting in a good victim blame. And then it becomes a question of whether her victim blaming is sounds legitimate or doesn't. And I think that's closer to what we can evaluate as trial watchers. I don't think that we can put that much stock into the arguments as much as just evaluate the arguments from her point of view as to whether it would be enough to make it first degree, second degree, or manslaughter. Because it doesn't absolve, it's still a crime, it's still a murder. But if you assume that even some of these things, even if she's wrong about them, if she truly believed them, would that have put her in a mental state that where she's deserving of a second degree sentence as opposed to first degree, or manslaughter as opposed to second degree? I think that's the best way to listen to these arguments, rather than as an assessment over the blame that for a victim that can't defend themselves. But just remembering the context of this is Betty's defense, and her best defense is victim blaming at this point.
About making people look bad, about putting them off balance, of serving them at the church, of serving them at the bishop's lunch, at serving her at work when she's there. It doesn't have that effect. A man who is meticulous, who knows everything he does, a doctor who's gone through the medical training, Who knows that at a time when he's back there with Linda in October of 85 and he's left his wife and told her, you need to go to a doctor, and then calls her up and says it was 20 years ago today that we met. And then
And Kitten Pusher, yeah, exactly, echoing on that point. So if the defense is I didn't do it, yeah, there's no reason to victim blame. In this case, her best defense is I did it because he's an asshole. And a consequence of that sort of defense is that you're going to get a lot of victim blaming in here. And yeah, I think just like reading a book with an unreliable narrator, we know that Betty has a reason for making these claims. So rather than taking them as true evidence against the victim of the crime, which, could be a whole separate conversation, look at them from the context of, do you really believe that Betty believed these things? And if she believed those things, do they help you decide what degree of murder she's guilty of, if she's guilty of a degree of murder?
Sends her flowers and says, I hope you're feeling well. Like it's a sickness that he had nothing to do with whatsoever.
And this is actually where I bring it up with the Sarah George similarity, because Sarah's case, that was so stupid for her to bring it up because of this, but it also depended on victim blaming, because the only way her ridiculous arguments would have any heft is if she was able to do some element of effective victim blaming, and it was such a reach, and that's probably why every lawyer prior to Owens said, we're not going with that defense. Are you kidding me? I'm not going in court and arguing that you're a victim. Jesus Christ, you're hilarious. You're funny. You could be big on YouTube, Sarah, but no, we're not going with that defense. She was mean to me, Judge.
But there's the public. And Broderick.
Beth of a Salesman, you are allowed to victim blame and do personal attacks. We'll do anything to keep you in the chat because you are a breath of fresh air to the conversation.
What else did he say at the trial? What else he said at the trial was, Judge, I would have left this woman a long time ago. There's nothing that I did wrong whatsoever. It's because I was a good Catholic. It's because I had such strong Catholic beliefs. It held us together.
Ooh. First closing argument objection, and it's sustained. Let's just watch that interplay, because you know there's going to be a body language of, oh, we're objecting during closings? I didn't object during your close. Not going to like it.
This woman a long time ago. There's nothing that I did wrong whatsoever. It's because I was a good Catholic. It's because I had such strong Catholic beliefs. It held us together. There was a question asked of Elizabeth
There
Broderick.
was no evidence to that.
There was a question asked to Elizabeth Broderick about, did not Dan say at the trial this? And Elizabeth Broderick said yes. And that upset me, because I knew that that was his public image. Didn't he say that there was problems in the marriage a long time ago? There is something else I want to say about our relationship in this program here this weekend. I am having a very difficult time dealing with these team leaders, accepting what they are saying. It's not that I reject all of their ideas, because I don't. I believe that many of them are valid. It's just that I can't abide the way they express them. Also, the personalities of some of the leaders are distracting the hell out of me. How can I listen to and pay attention to a guy who gets choked up talking about his relationship with the Catholic Church? As far as I'm concerned...
Okay. I hope I don't do this too often during this speech, but just as he's saying distracting so I can't hear anything, and he's got that stupid fucking metronome in the background, distracting from what he's saying.
Them are valid. It's just that I can't abide the way they express them. Also, the personalities of some of the leaders are distracting the hell out of me. How can I listen to and pay attention to a guy who gets choked up talking about his relationship with the Catholic Church? As far as I'm concerned, the Catholic Church is an utter irrelevancy. a meaningless show perpetrated by a lot of simple-minded.
Welcome to the chat, Bella's mom. Having a good time today. We are listening to the closing arguments from Mr. Early, closing arguments from Carrie Wells in the last hour of yesterday's broadcast. We do still have a redirect from Carrie Wells coming up probably about 40 minutes from now. About that. No, sorry. Don't want to get you excited about Mr. Early sitting down too soon. Mr. Early's up for another hour and 10 minutes at least.
Unenlightened weaklings who can't cope with life as it really is and who feel compelled to construct an elaborate network of fantasies to deal with the realities that any strong, self-respecting person can handle rationally. I just have no respect for these people. Furthermore, they are basically uncool and unfashionable. I think we're above the level that they're operating on. He goes on to say, I'm not saying all their ideas are unacceptable, that this isn't a good weekend. I just want you to understand why I have to roll my eyes once in a while.
Roll my eyes. Oh, I'm rolling my eyes so hard. Can't roll my own damn eyes hard enough.
Elizabeth Broderick told you that she went there that weekend and found some strength in the people that were there and the ideas that they had. Mr. Broderick was telling her that that's not for me, and we are above these people. He doesn't say that I am, and you can do what you want, but we are above these people, and they are uncool and unfashionable.
Thank you.
Well, you have to understand that we're talking about people in the same or similar circumstances. We're talking about what gets the person to the point that they are. What has gone on at that point? What has gone on over the years to get them to the point that they are now? And then you have to decide. Now, somebody who's been through that, somebody who has gone through what that person has gone through, how are they going to react? In other words, how does a normal person going through that react? Not somebody who walked in fresh, who's never been through any of that, but someone through the same and similar circumstances, who that's how they start. That in 1985, there's a number of times that she goes to
the audio changes.
Other things that happens.
Was them, not me.
Yes, she has some reactions. She goes over there and she finds a maid wearing her clothes. She finds a maid having her furniture, where she says that she did not give permission, and she gets angry about it. She goes over there where she's a coach of a soccer team during that period of time in 1985, and she volunteered to become the coach of the soccer team because of her child, so that he could be on a soccer team. And when she goes over there, sometimes she's not either allowed to take him, and on one day when she goes over there to take him for a game, she sits and waits and waits. It ends up that he somehow went to a pharmacy where they had to pick something up, and he wasn't there, and she got angry and she got upset. And they talked about the fact that it's a rage, but you have to understand that you have to put things in context. You have to realize how you would feel if you're going through trying to have some contact with your children. You're trying to do something for your children, keep them involved in sports, keep things going for them. And
congratulations to Dorgan. Dorgan 881 just upgraded to a bloody keyboard. Make sure you've got your paper towels handy, Dorgan, because that bloody keyboard's going to make it a little tougher for you to type in the chat. 1 month of membership to Dan D True Crime. Thank you.
What happens when you show up at the game? You don't show up with your own child. You're late to the game. Would that make you upset? Would you probably get upset at the time? I think that you would. And so you have to start putting things in context. You can't just say, this is an example of someone who gets...
The pigeon taps from yesterday were fantastic, Dorgan. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to have to make a short from it. There's a piece of me, I'm going to try... I've never used the AI music software. I'm going to try and import some of that with some lyrics that I could write and try and turn it into a bit of a song but that's an interesting point too. So Dr. Park Dietz, my God, the guy, doesn't have enough things he's good at. I kind of razzed him a little bit because he was shitting on the rhythm of the tapping. First off, turns out Park Dietz was also a drummer in a band as a teenager, so he's an expert at rhythm too, in addition to everything else. So now I got to take his word for it. It probably did miss a beat or two. Also, there's no way it was a pigeon. It would have happened more often during the trial, the same way we're hearing the chair squeaks. It's not like a pigeon just showed up, did one of those, and then flew off. What I think it was is that there was probably a neighboring courtroom. You see how tight the courtrooms are here. And for some other lawyer's closing argument, they tapped on the wall and just did, some demonstrative, maybe gunshot tapping, whatever it was. But it just happened to hit the perfect time in this trial because Betty kind of turns up and looks more at the wall than she does into the courtroom. So I think the judge just had good comedic timing to say pigeons, and everyone had a good laugh. We all took the pressure off. But I'm gonna milk that moment for sure.
Mad. And say, so if they get mad, there's no reason. Now remember, during a period of time when we have Elizabeth Broderick getting mad, we had her one time throwing a stereo down because it came home late after drinking. And there was another time where there was some incident with a ketchup bottle, whether you just say it was she threw it, or as she said, it was when the two of them were teasing each other. But you never.
Elizabeth asked, was Betty living in the house when she found the housekeepers wearing the clothes? If so, how did they get there? Kim was known for borrowing Betty's clothes, so Kim would, as she's going back and forth from the two parents' houses, would bring some of Betty's clothes there, and apparently that's how they ended up in the general location. That still, I can definitely see that being something that would piss me off if, let's see, from a men's point of view, if I had, I don't know, a mutual son. The son's borrowing my clothes, bringing them back to the house, and the next day I see my ex's, new boyfriend wearing my Vancouver Canucks shirt or something. Get that off! The hell? Jersey him, give him a couple, just a little hellos, It's not assault in Canada, it's just 2 minutes in the penalty box. A little roughing, that's all.
Never see in a marriage encounter the rages. You don't see the ripping of a garage door off. You don't see the smashing of a motorcycle. You don't see the smashing of a lawnmower. You don't see the throwing out of aquariums. You don't see the ripping of doors off the walls. You don't see someone grabbing them and saying, do you want to be next? You don't see people with black eyes.
Nana 4, hey, good to see you.
You don't see any of that with Elizabeth Broderick, which you would expect would be the rages that they were talking about when she didn't get her way and when things weren't working and when she got upset. And sometimes you just have to understand the sadness of the whole thing. One of it is because when she talked about letters and her reaction to Dan, she talked about how she reacted to it because of what she knew about him. That when he was writing in the fact of, this is the way it's going to be. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to do it. In other words, this is a threat. This is the way he reacts. And people get to learn one another. And sometimes we adjust to our environment. Probably the cross-examination of Lee Broderick pointed that out the most, of how people get used. When she sat in the stand and the district attorney asked her, well, Mr. Early made a bigger thing about the dogs getting kicked by Mr. Broderick than you thought it was, didn't you? Making it sound like we were trying to put evidence before you.
Hold on. Let's find out about the kicked dogs. Because that definitely was some of the strongest victim blaming that they did do during the trial. By strongest, I mean it was effective. People at least relate to, oh, fuck, he kicked the dogs? There's a lot of stuff that we're willing to, he said, she said, and give the benefit of the doubt. But there's evidence of dog kicking. It definitely lowers a person's opinion in your estimation.
of how people get used. When she sat in the stand and the district attorney asked her, well, Mr. Early made a bigger...
We have yet another Elsby to join Elizabeth Broderick, LZB, Elizabeth, Beth of a Salesman. There's something about the Dandy chat that brings the Elizabeths to the yard. Welcome to the chat, Elsby. Your name and you're in good company as LZB in the Elizabeth Broderick. One day I'm going to get stalked by the ghost of Lizzie Borden the way this is going.
Thing about the dogs getting kicked by Mr. Broderick than you thought it was, didn't you? Making it sound like we were trying to put evidence before you. But what did she say in response to the question about what did you mean by that? Well, it was no big deal because that's Dad. You don't like the dogs? He kicks them. It tells you about how you understand about somebody when you sit and you look at the evidence. If you think what would be a reasonable situation, if you think...
Okay, and LSB joins the chat by echoing exactly how crazy it is to see somebody wearing your clothes, especially if it's people that are hanging out with your ex. Like, it's just an instant little, the fuck is going on here? And, you know, in the big picture, it's minor. You certainly don't want to find yourself in court over that sort of an incident. But it's very easy to relate with the fuck? Take that off. What the, you know, you're liable to do something. This didn't happen in the heat of the moment on that. But as far as the metronome, you know, that's a tick. That's a full tick that I can appreciate. I can see that just making me one tick closer to doing something that's not as rational as I would normally do in my normal life.
If you went home and you kicked the dogs in front of your kids, they'd say, hey, that's no big deal. Most of us would realize...
LZB is LZB, okay. He just in the alt account. Well, I appreciate it. It probably means that LZB is trying to support Dan D True Crime with an extra subscriber membership. And if that's the case, I appreciate it because I am that close to 1,000. And once I get there, I swear I'm never going to mention subscribers again, unless it's some huge milestone, like they send me a glass plaque or some shit like that. But the 1,000 matters because then you get the passive income from AdSense, which would be great. It means, yeah, anyway, if I get there, we'll have a little celebration and then you'll never hear about how many subscribers I have again.
That our kids, our neighbors would be horrified by it. But at least at that point in time, it wasn't a big deal. And those are things that Elizabeth Broderick talked about. Their marriage at that point in time was give and take. This is the way Dan Broderick was. He was a very strong individual. He was very successful. He was very dynamic. He rose to the top. And it wasn't because...
My mom was watching Lizzie Borden's story, and she seemed like a very nice young girl before things took a turn. I saw a scene where there was like some farmer killing her birds, and she had to like scare them away so some of them could live and be free. But what a traumatic little thing to happen to you're caring for an animal and you've just got a beautiful spirit. I agree, Lizzie Borden. I think you've been wronged by the framing of history, and that's how a little time makes it a little easier to look at a case with perspective. That's why we're doing time travel court.
Elizabeth Broderick was somebody who browbeat him around and led him around the legal arena and got him to be to where he was. You know that that's not true at all. That's a ridiculous statement. And what the doctors testified as to Elizabeth Broderick, when you look at her statements, are her statements one of strength? When you listen to those statements of Elizabeth Broderick, is that someone who has power, who knows that they can crush you in a moment?
Stickman says, if he was so horrible, why was she so bothered about losing him? And it's a great question, and I think it speaks to the importance of status and where wealth alone isn't enough. Betty was addicted to the lifestyle, to being part of the scene, And I think it was put by someone else that she was addicted to being Mrs. Dan Broderick as much as she was addicted to the money and everything else. So it's a fair question, but I think if we're getting into Betty's head about it, it's as much about she didn't want to ever give up that lifestyle. She wanted to be married without a divorce. She we'll have our problems, we'll keep it under the rug, but you do your thing, I'll do mine. I earned half of this, and I'm not going anywhere. And I think that's kind of the root of how things went from bad to worse in this relationship.
No, that is somebody who knows they have absolutely
and welcome
no
to the
power
chat, Stickman.
whatsoever. As Dr. DeFrancesca said, not a $300 an hour person, someone who works with people on a therapeutic as well as a diagnostic level. It's somebody who has no self-esteem. It's somebody who's lost their identity, who's given their identity throughout their life to their husband, to being a mother, and has none of that left anymore. And somebody from a position of no power whatsoever who shouts and who screams. But what happened to Elizabeth Broderick? Well, Mr. Jaffe she finally went to Mr. Jaffe in 1985.
Mr. Jaffe. Okay, so this is her first family law attorney, and this is the guy that negotiated the sale of the house.
And the reason...
And then testified about how he got a really good price, but Betty turned it down, and then he got an even better price, and she turned that down, and then Dan sold the house without her approval using a 4-hour notice provision that existed.
That she went to Mr. Jaffe was so that she could at least be in some position, know what she's doing. I showed you a similar chart from the opening statement. And again, it's the same as to what was happening with Elizabeth Broderick. In 1983, before this happened, by all accounts, even when you listen to Liz Armstrong, she said she didn't have to be the center of attention. She seemed to be fun, likable to be around. But she was a normal person, living a normal life. As Dr. DeFrancesca said, that she had some parts of her personality. She had of a whimsical nature. She liked to have fun. She was fun to be around. Some of the personality that you can see in histrionics can be there as a flair. Somebody who is spontaneous. Somebody who has emotions that come and go. Something that is not a bad person to be. People like being around them. But all of a sudden, you can see what starts happening to her in 1983 through 1985.
Interesting, Super Kelly G. Thank you.
She starts declining.
So a little foreshadowing, but Super Kelly G says, I just watched something that said the jury is instructed that they can't let sympathy for the accused person influence their opinion. We should have the jury instructions as part of this video. You imagine, like it's got to come in between the close and the verdict. So we'll have to pay attention to that now.
She starts going and getting her face fixed. She starts growing her hair long. She loses weight. She loses lots of self-respect. She's embarrassed a lot of times by what she does. But what is happening during that period of time?
Hey, Danny Chavon is here. Danielle joined us just towards the end of last night's stream. Got to see the end of the closing arguments. And fortunately joined us right after the metronome seems to have been turned off permanently in the Jack Early closing arguments. So welcome to the chat, Danielle Chavon. We've got the state rebuttal argument to come. And if it's anything like the fiery direct or main argument from prosecutor Carrie Wells, it should be good.
All the way through the separation. And through the separation, she still doesn't tell the children what's going on. But she's dealing with the rats. She's dealing with the fact that when Mr. Broderick left at that point in time, there wasn't any money in their accounts. Somehow their accounts were empty. She was overdrawn even at that point in time when they left. But she keeps going down. But at some point in time, after the separation, you can see that there's a lot of things that are going on. She's going over the house. Mr. Broderick is still denying the affair. He's still telling her a number of things that are going on or not going on. You can see that she's starting to lose some self-respect. She's starting to do things that don't make her look good when she goes over there. She's reacting to the situation. But finally, after going through all of that, in 1985, there's a period of time where she does a little better because she goes over and says, well, okay, I'll hire Mr. Jaffe. We'll deal with this. And you'll see in evidence here that there's a retainer agreement. And when you look at the retainer agreement from Mr. Jaffe, and you look at the retainer agreement from Mr. Hargraves, you'll see that they have something in common. And what they have in common is they want $10,000 as initial retainer, and that could be decided at a later point in time as to who's going to pay for it. But there's one thing that we do know. Mr. Jaffe, by all accounts, is a formidable opponent. He is somebody that knows what he is doing. He is somebody who is at least going to be in your corner. And the thing that's funny about that is even Mr. Jaffe himself, when I showed him the letter that he wrote, I have called you on a number of occasions over the past few weeks to ascertain what has been happening with the Broderick case. We have not received any return calls. I hear sporadically from Mrs. Broderick, who after numerous attempts is still unable to find top-rate San Diego dissolution counsel to represent her in this matter because of the prominence of your client and also, I am sure, due to her attitudes about litigation. Since I have not heard from you, I had my paralegal check the court file and was distressed to see that you applied to take Mrs. Broderick's default on July 16, 1986. She did not mention this, of course, didn't ever mention to me that she had received this document, nor did my office, who has been slightly involved on her behalf as a friend of the court and legal system, received a copy of such document. I am now convinced that the only way this case can ethically and morally move forward, and of course legally move forward, is for your office and client to file to have a guardian ad litem appointed so that there will be someone to protect the substantial interest that Mrs. Broderick has in the above and captioned matter. She clearly does not understand.
Betty and Sarah both wanted guardian ad litems. Betty could afford one.
How her attitudes and action in this matter severely prejudice her legal position, and it is clear that some individual must be available to make binding and rational decisions in this matter. To this date, I have over $5,000 in time in this matter, and it is clear that your client has been unwilling to pay these charges. This is in September. He's still saying, you're unwilling to pay these charges. So Mrs. Broderick advised me that she has sent him my statements. And you'll see in a previous letter that was introduced to evidence, he sent the retainer agreement to him. So they knew what was going on. And remember, Mr. Broderick had a lot of control over all the assets, a substantial amount of them. And Mr. Jaffe said on the witness stand that it's usual for the person who earns the most money to pay the legal fees. That's the person who pays them. That's the standard procedure. Since she has no desire personally to obtain counsel to represent her interests, Mrs. Broderick has not been a source of funds. Although I'd like to help, I am not an elizory institution, which means he's not going to do it for free. Unless I hear from you concerning the setting aside of Mrs. Broderick's default, I plan to contact the legal powers that be and the bench in San Diego so that someone is made available to protect Mrs. Broderick's legal rights. Now, what had happened on July 16th is that's when we had the bifurcation where they were divorced, and she was given no visitation, no custody of the children. And remember, she got upset about that because there was no testimony about it at all. There was no hearing. She even called the court that day and said, I'm trying to get a lawyer. Can we postpone this? And they didn't do that, and they didn't have a hearing. They just went ahead and did it.
The bifurcation is definitely, that's another, I could see what the hell just happened. Like, this doesn't happen to anyone I know. How the fuck did this just happen to me? So that's another, he played a lot of ticks off that metronome. I'll give him 3 ticks of like, this is kind of crazy. But But yeah, it was a weird legal maneuver, and I guess not weird if you knew the law intimately, but Betty clearly didn't. She's learning fast.
Now, what was interesting about that, there was a follow-up letter from the law offices of Mr. Ashworth saying maybe you weren't aware that she has a San Diego counsel, Mr. Hargraves. And I asked that of Mr. Jaffe. And you know what? To my surprise, he was aware of that. He was aware that Mr. Hargraves was on the case when he wrote this letter. And because the reason he wrote the letter is because he felt that this woman was going to be taken advantage of, or that potential was there, even given the fact that Mr. Hargraves was on the case. And the thing that's interesting about Mr. Hargraves being on the
Welcome
case,
back, Mandy. Good news. So Mandy was worried that she may have missed the state closing argument, which thanks for the heads up, because I did retitle the video, so anyone watching on the replay will be alerted to the fact that the state close does start at the end of that 8-hour mini marathon amongst the marathon. But yes, Mandy looked ahead and found and remembered that she saw how good that close was. So joining us here with about 20 minutes left in Mr. Early's argument, 30 minutes left in Mr. Early. 40? 40 minutes left in Mr. Early's holy shit. An hour? Oh, he can go. Miss Wells takes the stand in an hour and 12 minutes. Miss Wells returns to the well.
and Elizabeth Broderick said this, as Dan Broderick likes to negotiate sitting on your chest. That's what he says. And she knew that he wanted to be in a strong position with her. And even Mr. Hargraves had to admit that the problem was just I'm not strong enough, or she didn't feel I was strong enough. But what happened to Mr. Hargraves? He asked for the $10,000 the way Mr. Jaffe asked for it, and it was paid 3 days later. It was given to him immediately. Yes, we're more than happy to have Mr. Hargraves on this case. We're more than happy to deal with Mr. Hargraves at this point in time. That's who we will deal with. And what did Mr. Hargraves tell us? He started on this case with a $750 retainer. He looked at this case and said, I am willing to put my name on record as attorney of record for $750, saying, I'll get my money later. We agree.
Probably about $700 more than James Owens got for representing Sarah.
She knew what my hourly rate was. Supposedly, he knew the whole history. He was the one that they went.
Jack Early can do the rest of his closing with no metronome, no metronome.
To the arbitration. But he was the one who was paid immediately. Now, what we have, and Dr. Deese went through a number of diary entries for his opinion. He also told you about the fact that there was no diary entries, and I asked him about diary entries from February 85 through a period of time in almost the summer of 85. And we know that we know from the testimony of a number of witnesses that saw Elizabeth Broderick on a daily basis, that she was depressed a lot, that she wasn't going out, that she would cry, she would stay in her room. Now, Dr. Dietz didn't read any of that testimony, and he kept insisting that there was no evidence of any kind of depression whatsoever, that she was sad during those periods of time. But we know what happened in 1985. We know the reaction that she had was the house was sold. And from the very beginning, she said, I am worried that the only real asset that I know that I have some control over, and she said it was like bargaining chips. You sit at the bargaining table, was the fact that I had the house. And I didn't want to sell the house, the family home. There was testimony they were looking for another family home, but they never had one. It was the family home. It was the only asset that they had. That she could say, I can touch, I can feel, and my name is on that asset. And she didn't want to sell it. And it's obvious she didn't. Every time Jaffe tried to get her to sell it, everything she threw up, she kept saying, no, I don't want to sell it. And she kept giving reasons. And when those reasons, if they were met, no, I don't want to sell it. And because she didn't want to sell it, she didn't want to give up that one asset that she had at that point in time. So what did she do? When she found out it was sold...
For anyone in the chat that's worried that they may have blocked Billie Jean because they keep seeing people commenting to Billie Jean is not my lover.
On a 4-hour notice.
Just someone in the chat who thinks that you are the one. But the kid is not her son.
She went over to Mr. Broderick's house. Now, she was very upset when it was sold up on a 4-hour notice. She'd never heard of a 4-hour notice. And Mr. Jaffe said, I didn't tell her about a 4-hour notice. I said they could go to court and they could move to have it sold, but not a 4-hour notice. And they knew that they were not paying Mr. Jaffe. They knew that he wasn't involved in the case, but they never called Elizabeth Broderick once to say, there's going to be a hearing and we're going to sell your home. She later that night, after it was a fait accompli, hears from Los Angeles, by the way, your home is sold. And that doesn't make sense to anybody, that they can sell your home without you even being heard, without you even going into court and the judge looking you in the eyes and say, what's your reason? What do you want to do? It's just sold. So she goes over to Dan Broderick's house and he says, you have 10 seconds to leave or I'm calling the police. And she goes and she gets angry, she gets mad. And when she comes back and does what she'll do over and over. And what the testimony was about this woman is that she had no feeling about her own power, no effect on other people, but she looked at Mr. Broderick as being the most powerful person. And she went over there and she tried to get his attention. She tried to get him to do something. She tried to make it so he would listen. And she bumped into the door. She made him come out there. By the accounts of the people that were present, by the police officer that was there, she had a knife in her car. She said, if you don't listen to me, I'm going to kill myself. Because she knew that Mr. Broderick, the minute she said it, and she said it over and over again, the day he decided what I was going to get, when he decided that it was time to decide what I'm going to get and how I'm going to get it, this is going to end. When he makes that decision, it is going to end. And so she went to him. And that's what she did when she was there. She did something to get his attention. She had a knife to kill herself. She told her children. They told her there. They hospitalized her at the time. Also, what happened in 1985, and this is 1986, that's interesting, is Elizabeth Broderick did not have a lawyer, obviously, then. Mr. Jaffe wasn't involved in the case. She didn't have one. It's the only time Mr. Broderick sent an offer to Elizabeth Broderick. She sent an offer to settle the case, and you'll see it in evidence. It was an offer to settle the case. Okay, here's how we're going to do it. And she said, I wasn't going to sign anything. That's what Mr. Jaffe told me. I didn't have a lawyer. I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know what was going on. The interesting thing about that.
For looking ahead, Deborah Rockhill's asking, what was the verdict in sentencing? So, and there's been some discussion of this in the chat. In the original trial, that was a hung jury, 10 for second-degree murder, 2 for manslaughter. They couldn't resolve it. So we get to this one a year later, and deliberations were as tilted as 11 going for first-degree murder, but a 1 holdout for manslaughter. And apparently, not necessarily the critical piece of evidence, but the piece of evidence that helped get them past the deadlock was re-listening to the jury foreman gave an interview, and I think it's in one of the videos we'll revisit during the finale tomorrow. But the foreman says that he played the tape of Betty talking to Danny when Danny was crying, and it was the tape we heard very early in the trial, I think both in the opening arguments as well as early in the trial when Kim was on the stand. And listening to that, he made a pitch to everyone on the jury. Hey, this is important. Let's not be a hung jury. Let's find what we can agree on in this case. It's too important to the kids. We can't put them through a third trial. And that's apparently how they were able to move from the 11-1 first-degree manslaughter deadlock to a consensus compromise on second-degree murder for both, with that she's still in prison for today. So it was 15 years to life on each count, with an additional 2 years for illegal use of a firearm in commission of an offense, which I guess is just an automatic charge when you use a firearm in California at that time. That's the way it worked. Her first parole hearing was in 2010. It would have been less than the total length of the sentence, but I guess it's just your first eligibility. That was denied. 2017, she had another hearing and did so poorly at that the review board gave her the maximum 15 years before her next review, which will be in 2032. Watch it here on Dan D True Crime.
Is when she does get a lawyer and she makes the lawyer the offer. When she makes Mr. Broderick an offer, does he come back with a counter offer? Does he say, well, let's sit down, let's talk about this? They send a one-line rejection. Your offer is rejected. Because there's no reason to deal at that point in time with Elizabeth Broderick. Your Honor, this would be a appropriate time for this.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our noon recess at this time.
All right.
Recess until 1:30. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you at 1:30.
I think probably one of the most interesting parts of this case is to try to...
Just love the no breaks, and yeah, we agreed with that. I should probably close the poll at this point, but if you haven't voted, do you like time travel court? Is this better than watching a live trial? Is it, the same? It's more about the community than the trial itself? Weigh in, because I'm about to close that poll.
Argue that Elizabeth Broderick was in control, and the things that she was doing was something that put her in control. I think that when you look at her statements to other people, her statements at times, at least as what was related by the mental health experts as to her, as this was a woman who was not in control. This was a woman who was doing things that were destructive to her. This was a woman who really was going from a position of no self-power whatsoever. But this was a woman who was used to being in a relationship where control was the word. It was a word that was used from the very beginning. And it was, Dan Broderick was not someone who was afraid to use his power when it came to Elizabeth Broderick. He was used to control. A girl of 17 years old who's having a few problems is written out of the will. That's for the purpose of control. That's this person shall do.
That's another half point as far as victim blaming goes. It does go to show that it was that's a fairly vindictive thing to do to your child, just to write them out of the will at 17 years old on a whim. Doesn't excuse anything, but it does show that he's definitely capable of making fairly sweeping, life-changing decisions based off of maybe capricious events.
What I want, or this person shall be disowned. This is somebody who goes through a fining system where he's saying, you will be fined if you do not do what I want you to do at the times that I do not want you to do it. In fact, one time she was fined, and you'll see the letter in here in November. And her testimony was, you came over to my house. I was in Europe. I don't care if the kids had no money. I don't care if they needed medicine. I told you not to come to my house, and you shall be fined because I am the person who is in control here. From the very beginning, Dan was somebody who in that relationship had always been in control and always would be in control, and she always knew he would be in control. When you look at how she looked at him, even when the psychiatrists were talking about how when she tried to do battle, she would start talking in legalese. she would try to talk like Dan did. When she talked about not getting a lawyer, it's, I can't get anyone the caliber of Dan Broderick. He was a great lawyer. And that's just how she looked at him. He was a person who was in control, and she related to him as a person with the answers. From the very beginning, when Dan Broderick wanted this to end, this will end. When he wants something, that's how it will be decided. And all you have to do is look into September, October, and November of 1989. According to all of the witnesses for the prosecution.
I think that's exactly it, Super Kelly G. The guy was a jerk. I can 100% get behind that. But it doesn't justify what she did, and her lies make it worse. And that's a 1-2 punch there. On the one hand, just saying that maybe gives you the sympathy, maybe gives you the mental reach to go, okay, maybe it is a lesser degree of murder than first. But where was I going with that? But yeah, then lying about stuff like, he's not my boyfriend, and, little details that there was no reason to lie about, it totally diminishes any legitimacy that her legitimate arguments may have had. So that's a solid point there. Thank you.
Elizabeth Broderick was as bad as she ever was. She was doing things as bad as she ever was. She was calling on the phone. She was harassing him. She was talking bad about the children. She wasn't returning the children. But for some reason, Mr. Broderick is saying, I'm going to return the children to her now. And when you read the letter, you'll see that the conditions, when they say return the children to Elizabeth Broderick, what does the letter say? The letter says, no, Mr. Mon, you misunderstood.
It's a double-edged sword, so this is, makes it easier too, but Not My Lover says, I just hate it when victims end up being on trial. And, that's, we can all agree with that, I think. But on the other hand, it's almost worse when the victim is truly, that ray of sunshine, scrubbing oil off ducks at the beach on weekends, and, just not a bad thing can be said about them. It's really tragic to follow those kind of trials, and it's almost, I don't want to be crass, but it's a little easier for me as somebody who's as a content creator that's, spending hours with this daily, to know that the victim, had some unredeeming qualities, had some, that, okay, so this is a little bit of mutual, and yeah, I don't want to diminish the victim in any way, but I think if there was no murder and this was just about like a War of the Roses kind of thing, I could easily see both of them as like, whoa, those are some bad people. What a dramatic story that was. I think the ending makes it very clear who the worst person is, but I think if Betty had never done her end, there would be a fairly healthy debate over who was the worst if it wasn't they're as bad as each other. But yeah, I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, I almost prefer a victim that does have a little bit more. So I could probably watch the Luigi Mangione trial, and I don't know anything about the healthcare CEO, whether he's a good guy, whether he, was good to his kids or any of that. But it's going to be easier for me to watch that knowing the victim isn't, a Sunday school teacher that scrubs oil off ducks and babysits children and, is just the ray of sunshine in her local community that got tragically killed. It's a really weird split. And the more I think about it, the more I'm confused by it. But so I'm going to let this play. It's a great point, but there's something to be said for a victim that isn't so pure that you really feel ucky watching the proceedings, and that same uck you feel in hearing victim blaming on Dan, I think feels much ickier, uckier with somebody that, has no dirt on them. So that's an interesting thing. That you could probably do a whole thesis paper on that.
We want it so that he can be returned to the...
Okay, Larissa, thank you. That makes it a lot easier for me to... Child victims I can't handle, and I don't watch those trials most of the time. That's a perfect example. I certainly won't cover them because I don't want to get into the weeds of the details. And I think like Jen Soto and Steven Stearns, that coverage is an example of something. Lady Macbeth does some great videos on it. There's content I'll watch, but I certainly can't research it to a level of sharing it with other people and putting together videos and editing so you're watching the same, half second of video 12 times to put it into a montage. And there's just some stuff where it's easier to have a case that's about maybe, a bunch of various degrees of bad people rather than the other.
Children, but when Mr. Broderick decides that there is a violation, when he decides that she does something wrong, when he decides there's something she doesn't like, then he will take the children back. It won't be permanent. It won't have anything to do with the courts. We don't even have to go back to the courts. I will be in control of that situation. And he was someone who was in control. And you heard it from Elizabeth Broderick, and you'll see it in all the testimony. In 1986, when he took the house and she ended up in a hospital, it was like her getting...
Okay, I'm going to rewind Mr. Early because we're getting into a little bit of side chat. We'll give him a minute to get his argument back in place. And Not My Lover brings up that there's no perfect victims. They've already paid the ultimate price, and the law is not about how bad the victim is. And that's true. But I think in any case like the ones that we're watching here, Betty's defense is inherently going to be about how, I was driven crazy, and the only way to prove that is through what is going to be negative things about her victim. So it comes off bad because she killed him, and there's a bad taste to it, but it's just a necessary evil in watching the defense of somebody who is claiming that the person wronged them. And we'll let Mr. Early continue from 1 minute before I started my pauses.
She was calling on the phone. She was harassing him. She was talking bad about the children. She wasn't returning the children. But for some reason, Mr. Broderick is saying, I'm going to return the children to her now. And when you read the letter, you'll see that the conditions, when they say return the children to Elizabeth Broderick, what does the letter say? The letter says, no, Mr. Mon, you misunderstood. We want it so that he can be returned to the children, but when Mr. Broderick decides that there is a violation, when he decides that she does something wrong, when he decides there's something she doesn't like, then he will take the children back. It won't be permanent. It won't have anything to do with the courts. We don't even have to go back to the courts. I will be in control of that situation. And he was someone who was in control. And you heard it from Elizabeth Broderick, and you'll see it in all the testimony. In 1986, when he took the house and she ended up in a hospital, it was like her getting a left from that gladiator in court. And when he went and did the bifurcation without hearing from her in any testimony, that at that point in time, that she's not even going to be the mother of the children, in effect, not even any visitation unless he decides to do it, unless he decides when she's going to visit it. It's like a left. And that day when she goes and gets a negative sum and asks him, what am I supposed to do? And she's put in jail, even though when she finally says, okay, I'll walk away, I won't go, and they say it's too late. She is hit right between the eyes and she is down. And you notice she goes to Hargraves right after that. And what does she do after that? All of the phone calls, the district attorney said it was in 1987 where she did the checks and where Elizabeth Broderick told Mr. Hart.
Kitten Pusher brings up, I disagree. Plenty of examples of murders considered justified or jury sympathizing with the murderer. I don't know a whole lot about the case, but I remember the Eileen Wuornos case. There was a lot of discussion about past traumatic stress and, her upbringing and experiences and how that may have affected her crimes, and a lot of justification kind of talk anyway in that case.
Graves, that she didn't want the children, she wanted to drag on the divorce. That was 1986. That was after she got hit square between the eyes, and from that point on, she did just what you would expect if somebody was sitting on your chest and hitting you. She had nothing to do. She screamed, and she screamed, and she screamed.
That's a good point too. Super Kelly G brings up that he's just retrying the divorce case, and it's got to be tough because he was the one who tried the divorce case. And it's an interesting choice to have a criminal lawyer as your divorce attorney. And it didn't do her any favors because by all accounts, even getting $16,000 a month in alimony, which is about $47,000 in today money, still not near 50% of what they think Dan's income was at the time. Plus getting $28,000 as a share of $1.5 million in assets. He didn't have the best performance as a family law attorney, and he was retained, I guess, because he's a prior contact for Betty, but seems really weird to hire a criminal law attorney for family law, then to get involved in a murder and just like, oh, hey, I remember you were actually really good at criminal law. You want to come and do my criminal trial? It's a strange chain of events.
She yelled into that phone. And that's all she did, is yelled into the phone, and not from a position of power. You have heard the edited tapes. That is the gladiator at work. That is the man knowing that over a period of 4 years, that he can play 1 or 2 or 5 or 6 tapes. Remember, we have 365 days of a year, and we have thousands of phone messages. But you will hear these, and then you will be told that this is Elizabeth Broderick. And you heard the testimony of the other people. Sure, there were times where she was inappropriate, but it was very seldom. When her children were around, most of the time she was very appropriate. You have one tape in there when all of a sudden the kids are brought when she's at work, and she's screaming. I have to go to work. Give me some notice, screaming and yelling into the phone. But there's no other messages, just the messages that are there. And the reason that PPP came into evidence, which is the tape that's in the letter, is because it didn't have time to edit it. In the letter, they edited it. But it's the only tape that the first 2 messages on there doesn't have the yelling and screaming, just has her saying, you called me, you needed to know something, call back. The answering machine is on, even though that is a violation of the order for Linda Broderick.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no evidence of that, and that is not true.
Your Honor, Mrs. Broderick.
Want to approach sidebar? Go ahead.
The judge, very early rendition of Talk to the Hand. Listen to the hand.
In 1988, during the hearing that was before Judge Joseph, Elizabeth Broderick testified that at that period of time, it was not only was there a restraining order, but there was a request, it was ordered that Linda Kolkina was not to be on the answering machine at that point in time. That was unimpeached testimony. That was testimony that the district attorney did not impeach in any manner. You're not going to be just, one of the problems of being a juror, as you're listening to the testimony and listening to the evidence, is you get the feeling that, well, how am I going to make a decision? How am I going to do it without really looking and saying, am I going to be taking sides, or do I believe one person or another a little bit over the other? You're not going to be left in a position to do that. One of the things you're going to be told is that there is a burden of proof in this case. That means that the district attorney must prove the elements beyond a reasonable doubt. That means when you look at provocation, when you look at a reasonable person, if that raises a reasonable doubt in your mind, then they haven't eliminated reasonable doubt. You don't say, well, Mr. Early didn't prove his case beyond a reasonable doubt. That is not the law. And the district attorney has asked you to follow the law. And I am going to do the same. I am going to ask you to follow the law. So when you look at that and some juror says to you, well, I think that side was a little better, or I think that maybe this is a little stronger, you say, if it raises a reasonable doubt, if you look at that evidence and you say, I have a reasonable doubt whether she acted under the heat of the provocation, under the passion, under the emotions at that time, if I have a reasonable doubt, then I have to give her the benefit of the doubt.
basically what Mr. Early just argued there is almost using a sports betting analogy. He's arguing, I don't need to win the game. I just need to beat the point spread. So if you think, I don't need to be better than Carrie Wells. She's better, she's the favorite. She won. But the spread is 14 points. So if I can lose by 12, you have to, take a reasonable doubt. That might be actually a fairly effective argument from him too. You don't have to think I'm better. You just have to think that I was, not as terrible as the gap between conviction and reasonable doubt is.
And we're not just going to tell you the words reasonable doubt. It will be defined for you. And
I think Mr. Owens saw this trial and saw the poster boards and that's how you prepare for a trial. Like, he had some 1990 Troy McClure video. Hey, I'm Troy McClure. You may remember me from such videos as, is this your first trial? Poster boards, how it impresses a jury. Join me as I walk you through how to prepare your materials. Did your client have a black eye? Blow it up.
And there's nothing wrong with the district attorney having that. The district attorney is going to have that burden. You're going to see that they're going to get to argue in this case first and last. That means after I sit down, the district attorney is going to be able to get up and make whatever points they want without me getting up and rebutting them or making any other points. As jurors, you should look at all the evidence and see what points should be made out of anything and look at it and say, well, is there an answer to that? Do I have a reasonable doubt based on that? But I'm not saying that it's unfair. It's very fair. A defendant in a criminal action is presumed to be innocent until the contrary is proved. And in the case of a reasonable doubt, whether his guilt is satisfactorily shown, he or she is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. That's telling us that when you go in there as jurors, that the person that is on trial, you go in there and you don't say they have to prove their innocence. This presumption places upon the state the burden of proving him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is defined as follows. It is not a mere possible doubt because everything relating to human affairs and depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Well, what does that mean? Actually, at the beginning of this trial, I wish I wasn't sick yesterday, because at the beginning of this trial, Mr. Burkhoff says, you might leave and there might be an earthquake that destroys the building. That would be a mere possible or imaginary doubt. Well, lo and behold, while we were sitting here, we had an earthquake in this building yesterday.
Oh, wow.
But what does that mean? That would mean if Elizabeth Broderick came in and she said,
there's an earthquake. Okay, so this was 1991, and we know this was after November 5th. I'm going to look up 1991 earthquake. I remember there being an earthquake during the Oakland A's and San Francisco Giants baseball series that I wonder if that would have, no, but that was much further north in California. They wouldn't have felt that in San Diego.
that I was walking down the street and somebody came in and said, oh, you don't like your husband, and took the gun and ran in and shot somebody. And she said, then he handed me the gun back. Of course, it's possible. She could say that a Martian did it, imaginary, but we're not talking about that. We are talking about it is that state of the case, which after the comparison and consideration of all of the evidence leaves the minds of the jurors in that condition that they cannot say they feel an abiding conviction to a moral certainty of the truth of a charge. And what does that mean? A conviction, something that we believe in. We have belief in our country, or we have a belief in a religion, but it's something that you believe in. It's something where you have evidence, where you can say, I have a conviction. And abiding means long lasting. It means that it will be here, that when you reach that decision, it's not spur of the moment, it's abiding. Not something that's going to be here for a minute or an hour or a day or a week. It's going to be a conviction that's there for life, because when you reach that decision, that's what it is a conviction that's with her for the rest of her life and with the rest of you. It's an abiding conviction to a moral certainty, as certain as mortals can be. That's what we're talking about. And it's, sure, in our system, it's not an everyday decision. We all know now that we make decisions about who we're going to spend our life with, who we're going to live with. And are those abiding convictions? No. If you decide that it's not a good relationship, you can divorce the person. You can leave the person. You can move out. You can divorce yourself from that situation. Probably the biggest decision that we will make in our lives is to buy a house. Probably more money than we'll earn in a lifetime by the time we pay it.
All right, and I have a little weather news coming to you from 1991. There was an earthquake. No, never mind. That's a different date. I asked for a November earthquake. That was June. That's not the one we're looking for. Never mind. Back to your regularly scheduled trial.
But is that the kind of decision we're talking about? No, because when you make that decision, you say to yourself, well, maybe this won't be the right neighborhood. Maybe I won't like the neighbors. Maybe I'll want to be in another house. Maybe I'll sell it and move up. Maybe I'll change my mind, and I can do that. What we are talking about is that you have to have an abiding conviction to a moral certainty of the truth of the charge.
Now, there's a number of pieces of evidence that are here in this case.
Earthquakes are only tracked by the earthquake tracking website if they reach a 6.0 or higher. From what I understand of Californians, many small earthquakes, it's just sort of that's what you get for living there. So they might have just had one and everyone, it's news about yesterday, but it's forgotten about next week. A to B confirms it. Thank you. Yeah, okay, that makes sense then. Thank you. Trial's muted? Hold on, is it? Muted trial. Let me just go back. Is it just me? Or I've stopped everything now. Let me know. Did you miss out on trial? As far as I can see, it's playing. Let me just go back to the audio. Good point. Okay. There is something going on. I will fix that. Because it's not tripping the meter. How long has it been a problem? We'll go back we'll go back a minute, 125. And we'll make sure that the source is refreshed. Let's go to the properties. Oh, that looks like it's going right. Let's play it. No. No, I see. About 2 minutes. Okay, something is going on here. Mute, unmute. I have a little audio graph on my streaming software and the bars aren't tripping on that. So we'll go back when he put down the other board. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that we will switch to the other scene of this. I will try and refresh the properties of the main scene. See what happens.
To do something. Well, she was the only one in the room. She was the only person there. And if she went and cold-bloodedly killed the people, she had every opportunity to say anything that she wanted, anything whatsoever. I went over there to talk to him. He threatened me. He did this to me. He jumped out of bed. She could have thrown furniture around. She could have broke anything up. If she was thinking, when is the opportunity? What am I going to do? How am I going to do this?
I was looking up earthquake information in the search. Yeah, I better even just close that window. It's a troublemaker. All right. All right. We are back. We're live.
Had plenty of
with audio
opportunities to decide whatever she
Thank
wanted,
you, chat.
to say whatever she wanted, to do whatever she wanted. Plenty of opportunities. In fact, according to the district attorney, she thought about it for months and months. She thought about it when she had the gun in there. She thought about, how am I going to make this look like he's the one who started it? What am I going to do? And then that weekend, she thought, she planned, she waited till the opportune time, and she walked in and she did it. And then when she comes out, look what she does. She could have thrown the gun away. No one would have known that she was there. No one could have done anything whatsoever. At that point, nobody would have known a thing that went on. No one would have been able to trace anything to her. She could have went and got another gun. That wasn't her gun. There was plenty of things that she could have done when you have all the planning that the district attorney is talking about.
This is a bit of a sideways argument because, yes, there's a lot of things she could have done if she was interested in trying to get away with the crime, but that's not what her thought pattern was. Her thought pattern was to get away with doing the action. She wasn't worried about getting away with it afterwards. So he's pointing all these things that a normal criminal would have done to make it harder to find out that they were the ones who did it. But it didn't look like Betty ever had any interest in covering up her involvement. Betty just wanted to make sure she was able to commit the crime. So all of this stuff that he's bringing up here, and we'll go back about 20 seconds. But all this stuff he's bringing up is stuff that a criminal would do for a cold-blooded murder they wanted to get away with. In this case, this seems like a cold-blooded murder she just wanted to be able to commit, not necessarily get away with.
At that point, nobody would have known a thing that went on. No one would have been able to trace anything to her. She could have went and got another gun. That wasn't her gun. There was plenty of things that she could have done when you have all the planning that the district attorney is talking about. When you just look to the fact when she tried to make a list to her daughter, she told her about a key that the daughter couldn't even find where she told her the key was. You would have thought she would have, at least beforehand, since she was planning and plotting and waiting, been a little bit more organized than to take a picture like this and write the list.
You just snatched that off of the prosecution's desk. That was just sitting there in front of Carrie Wells. Did my feed slow down? We're going to go back half a second on that too. It's sitting on her desk. Do I have the best view for that for you guys? Let me just change my scene a little bit. Make the desk more visible.
And waiting, been a little bit more organized than to take a picture like this and write the list.
Okay, so that's the same place my video paused. Oh, okay, this is, the video's still playing. It's the original source that is having an internet connection, so we'll just talk our way through it while the spinning bar graph shows that we're still connected.
Out of some things to do that ended up not even being there. They even had to break into the condo. You would have thought that there was something a little bit more organized than that. So you have some things here, and one of the things that you have is circumstantial evidence. And you need to look at the circumstantial evidence.
But yeah, that's the real problem with this argument is he's bringing up, they say she's organized, but look at all the things she didn't do. And all those things are things related to getting away with the crime. All the things she did plan was things that would help her be able to commit the crime. So it just showed that she didn't have an end game. That's true. But she definitely, her focus was on committing this crime. And there's definitely forethought towards that.
You have direct testimony. You have the testimony of Elizabeth Broderick, and you have circumstantial testimony, evidence. And what do you do? And the district attorney has been relying on circumstantial evidence. And I'm going to get to the circumstantial evidence, and especially the differences between the testimony of the witnesses this time and the testimony between last time, and the attempt to get something that just is not there.
Deborah Rockhill asks, who has the boys now or then? I guess they're grown by now. And yeah, they're all grown now. This is 35 years in the past, and they were various ages of, I think the two adult children both testified, which is Kim and Lee. Danny and Rhett were the younger ones. I think the gap was maybe 10 years from oldest to youngest. So still Danny and Rhett are, probably at close to my age, if anything. Late 40s, early 50s, something in there. In any case, they're still split. The last parole hearing had two parents or two children that wanted to see Betty released, and two of them that said no, she has not shown any regret. She, still tries to justify it, and she's right where she belongs. So
evidence doesn't do it. In the district attorney's opening statement, she says, I'm going to prove to you he went like this and this and this. And when the witnesses got on the stand, sure, they said, I think we can tell where the first shot is. But we don't.
Yeah, Dabs for Dummies is wondering why everyone's just flipping the bird to each other in the chat, and a little throwback to the Sarah Boone interrogation. Hey, Scott, fuck you. That's not normal. You don't do that. That's not how. It was not malicious. Fuck you's not malicious. So now we all just give unmalicious, hey, fuck you, good to see you. A fine fuck you of a day, isn't it?
don't know anything after that of where the shots are, of what their order is, or what happened. However, a finding of guilt as to any crime may not be based on circumstantial evidence unless the proved circumstances are not only one, consistent with the theory that the defendant is guilty of the crime, but two, cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. That means when you're looking at it, if you're looking at circumstantial evidence, before you can find someone guilty, you have to look and see what other conclusions you come to, and they all have to evaporate. None of them can make sense. None of them can make sense.
Okay, this is the Chewbacca defense. This is a very early version of the Chewbacca defense. If it doesn't make sense, you must acquit. Why am I up here talking about Chewbacca? That doesn't make sense. And if you're up here thinking, why is the district attorney talking about Chewbacca in a very important murder trial? That doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, you must acquit. That's the, if you want to see a more in-depth description of the Chewbacca defense, Legal Eagle did a video about 6 years ago that kind of broke down how South Park made fun of Johnny Cochran using a version of the Chewbacca defense. And it's a real thing. Lawyers talk about it. It's a little inside joke, but we might talk about it more towards the end of the stream.
Further, each fact which is essential to complete a set of circumstances necessary to establish the defendant's guilt must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, before an inference essential to establish guilt may be found to have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, each fact or circumstance upon which such inference necessary rests must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. I will admit it sounds like legal gobbledygook. I mean, it's hard to understand. But if you think about it, it's as easy as anything else to understand. What that's telling you is when the district attorney relies on facts, if they don't prove each one of them beyond a reasonable doubt, it falls. So think of yourself hanging over a cliff by a chain, and they have all the links in there. Those are all the facts they're.
Just for reference, the jury is about 6 feet away from this man who's yelling. If you're wondering where the jury is, you can see Mary's face right in the corner of the edge of the screen there. Just a little further behind this gray area. That's the jury. This is not a big courtroom. He does not need to project like this.
Relying on. If one of them is a weak link It doesn't matter how much strong the other facts are. If each fact necessary to prove that is not proved beyond a reasonable doubt, in other words, you say, I have a reasonable doubt about that, then the whole chain falls. And also, if the circumstantial evidence as to any particular count is susceptible of two reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the defendant's guilt and the other to his innocence, it is your duty to adopt that interpretation which points to the defendant's innocence and reject the interpretation which points to his guilt. It gets back to reasonable doubt again. In other words, if you look and say, I think this is possible, and I think this is possible.
Hey.
Normally, when you go in for a committee and you're going to say, well, which route do we take? Or which item should we stock? You try to weigh them out and say, well, this might be a little better than this. But they are telling you that if you have two reasonable interpretations, you must adopt the one that points towards innocence. You don't look and say, well, maybe I like one a little bit better than the other. If they're both reasonable, you stop there and say, I have to adopt the one that points towards innocence.
Ola, politically incorrect, joining us from Portugal. Good to see you.
If, on the other hand, one interpretation of such evidence appears to you to be reasonable and the other interpretation to be unreasonable, it would be your duty to accept the reasonable interpretation and to reject the unreasonable. Okay. Now, the district attorney has gone through a number of facts of the things that happened at the house and has relied somewhat on those facts as they go through. Some of them are very easy to think of what happened. Elizabeth Broderick said there's a lot of things she doesn't remember and things she told to Lee that she doesn't remember. For instance, she told Lee, at least according to Lee, that she tried to use the front door with the key. And Lee said that's not surprising because the front door is hard to work on the key. Now, Elizabeth Broderick doesn't remember that now. And she says there's a lot of things I don't remember now. And you would think that she would remember that because it flies in the face of the DA's theory. But she doesn't remember it. So she doesn't remember it. But Lee said that she told me she tried the front door. But she remembers the slides. And some of you have probably never been in a situation, or maybe you have, whether it's an accident, whether it may be combat, whether it may be something that where you remember how things happen and the kind of memories that you have. And it's not unusual that your memories are fragmented, that you remember certain things, that you don't remember other things. They go out of your memory at times. And there's also another phenomenon, and that is that you pull things back in your memory. Remember, Dan Broderick is all powerful in this case to her.
Larissa Harris points out that Betty yanked the phone out of the wall and dragged it, so I do believe she wanted him dead and knew it would make him difficult to call for help. Another piece of evidence that got brought up in the closing from Carrie Wells was that he had damage to his hand that was consistent with being hit with the butt end of that .38 special revolver. So as he's reaching for the phone, she would have smacked him with the revolver before pulling the phone out from the wall. So just an extra level of malice and forethought. Now, Daddy, I'll read the definition of that in 1 minute. It's quite a beautiful word. Maybe just as he's wrapping up, so we'll give it. We'll let Saudade sit for about 15 minutes.
She still talks in the jail about Mr. Broderick in the present tense. Enough that Maria...
Politically incorrect, you're happy. If you'd like to define it, feel free. Otherwise, if you want to wait to see what my interpretation of the definition is, then we'll wait 10 minutes.
Peralta said it was kind of eerie. The fact that when she talked to Mr. Robinson, she talked about him in the present tense. The fact that when she said, even in there in the shooting, she didn't believe that she could shoot him. She said to Lee that he sat up in bed and said, okay, you shot me or you killed me. But we know that he didn't sit up in the bed. We know from the physical evidence that that did not happen. But that was her memory then. And she's repeated that. She said she repeated it because that's what Lee said. She doesn't have any memory of it, but if Lee said it, she must have said it. Also, you have to be you have to use your own memory when it comes to evidence. If you recall when Elizabeth Broderick said the shots went like that, what her testimony was is that the shots went like that. I heard one noise. I don't remember that now. I only remember one noise. And she testified that she knows it goes 5 times. But when that video was played for her, and her testimony was, I heard one noise, it went like this 5 times, I heard one noise, but I don't remember that now. But that's what happened because I only heard one noise. And she knows it's 5 shots, and she knows the gun was empty. And she said it that day last year when she testified. It's something that I know now. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. And she's doing what is the honest thing. She's looking at it and knowing that the gun was shot 5 times. And she knows that that gun's trigger had to be pulled. So she makes the logical inference that the gun went off 5 times. The gun was empty. She doesn't remember other things. She doesn't remember some of the things that Jason Prantel remembered. She doesn't remember the fact that the gun, she's not sure about the gun clicking, that the gun was empty, but she knew that the gun was empty. She doesn't remember pulling the trigger. Well, then we have to deal with circumstantial evidence. And the district attorney has taken a position that because you can take a laser and show where the shot is, that means that you know that the person was dead asleep. Well, I would ask you to remember what the testimony was. The testimony by both the pathologist and by Mr. Wahlberg. Now remember, Mr. Wahlberg wouldn't go so far as saying the orders of the shots or where Dan was shot, even though there was a report that the pathologist relied on, Mr. Doherty, who said that Dan was shot on the side of the bed while he was laying on the floor, was his belief, which would have been impossible because if you remember, one of the reasons for setting up the bed was the bullet hole was up here, was up on the bed. So he was on the bed when he was shot. Well, it represents one point in time. That means that we know when the shot was fired, her relative position at that point in time. Now, what do we have here? Let's assume, and this is to show you some motion. Let's assume that people are sleeping in here and Elizabeth Broderick comes in, okay? And they're sleeping. Now, what's going to be? Now, Elizabeth Broderick said, I started to say something. I don't know if I got words out. She said that they went towards the phone. Now, how would she know that? She says that it was because Linda said, call the police. Now, last year she testified they went to the phone. How would she know that unless something happened? Remember what the testimony was. Last year, the district attorney asked absolutely no questions about what happened in the room. That's what was testified to. There was a stack of her testimony that went over 4 days. As you've heard in the stipulation, it covered 2 pages, 10 questions. That was all that was asked of her. And now the district attorney says, we're hearing some detail that we didn't hear last time. That means she's lying. Well, this time she was cross-examined by the district attorney for an hour and a half. She was examined by me for a long time in that room. Would you expect more detail? Would you expect more facts when you're asked some questions about her? Of course you would. And that's exactly what happened. She was asked questions, she answered them, and more facts came out. And that's the way it should be. Now, let's assume that they're in here in this position. And let's assume that they start moving away from Elizabeth Broderick. Now, there's something that's important that tells you why they would be moving away. If they're sleeping in this position, you can see that the motion goes this way. And what does this tell you about the motion going this way, and why would this be important? Let's assume that Linda is...
You got me, Mr. Early. Why would this be important? Why would the fact that they're moving away from the person with the gun be an important factor?
Dead asleep, laying in her bed, and get shot with a .38 in the chest in a dark room. How would she know where that noise comes from in a small bedroom? That boom.
I would assume if something woke me up and it was a noise and I heard it from my bed, I would look towards the doorway.
Would be forever. I mean, she wouldn't know where the noise is coming. Would you expect her to move, or would you expect someone? Let's assume that Linda is dead asleep, laying in her bed, and gets shot with a .38 in the chest in a dark room. How would she know where that noise comes from in a small bedroom? That boom would be forever. I mean, she wouldn't know where the noise is coming. Would you expect her to move, or would you expect someone who's being shot to be paralyzed or to sit up or to do something? You wouldn't know. But what you see from here is that there's movement away from here as if they know that there is somebody here. Not confusion, not people asleep, not knowing what's happening, sitting up in the bed, but moving
He's yelling this at them.
Away. That's what all the motion shows. That's what the circumstantial evidence shows. But let's assume that they start rolling so that you have, first of all, Dan pulling the blanket off of her. Now remember, it's in November. She's not wearing very heavy pajamas. And when she is shot...
Oh, if she'd been wearing bamboo pajamas, perhaps that would have deflected the bullet.
The blanket is off of her. And just think that when you roll over in a bed, if any of you sleep with another person in bed, you'll know what it's like when they roll over and you have to grab the blankets and pull it back, because when they roll over away from you, they take all the blankets away from you. It's because it gets caught. And that's what happens in this case. They start rolling. And so she gets shot in that position. Now, how do you know that Linda was probably in this position beforehand? Because the hole in her pajamas was on this side of the pajamas, but this side of the chest. And what happens when you're laying in pajamas and you're on this position? Your pajamas hang over. So when you start to roll, they end up being on this side. So all the shot on the back and all the circumstantial evidence points towards the fact.
Candace is looking at marriage proposal sites while listening to the stream about the Betty Broderick wedding, and it seems just a little too ironic. Yeah, nothing is forever except your marriage. Your marriage will probably stand the test of time.
That when she was first shot, she was rolling, and so was Dan Broderick, was rolling away from that position. There was, at that point in time, something between those, and that's the circumstantial evidence.
Detective Obafit, that's your problem. This is your unlucky 13th year of modding. You're prone to be making fucking mistakes like that, giving an FU to the chat. No wonder you're having so many effing problems. 13th year of modding.
Well, they get to a position here.
Oh, now this is taking James Owens up a notch. If he could have had acetate, like, this is Sarah Boone before her black eye. And now, with this overlay, you can see a black eye very distinctly over top of her uninjured face. Ain't that something?
And if I had put too many on here, it wouldn't have made any sense. You wouldn't have seen the motion, and you wouldn't have seen the position of how they're moving away. But you notice that they're moving away like this. That means that they realize that the disturbance is here. It's not something.
Okay, that's better explain my reference. So, Not My Lover says, who mentioned bamboo? And yeah, Lori Vallow, in the case of, I think it was her husband, Charles, that was killed. There was description of, he was holding a bat and he was threatening my daughter, who, later would die from unrelated circumstances. In any case, we had to shoot him. And, he was wearing bamboo pajamas, though, so maybe that shouldn't, would have stopped the bullet a bit. Really weird. She spent a lot of time in her pro se defense asking about the bullet-resistant effects of bamboo pajamas. So that was that reference.
I'm waking up from a dead sleep, not knowing where it's coming from. But they're moving over this way. Now, what it shows you is that in this position, and they said that there was a smear going down the pillow where Linda would have kept moving, and even if she was shot, she'd move, or she would continue that moving. That's what Mr. Sowell said. That's what Wahlberg said. She would continue the movement. It shows here with Mr. Broderick reaching over at least towards the phone and leaning.
I was the clever duck, not my lover, when Jack Early mentioned that they were rolling over and that Linda was wearing pajamas. I threw in a quick, were they bamboo pajamas? But obviously they weren't, because... Well, no, it's possible, because the bamboo pajamas didn't help Lori's husband very much either. So,
over, as Parker Bell told you, where you saw the blood spatters that are right here on the sheet. And that means that his elbow had to be up and his shoulder had to be off the bed, because it's a blood spatter. It's blood that flies out and hits. And that means he was leaning up and he was leaning over in that position. So that's what it tells you at that time. Now, also what it tells you about shots,
we're going to weigh in on Sarah's black eye here, as long as we're all sharing our opinion on how she acquired that, whether shoe polish or makeup or whatever. My personal opinion is it was one of those early photo apps. If you remember the photo apps that were available in filters, I think she just took a picture of her normal ugly face and give me the black eye filter, because it almost looks cartoonish how perfect the edges are, right? That's my speculation anyway. And that's why I think there's no metadata to go with the picture. It's just like, undated on this, and it's because she probably took a screenshot of it and just had it in her phone, but I don't really remember when that happened.
I don't think it takes anyone to be an expert. Want me to turn the metronome on? Oh, no. I don't think it tells anyone to be an expert to tell you that somebody who was shooting a gun, first of all, Elizabeth Broderick went to a firing range. Sure, she had the earphones on. They sit and they aim, and that's what the thing is, to find out if you can aim. Anyone who's had any experience knows that probably if you fire 5 shots in a row, you're probably going to have a kick to the gun that makes the bullets somewhat go in a rising pattern across the bed and into the wall.
I think this is another case where, and I don't even know much about guns, but I think if you fire off 5 shots without stopping in between because you're out of control, one of them is going to be on target. The next one is going to be a couple of feet above that one. The next one's going to be a couple of feet above that. And they're all going to be, progressively off target. Unless you're resteadying, taking your time in between shots, you're not going to hit the same target or the same pattern of targets with 3 out of 5 shots.
And it's probably not going to be shots that are all in one place. You wouldn't expect it to be at that point in time. You wouldn't expect it at all. But this is where they're shot, and there's a shot in here, and there's a shot over here. And then they end up in this position. Now, again, the importance of that is it shows you exactly how they are moving away from something that they know is a disturbance, where there has been somebody, where they are aware that there is somebody there, that there has been somebody who has talked to them. It's not what the district attorney says, that somebody is asleep and somebody is shot. The only holes that were in the blankets were the ones that were on this side of the blanket, that the blanket ended up being over here, and they ended up being in the bullet, in the bullet that was under Dan Broderick, because that was the bullet that had the fabric and the sheets in it. And it was the only bullet holes that were there. By the time she was shot in this position, the blanket was off of her. It was not on her at that point in time, like you would expect of somebody sleeping there. And it was already pulled over there because he was already moving in those positions. And that's the position that they're in. So when you look at the circumstantial evidence, when you first of all say what's reasonable, not reasonable, you understand that this is really the only reasonable interpretation. The only reasonable interpretation. But if you say that I'm just going to side with the district attorney, then you cannot say that this is not a reasonable interpretation, because based on all of the evidence, I don't see how you can come to an interpretation that is not reasonable. They talked about Mr. Broderick sitting up. When you look at the photos of here, you will see what the position the blankets are in. And you will see that down here, they're underneath him. And they're not in a position of somebody who was sat up and rolled over to reach for the phone and then come back, where you would expect him to be almost all the way off the bed. It's as if he fell off the bed, and right there is where he landed in that position. And it's what you would expect is when a person gets shot and continues to roll and pulls the blanket down with him. Not
Whoa, that was that was sudden. Don't worry, it's not the end of the video by any stretch. It looks like Criminal Conversations just got sick of that defense. So we've got their thumbnail screen up here. Great picture of Betty. Betty looking happy, almost as happy as when the pigeon moment happened in yesterday's trial. Had a nice moment of self-reflection there. How long does this stay on? Okay, it skipped us a minute. Yeah, they're having technical difficulties. This is like the scene in Simpsons where they show the guy drinking a handle of wine with a few bubbles around him. And we'll be right back. They will be right back, don't worry. The good news is this is this is just less time that you don't have to listen to Mr. Early stumbling around. There's another 30 seconds we've saved. Comes back by 1:40. Okay. This is like a solid 3.5 minute gap. It's going to jump.
After the
There we
verdict
are.
goes through.
I don't think we missed too much. That chart's pretty funny too. Like if you're making the chart, you know where your data ends. You don't need to make the chart so the data goes off the chart unless you deliberately end your x-axis separate from the y-axis. Like you could have easily made a chart to accommodate whatever that drop is, but that's how you tell a story with statistics instead of just giving the statistics.
And she falls back down again, and she says that she's depressed, and she says that I just want.
That's a depression chart. Okay. We wondered what that chart was. There were some questions earlier what that chart was supposed to represent, and it's a slow sliding scale of depression until it suddenly drops off the chart.
Give up, and the boys say, "Don't give up." She hires a lawyer.
Let's even go back. Let's really identify. What do we think the x-axis is? Here's the chart. She's off the chart. I don't think if I zoom in, it's just going to potato. Like, yeah, that's not going to give me anything better. It goes red, yellow, green at the top. I don't know what the colors represent, so because it looks like it's just getting worse. It gets slightly better. There's a little period of improvement and then steady decline. The off the charts is the part where it's dishonest graph making, because there's no need to have your data flow off the chart unless you intentionally want that to be what the data is representing. If this is a depression graph, obviously the lower axis is depression because she's off the charts. And this is like peak happiness here at the beginning of the chart. I don't know what's going on over on the y-axis.
And she falls back down again, and she says that she's depressed, and she says that I just want to give up. And the boys say, "Don't give up." She hires a lawyer again, and she goes back, and through the summer, she goes and she tries. He's trying to reach for a phone over here, and he's sitting.
Okay, and this is where we left. I thought, okay, good. So he's corrected okay. So if you guys if anybody's following on Replay Crew and wondering what's happened, I think we're back to the exact point where things went weird. Probably a minute and a half back for me, but 5 minutes in the original video.
Because they don't show that whatsoever. The very first thing that happens when she's awarded the property that she is awarded, it has Linda Kolkina's signature on that. Now that's something that they've been told, this bothers her. Why do you do that? But it's sent again to it. When you have the wedding china, which meant nothing to anybody, it certainly didn't mean anything to Linda at that time. And to say that you can't have it, I'd rather throw it away and break it before I give it to you. That's because they know that at that point in time, it's going to bother her. It's going to affect her. She's going to react to those kind of things when they go ahead and they do them. And those things are sent like that. It was her problem with control as far as whose name.
Larissa points out that she doesn't hate Mr. Early. And I think that's valid. I'm going to look for some opportunities to, I'm going to give him the compliment sandwich here. Passion and caring about the case, very good. A lot of lawyers are way too dispassionate or just openly cynical, where you can tell they're grandstanding for their court and their own careers. He does seem genuinely invested in Betty's case. The constructive criticism we'll throw in the middle of that, he has long stretches of not being prepared. Like through the trial, there was lots of times where he didn't know where he was going with it, unless it was intentional. And even if it was intentional, then I don't like it. If he was intentionally just trying to go slow and, obfuscate and confuse rather than elucidate and clarify, I don't like that. So, it may have been strategic. It may have been part of the overall defense. Like if I just take twice as long crossing everyone who says something effective, then, maybe it'll balance out, but I don't like it. But I will agree that passion is better than a dispassionate close. And every defendant is, deserving of a vigorous and zealous defense. So, don't hate Mr. Early, but I hate that metronome. I definitely hated the props. All right, that's enough constructive criticism for Mr. Early.
Was on the house. How could it be her house if his name was on it and it could be sold? When the money is being sent, when there's fines, and when she talks again that in 1989, when she's finally going in, and then you see here that even after the verdict goes through, and she falls back down again, and she says that she's depressed, and she says that I just want to give up, and the boys say, don't give up. She hires a lawyer again, and she goes back, and through the summer, she goes and she tries to do the things that are needed to be done. She starts to see the doctor. She wants the boys to be back. And what happens is exactly what she says happened before. As soon as that process starts in the summer, the fines. There's a little bit of a fine started. She's not sued for.
The fines are another one. I'll give that a point. If the roles were reversed and I was the one somehow being fined by an ex for my swearing, and, other arbitrary things that my ex had the power to fine me over, but I had no power to, I'm doubling alimony this month because you were mean to me. I can give a point to that. And while we're ringing the bell for points, let's ring the bell for LCB, who has given Beth Luther, Missy Wilson, Amanda Chapman, Ruth 7498, and Canada Strong Forever. You've all received gift memberships to Dan D True Crime, courtesy of LZB.
Damaging something where she can go to a judge and say, I didn't do it, and Dan Broderick says they did, and they make a decision. Dan Broderick says,
classy way to leave the chat, LZB. Thank you so much. Enjoy the road wherever you're going. Safe travels, and look forward to seeing you on finale night or afternoon, wherever it happens to be for you. We'll spend a lot of time on it tomorrow, though.
I've already determined that you're guilty, and I'm going to keep it out of your support. Automatically, even though that's been litigated, that it shouldn't be done. The interesting thing is he kept it out of the support in June, but he
19 June. Oh, I remember the summer of 19 June.
kept the picture all scratched up. He certainly didn't use the money to do that. It's a fine. It's the way of him punishing her to make sure to see what he's going to get away with. And he fines her again. And they know that the phone and the answering machine, that's the contact she has with her children. She sees them from Friday afternoon to early Sunday. And otherwise there's contact. And you see that there's contact all the time. The boys want something. They need something from school. You saw the people testify from school that when there was a big problem, they knew that they could get a hold of Elizabeth Broderick, and they did. And she showed up at school, and she showed up at the functions, and she did the things with all the soccer and all the other things that needed to be done. But she wanted to have the phone contact. And then all of a sudden,
hanging out my sidebar
all of a
area.
sudden the voice comes on the answering machine again. And she said that there is the loophole they were looking for. When it was ordered in 1988 to keep Linda Kolkina off the answering machine, why don't you let the boys have their own line? What happens in 1989? Well, now I'm the wife, so my voice will go back on the answering machine. And they know that affects.
And that is a good point, too. 1989, having a second phone line for your kids was not unheard of. I remember it as early as the mid-'80s, it being a thing where it would have been very minor cost for, anyone with a phone line. It wasn't that much more to add the second line. Like maybe if you were paying $30 a month for your phone bill, it might cost you an extra $5 to have a second line connected to the existing, but it would ring in your daughter's room or your son's room.
Sir, they are not trying to diminish. The boys at that point in time are certainly old enough for someone to sit there and put a message on it. It's easy to put something on the answer machine, but it starts over again in September. And that's the time where she's trying to get the boys back. And that's the time where she's trying to go to court. And she's saying to Walter Mon, the same thing is happening as is happening all the time. They're saying, wait to see what we're going to do. Let us decide what we're going to do. Let's delay it. Let's put it off to October. And she says, then it was put off from October to who knows when. There wasn't even a date set as to when there was ever even going to be a hearing at that point in time. She, at that point in time, didn't think that she was ever going to get the boys back. And when you look at the letter as to when they were thinking of giving the boys back, how they were going to do it, you see that they were thinking about doing it with total control. But when you read the letter that was sent on the last one about the phone messages, and they talk about going to jail, you see now that she has a lawyer. We're going back into court. We're going back in with the contempts. We're going back in, well, they will do what they want to do, and she's going to be facing the same thing. And what happens is that over again, we have 1986 and 1987 starting all over again, where she's looking through and she just says, it's not going to end until Dan decides it's going to end. They attribute a statement to her, which is one of the most interesting statements, because what they...
If any judge was to nod off, this would be the contender. He's more comfortable than any judge I've seen, but he definitely belays any suspicions of his uninterest with how quickly he's able to respond. It seems like he's constantly calculating how he's going to respond if there's an objection, because he responds so quickly. No, that's allowed. Not argumentative. Or vice versa, if he's going to allow one, sometimes he even completes it. Like, yeah, I was wondering when you were going to object to that. Argumentative. You don't have to answer that. And a lot of times the lawyers would be, can I approach for a sidebar? No. Just ask your question. You can reword it. He's super quick. So he just reminds me of somebody that's just sitting and absorbing everything and not expending any extra energy on anything besides the input of information. But yeah, he looks like he could fall asleep like the parents in Christmas Vacation, sitting in the couches.
Say is Betty Broderick said, I won't get the children back until they decide to have other children. And then one of the things she's accused of having a motive is they're thinking of having other children, and that's why she's mad. Well, if all that is true, isn't it interesting that the first time Dan has ever thought of giving Betty Broderick back to children is when he has no use for them anymore? When he says, I'm going to have new children? According to them, she hasn't changed at all. She still uses the language. She's still unsettled. Her mental condition is still bad. It's still interesting that what they attribute to her is exactly what would be meant if Dan was using the children to get back at her, to drive her crazy, to look and say, I know that when we do this, when the answering machine is on the phone,
Oh, no.
she's going to have a problem. And why they do it, who knows? But she still will not talk nice about Dan Broderick. She still will not be controlled in that way about Dan Broderick. It's just been a family asunder. And that's just one thing that she's not going to do. She said it in 86, she said it in 87, and she said it in 88.
We will rock you.
For many years, through the affair, through other things,
We will rock you.
I kept quiet. I took the blame. I made...
Buddy, you're a poor man's poor man. Okay, sorry. Sounded like a similar beat.
And why they do it, Who knows? But she still will not talk nice about Dan Broderick. She still will not be controlled in that way about Dan Broderick. It's just been a family asunder. And that's just one thing that she's not going to do. She said it in 86, she said it in 87, and she said it in 88. For many years, through the affair, through other things, I kept quiet. I took to blame. I made myself look crazy. And my children are going to know the truth. And she was made so crazy that a lot of times it is true. There is some lack of empathy. There are problems. The way she was dealing with things at that point in time were not always the best way of dealing with them. But when you look at all of the facts and all of the things that were happening to her and all the things that were going on, when you put all the evidence and you put one piece against another and you say, does it make sense? Does all of this make sense? You see that it doesn't. There was a number of questions that were asked of her. When you look at the pictures, you'll see that this letter here, even though it was asked about, did you write this letter on Friday and wasn't there an appointment on Friday? You'll see that, and the question was asked, when does your mail come? It comes Friday afternoon. You'll see that that is a folded piece of page. It's not ripped. You know that there was people at the house. There were police officers who were there who did a search. One of the things that's interesting is that throughout this case, there's been a police report on everything to confront Elizabeth Broderick with. And you wonder about people's motives and why they say something. Robin Tua is one of the most interesting because by her account, Elizabeth Broderick had a gun and threatened her to kill her with a gun. And she called the police. And you would think that if the police came to a report of someone having a gun in the car, and they came out there and the person was threatened that they were going to kill him, there would at least be an investigation or at least be a police report. You would have thought there would have at least been some kind of affidavit in any of the files as to what happened during that time.
Objection, Your Honor, that states facts not evidence. She did make a police report.
She said what, Ron?
That she did make a police report.
Well, the
Perfect
district attorney
example.
has the burden of
Perfect
proof.
example. The judge's eyes were literally closed there, and the first objection in over an hour comes up, and he instantly responds. And then when Early asks for clarification, the judge is able to elaborate. Like, didn't need to, get his wits about him. Sorry, I just kind of dozed off a bit there. I was going to depend on my court reporter.
In any of the files as to what happened during that time.
Objection, Your Honor, that states facts not evidence. She did make a police report.
She said what, Ron?
That she did make a police report.
Well, the district attorney has the burden of proof. And when Elizabeth Broderick said that wasn't true, she has impeached her with every single police report.
Welcome back. Another one to say. We've got about 12 to 15 minutes left of Jack Early's closing argument. He's made some points. I don't think any of the points really change how you're going to feel about first, second, or manslaughter as far as a degree of murder, but it's not been the worst closing I've heard, but it's also not been the best. You've missed a lot of metronome time. You're coming at a good time here.
And I've asked Robin too, have you seen the police report? Can you show me the police report? No. But she has the burden of proof. She is the one that when you have doubts about something, when you look and say, that sounds pretty funny to me, and I don't know if I believe it, and I have a reasonable doubt about that, you have to look to the district attorney to see, did they prove something? Where is it? She made a police report. Where is it? Elizabeth Broderick said it wasn't true. Why didn't she do what she's done with every other police report and said, well, here, read this? Why didn't she call the witnesses if there was a police report, if it was in existence? They can say all they want about, but they're the ones who have the burden of proof.
I navigated away from the screen. I was worried I did something to the volume. He just stopped talking the minute I changed
One of the
pages.
instructions is going to tell you that the when you look at the instructions for voluntary manslaughter, and you talk about heat of passion, you talk about provocation, it's going to tell you that what you have must come from the victims. In other words, there must be the provocation that comes from the victims in this case. And so what you have to look at is when you look at the provocation over that long period of time, where did it come from? Where was it aimed at? Who was the one who was doing it? It's interesting that Kathleen Kafaro, who was hired by Dan Broderick while he's going through his divorce and he gets rid of Mr. Ashworth, Mr. Berry. What is Kathleen Kafaro? He's a medical malpractice lawyer, and Kathleen Kafaro is a divorce lawyer. That's what her specialty was. And that's who Dan hires. That's who he hires to work in his practice. And that's the one supposedly who's handling it. But you know, as far as who is controlling the divorce, who's the one that does the depositions in October? Now, this is Dr. Nelson, and this is the other doctor that she saw, the boss. And she saw them in the summer. And what did they say in October? The last time we saw her in the summer, that was the testimony of the experts. She was doing well. She didn't seem to be as depressed. They didn't see her in October. But again, we see that rise because she is looking for getting the children back. She is looking at something positive. It's something that she wants. It's not, as the district attorney says, that the reason she kills him is she realizes she's going to get the children back, that Dan's giving up, and then she'll be the single mother. All the evidence points towards that's exactly what she wanted. She wanted the children back. She wanted to be with them. She was lonely. She didn't have anything left, and she wanted to have her children. That's all she had ever been. And that is who she was, other than when she was Mrs. Dan Broderick. Well, she was a mother, and she was a good mother. And she was trying to get that back, and the evidence shows that she was trying to get back on track to where she was. And she goes through, and then all of a sudden, we start seeing the things when she's starting to do well. The hearings get continued. The phone answering machine goes on. She can't get a hold of her children. There's already been some fines that have been gone that have gone on and gone in place. And when the letter is sent, that letter, when it is sent to Mr. Mon, asking Mr. Mon to tell Elizabeth Broderick what's going on, that is directed at her. Obviously, it's not sent and said, Mr. Mon, don't say anything to anybody. That letter is sent to say her mental disease has not improved. And Kafaro said she talked with Dan Broderick about that. And when you look at the other letters and you look at the language in there, you'll know that letter, where it came from, just like she knew where it was his. It was his position when they came in there. And so there was not a time where they were looking to say, we'll give the children back. Let's try to keep the hostilities down. At that point in time, the crazy making was starting to go on the uprise again. And she did not respond well again. And as you hear from people, she started getting worse. She started getting depressed. She was not doing well. Her anger got the best of her at times. She spoke out. You didn't see any of that during the summer when she had her children, when she was doing well. You didn't see any of the things that were going on that went on again when the things started to go on again. And it's again like the drip, drip, drip. When you have somebody who's already in a position that's been through years and years and years of it, it has that effect again. It hurts, and it hurts in a different way. It's like getting a wound and having it reopened. It hurts more when it's reopened. When you get hurt again, it makes it worse. And that's what happened to Elizabeth Broderick during this period of time. And when she went in to the end of October, and when she said her only contact then, and it looked like she wasn't going to see her children again. And maybe some of you can understand the fact that the things that you go through as a parent are the things that when you look back at your children are the things you miss. When you no longer, when they dress up for Halloween, when they're now out of school and they have their own friends, when they're out of grade school, when they're no longer going to be on tricycles, when they go through a phase. Elizabeth Broderick with her two boys had gone through a phase where she had not seen them, she had not had them living in her home through what for somebody is probably a lifetime. And at some point in time when she tried to get those children back, when she tried to say, I'd like to have them with me so that I can go through their last years in grade school before they go to middle school. I'd like to have my boys living with me before they're teenagers and out of the house. And this system starts again. It's not one of reconciliation. It's one of drip, drip, drip. And everyone knows the effects on her. And when she goes on that November day, and she sits there and she sees her boys, and you can see that she has plans for other things. She doesn't make any plans for what she's going to do. And when she gets up on Sunday morning and she reads the letter and she writes on the bottom of the letter and she looks at the card that to her, she says that she's looked at many times before and gotten her through day after day. And you will see it in defense JJJ. Lord, help me to remember that nothing is going to happen to me today that you and I together can't handle. And it was at that point that the corrosion broke, where she just said, you lied. God, you lied. I cannot handle it anymore.
God's fault. I don't know why Sarah didn't try that. God's fault. God lied. God lied, Betty killed. God's fault. Let's let that drop one more time. 12:05:39. 20 seconds until God is blamed for the crimes.
And I together can't handle. And it was at that point that the corrosion broke, where she just said, you lied. God, you lied. I cannot handle it anymore. She did what she did on many occasions. She went down to the beach. And you see from PJ Hathaway that she was there many times.
And she looked back, and there was only one set of footsteps on the beach. And she screamed to God, God, I've been carrying you this whole way. You lied.
At dawn. And she said she was depressed, and it was like an elephant sitting on her chest, and she just had to breathe. She had to go somewhere. When you look at the pictures, and there's been a lot brought up by the keys, but when you look at the pictures of the truck, and she told you that she was moving, and there was other keys that were there and other keys in the truck, you'll see in the pictures on the floorboard that there's other keys that are there. It's not the keys that were taken out of her purse. It's not Kim's keys. These are totally different keys that are there. She said, I didn't.
Those 3x5 pictures? This is some of the tiniest pictures I've seen. Those aren't even like, I think 4x6 was what you would standard get from a Film Depot. Those looked like they were like little wallet-sized pictures of evidence.
Know if that was the key for sure or not, but I was going to go into the house, whether that key worked or not. I'd been in that house many times before. There was windows. You could push the door open. She admits that she went in there to confront Dan Broderick, whether the keys worked or not. It's hard to say, as they would like you to believe, that they were just scratches, that she was somebody that didn't look at herself and say at some points in times, it would be easier to be dead, that there was some rage that was turned in there. And sure, there was a large part of her that didn't want to be. And there was a large part of her that was sitting there and knew that the way to deal with something, and the way that she had dealt with it before, was for her to try to make some kind of scene, for her to try to deal something. And she reacted the way she has 5, 6, 7 times before, when things have gotten bad, when something has happened, and she's went over to confront Dan Broderick. And when you listen to the testimony, there was nothing about sneaking around. She parked her car right out in front of the house. According to Lee, she at least tried the front door. All she remembers, and she remembers it, and she tries to testify to what she remembers. It would have been easy just to say, I tried the front door, but she didn't remember that. But she went around the back, she walked upstairs, and she did what you would think, is she's saying that as she testified as how she was feeling at that time, she went to the first open door. She said she was scared. Things were turning inwards. She didn't know what she was feeling. She didn't know what she was doing. She just knew that she had to get an answer. She stepped into that bedroom and she said, all I remember is pushing the door in and stepping in. It would be easy for her to testify, I remember 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, to try to put herself in the position that they said that she was in using the lasers. But you have to remember, she's not there to say what makes sense there. She's only trying to say what she can remember, and she can just remember entering the room. And at the time that they go towards the phone and there is a scream, she fires the gun. Now you have to decide in that split second. And you have to realize, have you ever been in a position where you've gone over to talk to somebody, whether it's your boss for a raise or whether it's your girlfriend to do something or anyone else, and you have that expectation of what's going to happen, and something else happens, or someone says something, or your wife or your girlfriend says something, and things seem to flow out. Things seem to go crazy. And you have to decide in that split second, was there an intent to kill? In that split second, did she premeditate and deliberate, which is under the instructions that were there? And it's obvious that she did not. Is this a crime of malice of forethought? Was her condition one where she was acting under the passion and the provocation, as you will see in the instructions? Yes, it was. And is there responsibility? Of course there is. Is there an intent to kill? I think you have to look at the surrounding circumstances. I think you have to look to see what happened in this case. But what I ask you to do is not look at the case to look at one point, to look at just one thing. And just to say, I'm going to ignore all of the other evidence. I'm not going to pay attention to where it is, because that's not what the law tells you to do. The law tells you that when you look at somebody, you need to look at all the evidence, why they are, where they are, who they are, what got them there, what happened during that period of time, what those emotions are that put them there. And I think that if you do all that, and I think if you make the job easier by saying that I understand that I have to agree with the district attorney beyond a reasonable doubt, that you will see in this case that there is no doubt that there is no premeditation and deliberation in this case. That is not what happened that day.
That's a tough argument. That's what you're closing on. This is his last minute of arguing. I'm going to give him back those 15 seconds so you can hear him finish up completely. But I'm surprised he's going with it. There was no premeditation. I think it would have been better to say that there was some, admit that there was some, and that some of it just kind of went crazy from the beginning. But that's interesting. Okay. 20 seconds to get back there.
That I understand that I have to agree with the district attorney beyond a reasonable doubt. That you will see in this case that there is no doubt that there is no premeditation and deliberation in this case. That is not what happened that day. That is not what happened from what happened before and what happened afterwards. The description of how Elizabeth Broderick was, she was at her daughter's house sick. She was talking to people. She didn't know what was going on. It's a case that when you look at the evidence and you use the instructions as you see them and you look at the emotions and the strength of those emotions, you will reach the right decision in this case. I think that when you look at the case, you'll see that there's no premeditation, deliberation. There's no malice of forethought. She should be held responsible for what happened, just as anyone does in a crime, but it's attached to their mental state. And I believe that if you do your job and if you look at all the evidence, you will reach the proper verdict in this case. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to take a quick pause. We will close the current poll. We can lock on to what people think going into, if you haven't voted. We'll do this exact same poll again at the end of Carrie Wells' close and before the jury instructions. And poll. We are right now showing 69% for first degree, 19% for manslaughter, and 13% for second degree, with a 0% vote on not guilty. Interesting arguments. I think rather than talking about the burden of proof is on the state, and, we don't need to be better than the state, we just need to be, close. I don't know that was the best argument. I think he would have done better if he kind of defined the differences between first, second, and third degree murder, maybe starting at, examples of first degree murder that are, super clear cut, so that you can introduce Betty's case as, a less clear cut case of that, and then talk about second degree, and again, where similarities are. And I don't know, I think rather than the metronome metaphor, which might have been fine for, the very end of it if you wanted to make an effect, I know it wouldn't have been good for the end. Maybe to use it once during the whole thing instead of returning to it. There's definitely some constructive criticism about that. I also said I was going to define the word saudade or saudade. It's a Portuguese word, and because politically incorrect is here in the chat from Portugal, just extending my barest minimum of Portuguese knowledge, I came across the word, I don't know, just I think it was in reading something, and I was like, I understood it in context, but it seemed like a word I wanted to know better. So I'll read you the Google AI definition of it, and then kind of get to how it was an important word for me, and then we'll get to Carrie Wells. So saudade is a Portuguese and Galician term for a deep emotional state of melancholic, nostalgic longing for an absent person, place, or time, often coupled with a repressed knowledge that the object of longing might never return. It signifies the love that remains, mixing happiness for past memories with a sadness for their absence. So for me, it's kind of like that moment, and let's say, you're on a hammock on a relaxing beach holiday, and you're remembering, maybe a more energetic beach holiday of your 20s, knowing that, that's a time that you're never going to be able to relive, yet you are reliving it in that moment. So it's, both bittersweet, it's nostalgic, it's not sad, but, there is an element of melancholy to it. I think it just, for a content person, I think a feeling of saudade is that sense that you've lived a strong life. Something could happen at any minute and you'd be at peace. And at the same time, you don't want it to end immediately. It would be sad. So there's that, it's a real mix of all the emotions that make humanity great. And I just thought it's a very cool word. It's spelled S-A-U-D-A-D-E, saudade. So now that we've experienced a little saudade, and you know what? A practical explanation of saudade. All of us coming together here. This is, it'll never be like this again. If this channel grows and becomes big, that's great, but the chat won't be as intimate as it is now, where you're reading every single message, keeping up with all the conversations. So there's an element of already saudade, thinking of the nostalgia that this will never be again. Any future trial we do, it'll never be the first one that we all watch together. And even if you did watch some of Afroman with me, that wasn't a comprehensive trial watch through. That was me turning on a live stream and like, we're going to watch this now because it's happening and let's watch it. But as far as a dedicated trial watch, you guys are the first group of it, and it'll never be like this again. And that said, there'll be a little piece of this in every trial rewatch that happens from here. So you'll see each other in future chats, and it might be 5 years down the road. Like, I still remember watching the Betty Broderick chat with you when we both got promoted to mods, or who knows what it is, but I think Sadat is it's a word that defies being translated into English or whatever your first language is. It's better just to remain in its original form and, define it as it is to you. I'm getting all wisty here, so we're just going to let Carrie Wells begin her state rebuttal as I get myself in sorts.
Afternoon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you that may or may not have noticed it, the clock stopped for about 15 minutes and then they sped it up again. So if you were wondering what was going on, that beats ceiling leaks in any event. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you or form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Have a nice evening.
All right, so it'll be a brand new day. We'll talk our way through. Oh, okay, here we are. So Carrie Wells is dressed in the same material as the chair she's seated at. It looks like she has the lectern pointed towards the jury, but doesn't have nearly as many props that she intends to use. I do see the easel up, so maybe she will be bringing poster boards up. And I can't tell from what we can see of the court reporter. I think Mary's here. I think this is too important a day not to have your A-team on the court reporter.
Mrs. Broderick is present. You may proceed, Ms. Wells.
Good morning. I want to start off with making a point, a very important point, I think. You know what the people's position is in this case, and that is that the defendant is guilty of murder, and in particular, first-degree murder. You know what the defendant's position is now, which is apparently that she's only guilty or should only be found guilty of voluntary manslaughter. We obviously can't agree. That's why we're having this trial, and that's why we need you. We need you to resolve this case. You're the only ones that can do it. And what you need to know is if you work together and if you conscientiously examine the facts of what occurred on the morning of November the 5th, and you conscientiously apply those facts to the law that the judge gives you, then no matter what you decide, it's going to be the right decision. We are giving this case to you to make the call. It's your call, nobody else's call. And if you do it according to the law, then justice has been served. The people have received it, the defendants received it, and the communities received it. Just make the call. Defense counsel has done a lot of talking to you about emotions, emotional issues, starting off with his opening statement with ripping pictures and smashing glass. His argument is designed to make you feel emotionally about this case. It is okay for you to have an emotional response to this case. You would not be human if you didn't. This case is tragic in all sorts of ways. You may even find that you disagree with each other, maybe even passionately about how you feel emotionally about this case. But the fact of the matter is that no matter how you feel about the case, your feelings are not what should decide the issues here. I don't think you should ignore your feelings. I think you should talk about them. I think you ought to get them out. I think you ought to acknowledge them. And then when you're done feeling, it's time to start thinking, because that's why you're here. It's time to start thinking, for example, about the defendant's credibility. The only thing to dispute the cold, hard facts of what happened in that bedroom that morning is Elizabeth Broderick's testimony. And when that's the case, you have to look very, very closely at her credibility. You've got to look at things like, for example, motive. Does she have a motive to be less than candid? And ladies and gentlemen, she has the hugest motive there is to lie, to distort. She has, in fact, killed 2 people. She can't deny that. Defense counsel argued yesterday that if she was going to lie, why didn't she come up with a better story? Well, there's a couple of reasons for that. One is she's limited to the physical evidence. That room wasn't torn apart. There weren't weapons in the room. But the other reason is, and this is the main reason, she didn't think she was going to need to come up with a better story originally. She thinks she's justified in what she did. She thinks people Everybody who hears this story are going to agree that she's justified in what she did. That's what she was saying to Dr. Robinson the very next day when she was telling him about what happened. She was trying to convince him she was justified in what she did. When she talked to Kim a couple of days later from the jail, she said, "Don't worry, I'm going to be out in a couple of days." When she made the statements to Sylvia Cabbins, when a jury hears this story, they're going to let me off. It wasn't until she realized that maybe that wasn't so that she started realizing that maybe she had to come up with something a little bit better to excuse her act of shooting them in the bedroom that morning. Defense counsel tried to explain why she didn't testify about Linda yelling, "Call the police," last time. He said she wasn't asked a lot of questions about that. Well, she sure was asked the important questions. She was asked directly, "Why did you shoot?" And her response was, "Because Linda moved." That was it. Linda moved, I moved, and it was over. If her attorney had only asked her a few questions about that, that was obviously his choice. We can presume he'd talked to his client and he knew what her story was before she testified. And he didn't ask any follow-up questions like, "Did you hear anything in the room?" All he asked was, "What happened next?" You have to think about her motive to be less than candid. You have to think about the reaction you had when you listened to her testify. A big part of judging credibility is just your gut reaction of listening to somebody. Although actually, that's probably the least reliable way to judge credibility. All of us have been fooled in the past by people. All of us have been lied to and not known it. People can be good at lying, especially when they've had time to think about their story and to perfect their story. When you think about how she testified, and she was on the stand for several days, you might want to think about some of the differences between how she testified during direct examination, when her attorney was asking her questions, when she was telling her story the way she wanted, with the details she wanted, in the order that she wanted, following her agenda, and the difference between that and cross-examination. When all of a sudden someone is challenging some of the things that she has to say, the difference in her demeanor when someone doesn't automatically accept what she's saying, the evasiveness that all of a sudden started happening about the things that she didn't want to.
That's a good thing to point out, because she was definitely, almost tickled when her attorney would object to something and it was overturned. And similarly was just like it was a mortal wound every time Carrie Wells objected to something when she was trying to tell her story. So this is a good thing to remind the jury of as far as her state of mind and demeanor going into this.
Get pinned down on because they didn't support her story. The lack of memory of details suddenly about things that didn't support her story.
This is interesting. So Criminal Conversations is advertising on their bottom of the screen that they have a compelling interview with the Menendez brothers to share. We won't be including that as part of this stream. I may have even more time available for bonus Betty content that'll be part of the finale. Might have to look ahead at the video tomorrow just to see how much time will be for the Betty trial, and then we'll immediately move into a second stream for the Betty bonus content. That way, if any of the newsreel footage I'm showing is copyright claimed, I can delete the video, or it cannot be a part of it, and still we'll have a complete trial coverage archive. I think I can use it in a fair use manner, but I'll be taking some risks with the bonus show. So,
just one of the many examples was when she talked about driving her car through Dan's door. And I'm not even sure if you remember this because there's been so much, but when she was describing that incident on direct examination, not once did she talk anything about the fact that before she'd gone over there to drive her car into the door, about going over to Coral Reef and what she had done over there, about having her temper tantrum over there, smashing the sliding glass door, smashing the chandelier, getting a can of gasoline and pouring it on the carpet and lighting it on fire. Those were just details that were conveniently left out of that story. She didn't mention anything in her direct examination about the fact that she had taken a knife with her when she went over there to confront Dan that day. Nor did she admit that she did know about the negotiations between Dan Jaffe and Dan Broderick regarding the sale of the house, that she did know that Dan Jaffe had gotten her what she claimed she had wanted, that she did know the house was going to be sold. Dan Jaffe testified to all of these things. He's got no reason to lie. And look at the letters. There are a series of letters regarding those negotiations and what she wanted out of that. And it's clear. She knew the house was going to be sold. She didn't mind it was going to be sold. All she wanted was more than 50% of the split. But the story you heard on direct examination was only that Dan Broderick sold the house out from underneath her with no notice to her, and she was in a state of absolute shock, panic, and terror. If there had...
Apologies for the flashing on the screen. That's, again, the original video. I'm seeing it flash on my screen, so just addressing it for anyone who's watching it and wondering if it's something I can fix. I can't.
Been no cross, if there had been no one asking her some additional questions about that, that's all you would have heard. That was the position that most of her friends were in, hearing just those parts of the story. What's important for you to realize is that whenever Elizabeth Broderick tells you a story, you can be assured that you are not getting the whole story. Even Dr. Dietz testified about that. And Dr. Dietz, by the way, reviewed all of the records in this case. He reviewed all of the investigative reports from both the defense and from the people. He reviewed all of the documents in the divorce from the defendant, from Dan Broderick. He reviewed all of the testimony. He reviewed all of the prior psychiatric treatment. The only additional testimony that he read was Elizabeth Broderick, because he's the one that he was evaluating, and the psychiatric testimony, because there weren't any reports from them. And he said, irregardless of the actual truth of things, it was very noticeable that whenever there was a story...
Irregardless. I thought that was just like a Boston term. Because there is no word irregardless. It's just regardless. But I always associate it with like Jimmy Fallon doing a over-exaggerated South Boston. Irregardless! Yeah. Didn't think irregardless made it to San Diego in 1991, but irregardless it did nonetheless.
Testimony that he read was Elizabeth Broderick, because he's the one that he was evaluating, and the psychiatric testimony, because there weren't any reports from them. And he said, irregardless of the actual truth of things, it was very noticeable that whenever there was a story of Elizabeth Broderick, that there always seemed to be, from other witnesses, another side to that story. She is very good at telling you this story. She is incredibly good. And her attorney is very good at repeating it. But it is a story, and it is a selectively chosen story. When you challenge that story with what other people have witnessed and said, then her response was, well, they're all lying. Everybody is against me. They're all telling this stuff about me. Everybody is lying about me. Everybody but me. And this isn't just about what happened in the bedroom. This is about all of the background. And there are lots of examples of that. For example, when Gail Forbes testified about her bragging about being a marksman, it was an incident back when they were in Berkeley, and she bragged about being a marksman and an expert shooter. According to the defendant, that never happened. Nothing even close. Didn't happen. When Patty Monahan testified that she had told her that she had a gun long before the wedding, according to the defendant, that never happened. When Sylvia Cavins testified that the defendant had told her she had a gun, she'd been practicing with the gun, and she was going to shoot Dan and Linda at the wedding, according to the defendant, that never happened. When Linda David testified that the defendant had told her how she was going to make Dan's life a living hell and going to murder him, according to the defendant, that never happened. Not maybe I was just joking, maybe she misunderstood. That never happened. When Robin Ta'ua testified about the incident where she'd been confronted by the defendant, and the defendant threatened her and told her she had a gun in the glove compartment, according to the defendant, that never happened. Nothing like it. And by the way, defense counsel says, well, where's the police report? Police officers take police reports when crimes have been committed. There was, in fact, no crime committed at that time. She didn't go and get the gun and take it out and point it at Robin Ta'ua. She just told her, I've got a gun in my glove compartment. She could have reported that to the police, and the police would have listened, but they wouldn't have necessarily taken a report.
That assumes facts, not evidence.
There's another one where the judge happy to just let it go, and the minute it's called out, he doesn't need to think about it. Yep, sustained.
When Helen Pickard and Gail Forbes and Patty Monahan and Sylvia Cavins and Linda David, when they all testified that they talked to her about the language that she was using with her children and how she was treating them.
We all
and how
know
harmful that
irregardless
was to
isn't
their
a word.
kids.
Thanks.
According to the defendant, that never happened. That never happened.
This is also good rebuttal testimony because this constantly happened during the trial. We'll give her a chance to get her flow back here. But yeah, when she asked Betty about all those things that the other witnesses testified to, it wasn't, oh no, she got it wrong. This is what really happened. It was always, no, that never happened. They've made that up whole cloth. I don't know why they're lying. I don't know why they're telling that story. I never said that. So it'd be more believable if there was a story. Now, if the story is not believable, that's another problem. But there should be a story of, oh no, I was discussing marksmanship, but I was actually lying. I was bragging about how good I was. I hadn't shot a gun for 15 years at that point. Or, some kind of story that acknowledges the event happened.
Gail Forbes and Patty Monahan and Sylvia Cavins and Linda David, when they all testified that they talked to her about the language that she was using with her children and how she was treating them and how harmful that was to their kids, according to the defendant, that never happened. That never happened. In fact, she says they're the ones that use that kind of language in front of their children on a daily basis. When Steve Sparta testified that he called Elizabeth Broderick and tried to get her involved and tried to get her input in helping these kids, when she was asked that question on cross-examination, that never happened. He never did that. In fact, Steve Sparta was just hired as a hired gun by Dan Broderick in this custody battle. That's not true. It's the exact opposite, in fact. He told Dan Broderick he wasn't going to get involved in a custody battle, and Dan hired him anyway to help these kids.
You guys want a fun turn of phrase if you're watching the interrogation of Sarah Boone? Let's nip that one in the butt. It was a Chelsea Kepsel phrase that flew under the radar but got called out in a Dan D true crime breakdown. As Sarah's complaining about feeling, I'm in danger. George's relatives, they're going to come into the jail. They're going to get me. You guys don't care. And Chelsea says, you're giving the impression that, wasn't the interrogation, it might have been the car interview. You're giving us the impression that we don't care, and I just want to nip that right in the butt. I believe the phrase is nip that in the bud. That's something that you would do from a gardening perspective, but nip it in the butt, why not? Seems like a great Florida expression.
Bill Hargraves testified that he had advised her on many occasions to not violate the restraining orders, that it was hurting the case, that it was going to cause problems with resolving the case, that if she didn't stop, she was going to go to jail. According to the defendant, that never happened. She completely denied it. When Bill Hargraves testified that she had called and complained about Attorney Glucksman filing a motion for custody against her permission, according to the defendant, that never happened. When Gail Forbes testified that she'd called her from jail that day of the Blackstone Ball and told her to call the newspapers and tell them about Dan being at the Blackstone Ball and her being in jail, according to the defendant, that never happened. Why would Gail Forbes make something like that up? When Liz Armstrong testified about her telling her about being offered a job at an investment company and not taking the job because she wouldn't go through the training program, never happened. Why would she make that up? When Helen Pickard testified that she and her husband had made investments with the defendant in Dan Broderick prior to separation, and they talked about it, they made investments together. According to the defendant, that never happened. She was specifically asked about the investment in Pioneer Park, which was an investment with Helen Pickard. The defendant said, I know nothing about that. Well, look at the documents. There's a document that's been introduced into evidence, the subscription agreement for Pioneer Park Investments, and it's signed by Dan Broderick and Elizabeth Broderick in her own signature, November 13th, 1980, 5 years before separation. And there's checks included where they were receiving money off of that investment in 83 and 85, where she endorses the back of the checks. She knew about these investments. How can you have any feeling that there's any credibility in the rest of her testimony, that she didn't know about any of the investments that Dan was making. On direct examination, she testified that Dan was jerking me around with support in all of 1987, not paying late in the month, making me go back to court. Well, look at the documents. That is absolutely not true. He was paying her every month. He was paying her at the first of every month. He was paying everything that he was ordered to pay. The documents tell the truth. She testified that Dan and Jerry Berry were having coffee with Judge Howatt in the mornings before court.
Jerry Berry? Disappointed we didn't get to see Jerry Berry testify. There's been some fun names in this trial. And Dick, where are you? NB Dick. I was so restrained for NB Dick. I just let it ride. I wasn't immature at all.
It's not true. She couldn't have even seen into their chambers from the courtroom. She listed a whole list of things that she was upset about right before November 5th that was building this horrible depression of hers. She said she was so upset the week before. Dan was withholding money from my checks again. Look at the checks.
Disney Mom, if you're interested in watching that, I'll find the link to my original reaction to that interview. It's kind of fun because it is the beginning of me feeling comfortable live streaming. I cut my hair. I bought a shirt that matched Scott Lowen's. I have a black tie on. So I'm doing a little bit of Scott Lowen cosplay while we listen to the car interview. And the car interview, I think, makes Chelsea Kepsel look a lot better. I think a lot of people that are derogatory towards the way she interrogated her with a "I'm done with you" attitude, some of that can be forgiven when you see how much information she's able to pull out of Sarah as far as timeline setting in the first interview, so that the second interview is basically her calling her on her shit. So for a lot of people that assume that the second interview was an information gathering interrogation, for the most part, Chelsea, she had the information from the phone records, a lot more information at that second interview than she did during the car interview, where she's just on the scene and gathering. So I'll find a link to that and post it, because it's good early dandy watching if you're wanting to go into the archives.
Look at the check from November, from October, from September, from August. Every one of them, $16,000, the full amount. She received $64,000 in that 4-month period before she killed them. On direct examination, she testified she was so upset about her financial situation. It was getting so bad she had to sell the house. On cross, she admitted, because she knew she had to, that her accountant had actually told her she could probably keep the house and the condominium as an investment. She wasn't in any major financial quandary. She said she was so upset because Dan was unilaterally switching her weekends, and it ruined her ability to be with the children on that planned weekend trip for Acapulco the weekend before these murders. That's a lie. That didn't happen. Look at the order that's been introduced into court. The weekends that were switched, and not unilaterally, her attorney was there, had nothing to do with that weekend when she was planning to go to Acapulco. That has got to make you have some sort of doubt about all of these claims she was making to her friends in the past about Dan switching weekends. It was a lie. There's also a letter in there that you'll see that's been introduced where she's claiming I never knew what weekends I would have or when I would have the kids. There's a letter where Jerry Berry, his attorney, sends a letter to her and says, please let us know what weekends you want, what weeks you want, so we can have this settled.
Jerry Berry, yeah. I feel robbed that we didn't get to see Jerry Berry at this trial.
She wouldn't respond. There's an instruction that you will hear that says, a witness who is willfully false in one material part of his or her testimony is to be distrusted in others. You may reject the whole testimony of a witness who willfully has testified falsely as to a material point, unless from all the evidence you believe the probability of truth favors the testimony in other particulars. You may reject the entire testimony of a witness that you think has distorted the truth to you. She claims she was so upset that week before because of Kim's call, that Kim called and was so distraught about the treatment of her father and not paying for the apartment in Tucson, Kim's testimony was, that's not true. I called my mom and we talked about it. I wasn't upset. Listen to the tape message that corroborates that. When Kim left a message on her machine and she's laughing. This wasn't a life or death matter. Elizabeth Broderick wants you to believe that her world was falling apart in late October and early November, and it's just not true. You've got to think about motive. You have to think about her demeanor and how she testified. You have to think about the inconsistencies in her own testimony. You have to think about the lies that have been proved by other evidence. Probably the most important way to judge credibility, I think, is just by using your common sense about what was said. Defense counsel talked about using common sense, and I absolutely agree. Does what she said make sense? Do you really believe she didn't know whose keys those were that she used that morning to break into that house? Her testimony was, I didn't know where those keys came from. They just happened to be in my house. I didn't know who they belonged to. I didn't know what they went to. They were completely strange keys. And somehow they just happened to end up in my car, despite the fact that I didn't know what they went to. And then when I'm over there or driving over there, I just remembered that there was this key, this special key that might be in this box that might go to Dan Broderick's house. And it just sort of clicked in at that point that these keys went to that house. Never clicked in before when she found the keys that those were Kim's keys, even though Kim's keys had disappeared only weeks before and Kim had told her about it. Even Lee testified. Everybody knew those were Kim's keys. And she's claimed she was in this alleged state of such tremendous distraught that morning, and yet she's thinking there in the car about the key and looking through the box to find the key. It doesn't make sense. Do you really believe her story about the gun? She's got to come up with some explanation for somehow conveniently having that nice loaded gun there in the car. She says, I carried the gun in my purse whenever I had the boys because it was the safest place for it. The safest place for a loaded gun. She said it was loaded this entire time. Anybody who is concerned about safety and concerned about their kids in relation to safety and a gun, and she had reason to be concerned, she admitted that Danny tried to steal that gun when he found out that his mother had bought a gun and was threatening to kill his father with the gun. He took it and ran out of the house with it. She knew that. And she's carrying around a loaded gun when the boys come over? She could have easily locked it in that locked room that she had. There's no evidence that she didn't have any way of getting into that locked room that she kept bolted up. That's where she kept her silver. That's where she kept her crystal. That's where she kept her jewelry. That's where she kept her wine bottles, according to Lee. She could have locked it in the trunk of her car. She could have given it to Brad to take it away when the boys were there. She could have hidden it somewhere in the garage. She carries around a loaded gun in her purse. And besides that, she didn't just keep it in her purse. She took it out of the purse and put it in her pocket when Dan Broderick was coming over. Is that the safest thing to do with a loaded gun? Put it in your pocket when your kids are there, when Dan Broderick's coming over, and when she even admits Danny once went up and wrapped his arms around her because he was so concerned about what she was going to do? And then just like the keys, the gun just happened to be in the purse, and the purse just happened to be in the car that morning. None of this was intentional, ladies and gentlemen. This was just convenient coincidence. This is where your common sense is much more reliable than the testimony of someone who has absolutely nothing to lose by lying to you. And if she's distorting the truth about these things, you can't accept the credibility of anything she has to say. I'm going to talk a little bit about the shootings and some of the things that defense counsel said yesterday. He emphasized with a very nice, beautiful chart there, the fact that there was movement on the bed.
It was
by
a
Dan and
beautiful
Linda
chart.
when they were shot. He never did explain why that makes any difference.
Good, because I was asking that when he was showing that beautiful chart. What does it mean that you're turning away from where the fire came from? But it was a beautiful chart. Those acetate overlays, that was state-of-the-art printing technology for the mid-90s. You couldn't just put a PowerPoint up. But if you wanted to, show progressive movement and be fancy about it, nothing like an acetate overlay.
And some of the things that defense counsel said yesterday, he emphasized with a very nice, beautiful chart there, the fact that there was movement on the bed by Dan and Linda when they were shot. He never did explain why that makes any difference. He talked about it, and he talked about it all in connection with there being reasonable doubt. And ladies and gentlemen, you have to have reasonable doubt about whether or not they were moving. Well, I agree. I don't dispute that at all. I don't think there's any way to know exactly where Dan and Linda were when they were shot. Elizabeth Broderick is the only living survivor that came out of that room.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even know whether she didn't go in the room and actually hold them there at gunpoint while she said her piece before she shot them.
That's a great point.
Maybe that happened. Counsel mentioned Paul Doherty, who was referred to by Gene Wolberg. And Paul Doherty did have an opinion that he believed it was possible that Elizabeth Broderick shot at them from the position on the one side of the bed and then went around the bed and put the last shot into Dan as he was lying down on the ground. He thinks that's possible. If you want to accept that version, there's nothing wrong with that. It certainly doesn't reduce her culpability. If anything, it makes it worse. It makes it much more intentional and directed to come around the bed and plunk the last bullet into him over there. Gene Wolberg, actually, the people's expert, took the most conservative view, that she was standing in the same point when she fired all of these shots. What we do know, without any doubt whatsoever, is that before she entered that room, they were sound asleep in bed. And when she left the room, they were dead or dying. That's what we know without any doubt.
Thank you, Disney Mom, giving us a little extra information. Jerry Berry is still in business. His picture is there. He's a nice-looking gentleman, but I feel like he's going to sell me Amway products. Just saying. Thank you. That was a live report from Disney Mom.
Counsel argued that there was no evidence that Dan would have moved after he fell off the bed because of the way he was wrapped up in the blankets. When you look at Dan's body.
Graphical images warning. If you're squeamish, you can look away and just listen to the descriptions. We don't know how close the cameraman will zoom on these pics.
You can see the blood tracks from his bullet wound. And you can see that he had to have moved. He did some moving. The blood is dripping down in one direction. The blood is dripping down in another direction. There had to have been a point where...
Super Kelly G, don't forget, not just pulling the phone out of the wall, but clubbing the back of Dan's hand with the pistol so that there was marks consistent with being clubbed with a .38 pistol as he was reaching towards the phone. So a SWAT, no you don't, and so that's pretty brutal.
He was up, probably reaching for the phone to make that blood drip.
Wow, good timing on that. I think she had somebody outside the courtroom call the courtroom for he was reaching for the phone. No, that's too perfect. You couldn't have organized that. Listen to how that happens. 15 seconds from now.
He had to have moved. He did some moving. The blood is dripping down in one direction. The blood is dripping down in another direction. There had to have been a point where he was up, probably reaching for the phone to make that blood drip in that direction.
Wow. You know, some things just happen for a reason, and other things just happen. But felt like that happened for a reason.
He had to have moved. He did some moving. The blood is dripping down in one direction. The blood is dripping down in another direction. There had to have been a point where he was up, probably reaching for the phone to make that blood drip in that direction. There had to have been a time when he was moving to make it drip in the two different directions. And it's very reasonable to believe that when he was still alive, that he reached up to take a look at Linda, to see what her condition was, to see if she was dead, and perhaps coughed and left that blood splatter. Counsel talks about Dr. Swalwell and that there was a change in Dr. Swalwell's testimony.
Mandy's on her drive home, wishing you a safe drive. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes left of raw video today, so probably 2 hours left in the stream.
That's not true. In case you haven't or didn't notice during the course of this trial, defense counsel has a way of asking very convoluted and confusing questions to people.
I have noticed that. Thank you for bringing that up, Carrie. Thank you. Let's just listen. She's speaking directly to the jury now. Well, obviously she's been speaking to them the whole time, but this is something that they've probably been saying. Even if you don't discuss the evidence, you're like, fuck. You get a lot of notes from that one? Like, nope.
Dr. Swalwell and that there was a change in Dr. Swalwell's testimony. That's not true. In case you haven't or didn't notice during the course of this trial, defense counsel has a way of asking very convoluted and confusing questions to people. The testimony before by Dr. Swalwell was that he believed the wound through Dan was a through and through wound, and all that means is the bullet went in one side and out the other side. His testimony here was the same. He believed it was a through and through wound. The only difference was that he hadn't been given the opportunity last time to say there is a possibility that rather than actually going through and through, the bullet might have stopped right there in his chest, and then when he fell off the bed and hit the ground, that's when it popped out. That's a possibility. That's not a change in the testimony, and it has no significance. So what? I mean, either it went through and through, or it popped out when he fell to the ground.
BFD, as we used to say. BFD.
These are false issues. To buy the defense that Elizabeth Broderick is only guilty of voluntary manslaughter, it's a given. You have to buy her credibility. But even putting her credibility aside, the problem is that under the law, there is no way that her conduct in sneaking into their room that morning qualifies as voluntary manslaughter. It does not qualify under the law.
If you missed it, Billie Jean may have missed it. It was kind of interesting because you definitely don't see it much in the trial. So Kitten Pusher says that's an odd thing to say about opposing counsel. It's not great decorum. And I think it definitely shows the frustration. I think Carrie Wells and Chelsea Kepsel have some similarities in their all the fucks they had to give left during the first trial. With Chelsea, it was all the fucks she had to give left during the first interrogation with Sarah. And both of them were fresh out of fucks by this point in their careers. But what Carrie Wells said is the defense has a way of asking convoluted questions. And while we have been saying the same thing in the chat, it's a very interesting thing for counsel to bring up as part of their closing arguments. I'm surprised there was no objection to it. We'll go back a little bit just to let that play out. Not too far, but it was about a minute and a half here.
To people. The testimony before by Dr. Swalwell was that he believed the wound through Dan was a through and through wound, and all that means is the bullet went in one side and out the other side. His testimony here was the same. He believed it was a through and through wound. The only difference was that he hadn't been given the opportunity last time to say there is a possibility that rather than actually going through and through, the bullet might have stopped right there in his chest, and then when he fell off the bed and hit the ground, that's when it popped out. That's a possibility. That's not a change in the testimony, and it has no significance. So what? I mean, either it went through and through, or it popped out when he fell to the ground. These are false issues. To buy the defense that Elizabeth Broderick is only guilty of voluntary manslaughter, it's a given. You have to buy her credibility. But even putting her credibility aside, the problem is that under the law, there is no way that her conduct in sneaking into their room that morning qualifies as voluntary manslaughter. It does not qualify under the law.
Poster
The
board.
law was not explained to you in its entirety yesterday when there was talk about voluntary manslaughter.
Oh, interesting. So this may be another thing that we missed as far as our coverage, because she's saying the law was not described to you completely in regards to voluntary manslaughter. Suggests either the video's out of order, and maybe that's why we're going to get jury instructions in the video we watch tomorrow. I guess you wouldn't get jury instructions before the closing arguments. A couple of things that are kind of, oh well, it's not going to change things for us. But okay, so tell us a couple of things about voluntary manslaughter, Miss Wells.
There's essentially three parts to it.
Okay.
Voluntary manslaughter under a heat of passion theory contemplates a situation. The way it all got started in our law is when someone doesn't have a murderous thought in their body, and all of a sudden something unexpected happens, and it catches them off guard, and it's so severe that they just react, and they react with a murderous impulse. They react immediately, without any time to think about it. They react reasonably. Other people in the same circumstances can see themselves reacting the same way by killing, because the provocation was so extreme.
So I don't know why I thought of this example, but here's an example. Let's imagine you're rock climbing and you're with somebody that you know fairly well, but you don't know them that well, and you're on the side of the mountain and you notice they just start untying your safety gear so that you're no longer hooked in. That might be you didn't go in with murderous intent, but you might pull them off of the hill or do something that would result in their death, because in the moment just trying to save yourself. Or similarly, if you saw them, your good friend, your wife, your family member, and this person that is just a stranger on the hill, would you untie their equipment and try and pull them off the hill to prevent them from cutting the rope of your loved one? So something like that anyway. No provocation, no murderous intent going in, but snap and you're a murderer. But a reasonable person would do the same. So, okay, that's one.
The classic textbook example of voluntary manslaughter that probably all of you have heard about and every law student learns is the man who thinks everything is going great, and he comes home one day to find his wife in bed with another man. And he's shocked and he's horrified, and he grabs a gun on the dresser and he shoots.
I think we have seen the part where Wells says, "Do something, Your Honor." It may have been one of the earlier episodes, but there was definitely two "knock it off, Mr. Early" moments. So yeah, that it hasn't been recent. I think it's at least a week ago that I saw that. There may be another "do something, Your Honor" moment coming, but not at this point. Going to bring back Miss Wells just about 10 seconds here. Five 242:57.
In bed with another man. And he's shocked and he's horrified, and he grabs a gun on the dresser and he shoots.
So now this is number 2, crime of rage, crime of passion.
That's heat of passion, voluntary manslaughter. The continuation of that classic example, textbook example, is that if instead of shooting, he had simply left the house, maybe he went over to a friend's house, maybe he spent the evening talking about what had happened, maybe he was even getting angry and angrier as he was remembering and reliving what happened.
Jack Early was not only Betty's attorney in both of her criminal trials, so the 1990 and 91 trials, but also was her final family law attorney as that was settled in 1989.
And so the next day he decides he's going to buy a gun, and he goes and buys a gun, and he goes over to the lover's house, and he knocks on the door, and the lover opens the door, and he shoots and kills him. That's murder. He may still be very angry, and he may still be very upset, but he's had time to realize that killing is not the appropriate option. One of the major problems with defense counsel arguing to you that this is voluntary manslaughter is that voluntary manslaughter requires an intent to kill. Every person who unlawfully kills another human being without malice aforethought, but with an intent to kill, is guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
I think I know where she's going with this, but all of their testimony has been that she did intend to kill and that she was driven crazy. So this isn't voluntary manslaughter. This is something more.
Elizabeth Broderick says she did not intend to kill. She says the exact opposite. She
Right.
says, I just wanted to talk.
I said it wrong, but that's exactly. I wasn't going there to kill anyone. I just wanted to have a conversation. I just wanted to talk. So if that's the case, then by her own testimony, it's not voluntary manslaughter.
I was going to kill myself. I wasn't going to kill them. I just panicked. I flinched and shot. It was accidental.
She's doing a very good Betty sound-alike impression. I never really noticed that her voice sounded particularly like Betty, but when she's doing Betty's voice, it might be akin to some of the frustration that having to go through a second trial with her, but that's it's almost a mockery.
Elizabeth Broderick says she did not intend to kill. She says the exact opposite. She says, I just wanted to talk. I was going to kill myself. I wasn't going to kill them. I just panicked. I flinched and shot. It was accidental.
I flinched. She did a better one than me, but I think she's doing a fairly decent Betty impression.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to shoot them, let alone kill them. There is a major inconsistency between what she says happened and what her attorney is arguing to you. If he's arguing for voluntary manslaughter, ladies and gentlemen, he is conceding to you that she had the intent to kill.
And this is something that has hurt her for parole ever since. It'd be one thing if she did get convicted for voluntary manslaughter, but by making the arguments that she never intended to kill anyone and locking into those, it's made it impossible for her to have remorse because she still claims justification for what she did. And as long as she's claiming justification, I can't see how any parole board could let her out because, what if she feels justified in another relationship with somebody on the outside? What's to stop her from, doing something that would just put her back in prison where she's already comfortable? Almost dangerous, despite the fact that she would be 84 years old.
She went over there that morning, it was for the purpose of killing them. Sometimes attorneys would like their clients to say different things so that they could have a better legal argument to a jury. But this isn't some intellectual game here. This is real. This is about what really happened and what the truth is. And the fact of the matter is, if you believe Elizabeth Broderick that she didn't intend to kill, then she's guilty of second-degree murder under an implied malice theory.
Which she does get eventually convicted under. So this could be a very effective, in hindsight, part of her argument that she made this argument instead of putting everything into a first-degree murder argument. This may have helped the jury achieve some consensus towards second degree at this point.
If you don't believe Elizabeth Broderick, she's guilty of first-degree murder. There was a brief mention, by the way.
So if you believe her, it's second degree. If you don't believe her, it's first degree. It's not voluntary because they testified that it wasn't an intent to kill. They testified that they had other plans.
I should mention this about involuntary manslaughter. You will see an instruction to that simply because under the law of homicide, you get all lesser included offenses. That doesn't mean it applies. In fact, it was never argued by the defense because it doesn't. That involves a situation, usually very tragic situations, where someone is committing a minor crime and a tragedy occurs. For example, carrying a loaded gun and a child grabs it and shoots it and kills someone.
Yeah, or stealing a car and you're just in a high-speed chase, but you end up killing someone that's an innocent bystander. Your intent was never to kill that person, and you may, be convicted of less time than somebody who, went out with the express idea to murder someone. If you're just a 15-year-old kid that's a car thief, still awful that you murdered someone is an involuntary manslaughter. But there's a little bit more room for leniency from the court and, an opportunity for you to rehabilitate your life and be an effective member of society once you've considered the gravity of your crimes.
That's obviously not the situation here. It's even conceded that Elizabeth Broderick broke into their home with the intent to assault them with a deadly weapon. She was committing, at the very minimum, a burglary and an assault with a deadly weapon, and those are felonies.
That is not the definition of it.
There's the objection. So we'll take the time to recognize Kelly saying, I gotta say her hair is on fleek, or whatever the cool kids say nowadays. I agree. She is looking fetch. I think we could make it happen. You and me together.
And shoots it and kills someone. That's obviously not the situation here. It's even conceded that Elizabeth Broderick broke into their home with the intent to assault them with a deadly weapon. She was committing, at the very minimum, a burglary and an assault with a deadly weapon, and those are felonies.
That is not the definition of it. That's
Just steels herself against the lectern. I'm bringing up lectern. A lot of people use the word podium incorrectly. It doesn't really bother me if you do, but I just like words. The podium is the stand that the lectern sits upon. So in a lot of cases, a lectern and a podium are a combo deal, but the lectern is the physical object that is holding the paperwork and that most people are gripping when standing at a podium at the lectern.
Involuntary manslaughter doesn't apply here. It wasn't even argued here. The other thing that I want to point out too, before I forget, is there is an allegation that you're going to be asked to make a finding on, allegation of a personal use of a firearm. It's called 12022.5 under the penal code. And all that means is that you make a finding that, yes, she did personally use a firearm. And it doesn't matter what.
That ends up being 2 years of her sentence in both crimes. So it's just a mandatory California thing. If you use a firearm in commission of an offense, it added 2 years to it. So if you used a firearm to rob a grocery store, then boom, you've got 2 years for the firearm, regardless of the fact of how minor your crime was. So in some ways, you can see that it's a good law to just reduce people like, well, don't use a gun for something that's, for shoplifting. Like you pull a gun on the security guard because you got caught shoplifting. That's, doing a felony to try and get away with a misdemeanor.
Find her guilty of. She obviously used the firearm. There's no dispute on that.
So that, that's just tick that box when you get to it. If she used a firearm, that's part of her sentence. The only way she doesn't get that sentence is if you don't think she was guilty.
The other problem with arguing for voluntary manslaughter is that even if you ignore the defendant's denial of an intent to kill, you still have to find that she was acting as a reasonable person in direct and immediate response to an adequate provocation. To reduce a killing upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion from murder to manslaughter, the killing must have occurred while the slayer was acting under the direct and immediate influence of such quarrel or heat of passion. This is crucial. The defendant is apparently claiming that that letter that she received, the letter that we've been talking about, that was written by Kathy Kafaro and sent to her attorney, Walter Mon, that she writes on, that talks about the message.
I would say that many pulpits are outfitted with both a podium and a lectern, but the pulpit would be, I think, the entire room. Come to me from the pulpit. That's like the sum mass of all the items in the room that allow you to preach from.
She's been leaving. That was the last in a string of all sorts of provocation that supposedly set her off in this blinding heat of passion. The problem is there was no immediate response to that letter. She received that letter, even by her own admission, at least 2 days before. She received it on Friday. Lee confirms, her daughter Lee confirms that when they went shopping on that Friday, that she was talking about that letter, that she was telling her she was angry about receiving the letter. She was angry because your dad is threatening to take me back to jail again. She'd read the letter. She knew it was in the letter. And on Friday, she didn't respond in any uncontrollable heat of passion. On Saturday, the next day when she's talking to Helen Picard, she's talking about the same thing. She's angry about the letter she received from Dan. He's threatening to take me back to jail again. On Saturday, she didn't respond in any uncontrollable heat of passion. She's going about her business on Friday and Saturday. Even giving the defendant the entire benefit of the doubt that she didn't read that letter until Sunday morning, even her own testimony is that after reading the letter, she didn't immediately rush off and do anything. She sat down and wrote on the letter. That's when she claims she sat and wrote this little note on the letter. That's when she claims she sat and wrote an entire letter to Kathy Kafaro. She obviously wasn't in the throes of some impulsive, uncontrollable, murderous heat of passion if she could sit down and think about and draft a letter to Kathy Kafaro before doing anything. And this letter is completely intelligible when you look at it. It's very angry, but it's certainly coherent. The handwriting is normal. It's no different than her other handwriting. There's nothing wild about it. And it is interesting where these letters are found. She claims she wrote both these letters. She wrote on the one letter sent to her. She wrote the letter to Kathy Kafaro within moments of each other. But when you look at the photographs of how things were when they were found and seized, this one in particular, this is the letter over here on this side of the counter from Kathy Kafaro. And this is the letter over here that she wrote to Kathy Kafaro. And it's got another note on top of it, and it's got a paperweight on top of it. Did she write it and put this other paper and the paperweight on top before she rushed off in an uncontrollable heat of passion? Why did she write one on one side of the counter and the other on the other side of the counter? I suggest to you because she wrote one of these letters, and probably this one to Kathy Kafaro, a couple of days earlier. And what that means is there's absolutely no question she knew what was in that letter from Kathy Kafaro when she wrote it. And also, by the way, that letter says nothing about the kids. It says nothing about we're not going to give you the kids, or I'm not going to, or I'm not going to have any more hearings, or I'm not going to negotiate anymore. All it has to do with is her leaving more messages on the answering machine. The fact that that letter was the last of an alleged series of events does not do away with this absolute requirement of immediacy, of responding immediately before you have time to react, before you have time to cool down, reacting immediately before you have time to reflect.
Going to trigger a bunch of people, but how many people know what a skibbity toilet is? Skibbity toilet, skibbity toilet.
The fact of the matter is that she had all the time in the world to reflect that morning. She was sitting there in her kitchen reflecting before she went over there and did this. Even assuming that receiving a letter can possibly be adequate legal provocation for killing someone, she's the one who set the timetable here. She's the one who chose the time. She's the one who chose the place. She's the one who armed herself before choosing the time and place. She's the one who had the opportunity to stop, to change her mind right up until the very instant that she killed him. This cannot be voluntary manslaughter. In addition to the fact that there was no intent to kill, according to the defendant, in addition to the fact that there was no immediate response to anything, there's also another extremely important requirement for voluntary manslaughter, and that is that the defendant be acting as a reasonable person of average disposition. The heat of passion, which will reduce a homicide to manslaughter, must be such a passion as naturally would be aroused in the mind of an ordinarily reasonable person in the same circumstances. A defendant is not permitted to set up her own standard of conduct and to justify or excuse herself because her passions were aroused, unless the circumstances in which the defendant was placed and the facts that confronted her were such as also would have aroused the passion of the ordinarily reasonable person faced with the same situation. Even assuming the absolute truth of everything she says about the whole course of events here, there is universal agreement from everyone who knew her that she was not acting reasonably. From everyone. She had not been acting reasonably for a long, long, long time. Her rage, her continued rage, her refusal to let go, her obsession in Dan and Linda that continued year after year after year was unreasonable. This is where the testimony of the psychiatrists come in and have some importance.
This is key. Okay, I think I called this too, but the psychiatrists, it seemed like, what's the point of these? But I think it was so that she could wrap it into her closing arguments and bootstrap a lot of their observances to the earlier cross-examinations.
Defense counsel challenged the testimony of Dr. Dietz, I think unfairly. Dr. Dietz testified, he has testified for the defense before, he's testified for the prosecution. Neither side goes and buys his testimony. His reputation wouldn't be so nationally known.
And he wouldn't be still so nationally known if he was a defense expert or a prosecution expert. In my opinion, more experts should be exactly like him. You would pay for him to testify for you at trial if his testimony is going to help your client. But whether you're trying to hire him or not, his opinion's not going to change. So, if you go to hire him and you realize he's not going to be good for your client, you can always choose not to hire him further, but you can't stop him from testifying for the prosecution if they decide to pay him too. But I think that's the way an expert witness should be. They should be unbiased. They shouldn't be testifying like a Julie Harper. Okay, my job is to help prove a battered spouse defense. What can I do to prove a battered spouse defense?
If that were the case. But it doesn't really matter, because the fact of the matter is there's not much difference between the testimony of Dr. DeFrancesca and the testimony of Dr. Dietz about the defendant. Dr. DeFrancesca said, and this is psychological stuff, that she believed the defendant had a borderline personality disorder with narcissistic and histrionic characteristics. Dr. Dietz said, I believe she has a narcissistic and histrionic personality disorder with borderline characteristics. They're basically saying the same thing. It's all in this same cluster of personality.
Exactly. And no person is, just because you identify somewhere on the chart doesn't mean that taking a different cluster of data, different data points and information and analysis might not place you at a slightly different place on that chart. But by listening to both of those testimonies, there's really not a lot to disagree with. It's not like one saying yes and the other saying no. It's like one is saying periwinkle and the other is saying aquamarine.
Traits. And it's not that she's insane. It's not that she's mentally ill. It's not that she doesn't know exactly what she's doing. It's not that she has any impairment. Super
Kelly G brings up, who was the expert guy at Sarah's trial? He testified that battered spouse exists and the description was worse for Sarah. I keep forgetting his name. I want to say it was Brannon, but I remember he was known because he was also a part-time wrestler in the local Florida circuit. So built his career on being a wrestler and an expert witness. So expert psychologist and part-time wrestler, or full-time wrestler and part-time psychologist. In any case, he was exactly the epitome of a proper expert witness. Gave the testimony that Owens hired him for that was helpful for his client, but wasn't so evasive when being crossed on cross-examination to, try and jig his answers to help the guys that hired him. I'm an expert. I'm going to give you my expert opinion. That's the way it should be, and it's a shame that it's not the norm rather than an exception that we celebrate.
And her ability to choose and plan and think. It's simply that she has a personality where she reacts in extreme ways to things. Borderlines are people who overreact to the smallest slight. That was Dr. DeFrancesca's own testimony. By putting Dr. DeFrancesca on to testify about her borderline personality, there is a concession. She is not acting as a reasonable person with an average disposition.
I'm going to rewind it just about 20 seconds. If you can, just at Carrie Wells' chin, you will see the judge's hands. He is literally twiddling his thumbs. 256, 41. Yeah, it gives us 12 seconds. It's a very methodical twiddling. It's like he's recounting facts, but watch his thumbs.
Testimony. By putting Dr. DeFrancesca on to testify about her borderline personality, there is a concession. She is not acting as a reasonable person with an average disposition. They are mutually exclusive. But I don't think you need to have psychiatrists or psychologists tell you whether or not she was acting.
I think his thumbs got hypnotized by Jack Early's metronome, and now they're just keeping time.
Reasonably during this period of time. Even her 11-year-old son, Danny, saw that she was not acting reasonably. When you listen to that tape.
Thank you. Carolina Hurtado reminds us that Dr. Michael Brannon is the expert witness in the Sarah Boone case and part-time wrestler, a full career behind him, but probably, a little older now. He's not professionally wrestling anymore. But yes, Dr. Michael Brannon, excellent example of what expert witness should be, especially when compared to expert witnesses in that same trial.
Danny was living these circumstances, and he saw what was going on. He saw what his mother was doing. He saw the unreasonableness. He saw the distortions. He saw, for example, that she only appeared to care about the money. He says it several times in there, at least more than about her kids. He saw that their marriage had been bad for years, and it wasn't just his dad's fault. He saw that it wasn't his dad's fault that they were living with him, that she dumped them over there. He saw that his dad was giving her lots of money, that she had lots to spend, that she had a beautiful home, and she didn't need more money to be happy. He saw that. He saw that it was her conduct, not his dad's, that was making things bad for him, that was making them all miserable, and that she was the only one who could change that. He saw that she had been mad for 2 years by this time, and that was long enough. And he also saw that she was going to stay mad. The last sentence in that tape, he says to her, "You want to be mad another 2 years, and after that another 4 years, and after that maybe another 6 years." And he was right. She wasn't going to give it up. An 11-year-old boy pleaded with his mother in every way that he knew how to make things better for him, and she refused. And her reasons why? Because I hate daddy, because I'm ticked off, because I haven't been mad long enough. What is clearly going on in that conversation is she is saying, forget about you, Danny. Forget about your unhappiness. Forget about your pain.
Your Honor,
My
I'm gonna
anger.
object to this testimony. That tape was admitted for a specific purpose.
Well, it's just proper rebuttal, I overrule. Comment on the
Your Honor, but she only commented on the way that it's allowed in, just like I'm only allowed to comment on things the way they're allowed in.
That's what she's doing, Mr. Early. Go ahead.
My anger is more important. That's what she was saying. Ordinarily reasonable people do not emotionally sacrifice their children in such extreme ways just because they're angry, justifiably or not. Dan Broderick didn't cause her to do that or to be that way. He pleaded with her not to. Linda Broderick didn't cause her to do that or be that way. It was her choice. It was her choice to stay mad. It was her choice to act out on the anger, just like it was her choice to ultimately kill him. Not only do we not have an intent to kill, not only do we not have an immediate response, not only do we not have someone who was acting as a reasonable person, but we also don't have adequate legal provocation of a kind that is going to naturally arouse an act of killing. And this is, of course, where you've heard all of the bad stuff about Dan and Linda. It is a simple fact, a very unfortunate fact, but true, that the vast majority of the defendant's testimony, 95% of it, 95% of this case, certainly about the relationship, her relationship with Dan, years before these killings, cannot be rebutted. These were things that if they happened between the two of them. And he's not here to say otherwise. He is fair game. He cannot rebut.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Counsel.
I did not bring that. I object.
Both you want.
There we go. There we go. We're going to rewatch that. That just exploded. I'm going to switch back to my screen that gives you full view of the courtroom. Wow. .301. Okay, we're going to go 15 seconds back.
To say otherwise. He is fair game. He cannot rebut.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Counsel.
I did not bring that. I object.
Both you want. Go ahead.
We don't see what happened, but there was a very emotional moment there. So this is Carrie bringing up what has been brought up over and over in the chat, is only one person is able to defend themselves in this trial, and one person is not able. Well, two people are not able to defend themselves. One is receiving a lot of things that deserve a defense. So, well, and you know, I feel like yeah. No, we're gonna even go back just a half second there, because 31:38 is coming back from it. 30:21 is it happening. Let's just let it go.
To say otherwise. He is fair game.
The judge is like, bring
He
it.
cannot rebut.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Counsel.
I did not bring that. I object.
Wow, that's a full 3-point back point too. Judge is like, no, not in my courtroom.
Both you want. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So if she continues along that line, it'll be Mr. Early that was chastised. If she starts with something completely new here, she may have been rebuked.
Dan Broderick is dead. Linda Broderick is dead. She's been wanting to have the opportunity. They hurt her. She's been wanting to have the opportunity to hurt them and to tell this story about them for years. She said it.
This is one of the huge similarities to the Sarah Boone one, where Sarah was more interested in litigating the past crimes against her than defending herself against her current charges. And that's exactly the same thing that Betty's been doing this trial, is litigating all the past grievances without really considering the effects on her current defense.
Herself in one of those taped messages. She said, quote, "I want to go to court to prove that you're a fuckhead and she's a cunt."
Okay. We will rewind it right back to the blow up, and you'll know from fuckhead cunt that you're caught up. But we're just going to let all of that play out, because that's a real key minute and a half, not even minute and a half. That's just 1 minute of video. And when you're watching hours of video at a time, it makes sense to rewatch these moments.
To say otherwise. He is fair game. He cannot rebut.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Counsel.
I did not bring that. I object.
Both you want. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dan Broderick is dead. Linda Broderick is dead. She's been wanting to have the opportunity. They hurt her. She's been wanting to have the opportunity to hurt them and to tell this story about them for years. She said it herself in one of those taped messages. She said, quote, "I want to go to court to prove that you're a fuckhead and she's a cunt." She tried at the divorce trial and she wasn't allowed because it's no-fault divorce. It's not at issue. Well, now she has a captive audience. She's got you. And not only you, but all of the newspapers and the reporter people who wouldn't really pay too much attention to her before, well, they're here now and they're listening now. And she's getting her opportunity to prove that Dan Broderick was what she said he was and Linda was what she says she was. Well, ladies and gentlemen, everything Elizabeth Broderick wants you to believe about Dan and Linda Broderick, whether they are actually true or not, whether they're taken out of context or not, I'll concede. I am not going to argue about it with her or with you. I'll concede that Dan Broderick was wrong in leaving his wife. No man should ever leave their wife, and no woman should ever leave her husband, especially for someone else. I agree. It's rotten. In a perfect world, it would never happen. In a perfect world, marriages would last forever. They'd all be blissfully happy. No one would ever fall in love with anyone else. And if he was going to leave her, he probably should have left her back then in 1983, when it was clear that he was unhappy, when he was presented with the situation of her slitting her wrists. Maybe he should have left then. I'll concede that he should have given her more money during the course of this divorce. He should have given her everything she demanded when she demanded it. That assumes that that would have made a difference. Well, we've had testimony from witnesses that in 86, 87, 88, 89, for example, she had a closet full of clothes that still had the tags on them. Would another closet full of clothes with tags on them have made a difference? She had a Jag, she had 2 other cars. Would another Jag in the garage have made any difference? She was able to travel extensively and live in $1 million home. Would another trip to Hawaii or Tahiti or San Francisco have made a difference? I'll concede that he should have given her the kids every time she asked for them, no matter what she was doing, no matter whether she had given them to him in the first place, no matter whether she was refusing to take them, no matter whether the psychologists were saying her conduct was harmful. And by the way, there was a lot more to what she was doing to those kids that was significantly harmful than just calling their father a bad name. But maybe he should have declined to exercise any control over that. I'll concede that Linda should have never gotten involved with him. She should have never loved him. She should have never married him. She should have never responded in any way to Elizabeth Broderick's taunts and threats and name-calling and venom and the things she was telling her children to do to her. She should have been a perfect human being, and she wasn't, and neither was Dan.
Well,
but those verdict forms,
I think that addresses a lot of, it doesn't address it super compassionately, but I think dispassionately, yet not dispassionately. Kind of, it's a fiery but internal passion she's delivering it with. I think it both addresses the fact that, neither of these people are going to be perfectly defensible people, but one person committed murder and 2 people are dead. And that's what the case is about. I think she's doing a really good job of bringing it back to the brass tacks.
that you're going to get, don't read. We, the jury, find that Dan and Linda Broderick were or were not perfect people. They don't read. We, the jury, find that Dan and Linda Broderick did or did not deserve to die. They read, Elizabeth Broderick is guilty or not guilty of an act of murder. When you talk about provocation here, You have to think about what the actual credible evidence of provocation is that's been presented that justifies killing. There's been so much talk about this crazy making of the defendant. Whatever the events were that happened in that marriage, by her own testimony, this was a marriage that she wanted very badly to continue, even after knowing about the affair. The events of the marriage, which were 5 years before these murders, had nothing to do with what happened on November the 5th. Counsel argues about going through this long and bitter divorce, that this is provocation. Nobody is saying that it is a great thing to go through a divorce. I think everyone can feel compassion for someone who is being divorced who doesn't want to be. Nobody is saying she didn't have the right to hate Dan and Linda for the rest of her life. But if going through a divorce and not getting exactly what you want is enough to justify killing the other side, then watch out, because our streets are going to be filled with bodies. We have a whole family law courthouse that is filled with people going through long and bitter divorces on a daily basis. And the fact of the matter is, if there was someone who was obstructing the settlement of this divorce and dragging it out, it was Elizabeth Broderick. That's the evidence that's before you. And the testimony of Bill Hargraves, her attorney in 1986, he was representing her over a year and a half after the separation. And she was still specifically telling him she didn't want to settle. She wanted to drag it out. She thought she was going to get him back. Defense counsel talks a lot about all that Elizabeth Broderick went through in this divorce. I think you need to think about what this case is not. You need to put it in perspective. This case is not about a woman who was truly left with no money, broke and penniless. There are lots of women out there who are abandoned by their husbands, who have 4 and 5 kids to raise, who have no source of income, who have no educational background to get a job, to do anything, no support at all. Elizabeth Broderick had available to her for her use and enjoyment more money than probably 95% of the people in this room, maybe even 100%. She testified about that, about how I was so alone and I had no one to talk to. And then they ended up putting on a whole series of witnesses, her friends, to say how they had been there for her and been supportive. She had a tremendous number of friends and family. She had the money and the ability to seek out and join support groups and organizations and investment clubs. She had a long-term boyfriend, for goodness sakes, who was treating her wonderfully and taking her places and being supportive. Dan Broderick was not controlling her every moment. She was free to work. She was free to go to school. She was free to travel. She was free to choose her own friends. She was more financially independent than most people you'll know. This is not a situation where she was forced into having no adequate legal representation in a divorce. And there are people out there who are in that sort of financial quandary who can't hire an attorney. Elizabeth Broderick had 4 different attorneys, all very...
4. 4. No one's going to be impressed by 4 different attorneys, but 2026. I want to see people with 8s. I want to see Baker's dozens of attorneys. Yeah, Sarah, you've ruined me.
Competent. She had the money to pay them. She had the option of keeping every one of them. She's the one who chose to fire them. And this argument about Dan Jaffe and the retainer fee is very misleading. The reason she was given more than 50% of the proceeds of Coral Reef was so that she would have the money to pay that retainer. She chose to invest it instead. I mean, she's complaining Dan wouldn't pay the retainer. She's got $100,000 that she goes and invests. She could have paid a retainer to Dan Jaffe if she wanted. She told Amy Wallace she fired him because she wasn't happy with his actions on her behalf.
Wow. Look at how close the tables are for the state and the defense. They're like just sitting there right beside each other. You would think they were part of the same defense team based off of any trial we watched today. Wow.
Yeah. Not because of the retainer.
So
None of them were good enough for her. She fired Bill Hargraves because he wasn't.
I'm going to watch that zoom in again, but I didn't realize how close they were. We know it's a cramped courtroom. It's not like there's a ton of room. Go back just 10 seconds here. Yeah, that even shows it. There's paper that's straddling the desk. Like they could. Look, could you pass me that? I just want to look at the evidence there a sec.
With his actions on her behalf, not because of the retainer. None of them were good enough for her. She fired Bill Hargraves because he wasn't tough enough. He wasn't making life difficult enough for Dan Broderick. She fired Tricia Smith because Tricia Smith was kissing up to Dan. And Tricia Smith was going forward on that divorce. The evidence is that she had hired an accountant. She had taken depositions. Excuse me. She had hired an expert to evaluate his practice. And boom, she's fired by Elizabeth Broderick. Dan was not pulling the delaying tactics here. She was. In addition to that, this is all stuff, we spend a lot of time talking about stuff that's was happening years before November of 1989. The fact of the matter is that after January of 1989, she was actively represented by an attorney, Mr. Walter Mond, who was going to court for her, who was filing motions for her, who was getting orders for her. She unquestionably had someone to go to bat for her. She had someone who could do her confronting for her. She didn't need to do it, and she didn't need to do it with a loaded gun. She complains that Dan got restraining orders against her, and he filed contempt actions against her when she violated them. But she acknowledges that she was smashing windows, she was spray painting walls, she was burning houses, she was driving cars through doors, she was leaving vulgar messages. When she did this stuff over and over and over, Dan could have gotten angry and charged over to her house and retaliated in kind. He could have slashed her tires. He could have smashed her windows. He could have threatened to kill her. He could have.
He's just quoting from the Carrie Underwood song now. Took a Louisville slugger to both headlights, carved my name into his leather seat.
Her messages. When she did this stuff over and over and over, Dan could have gotten angry and charged over to her house and retaliated in kind. He could have slashed her tires. He could have smashed her windows. He could have threatened to kill her. He could have threatened to beat her up if she did it again. Or he could do what the law says he's supposed to. Seek the assistance of the courts. Have a judge decide what's appropriate and what should be done.
And that is something that gets used against him because he's a lawyer. And it's kind of one that does cut both ways. It's the right thing to do, but you can understand the argument that because of his knowledge of the law, because of his connections in the legal community, he was able to have access to legal maneuvering that was above and beyond what any normal person normally would have access to when in a contentious divorce. So someone in Betty's position is getting messed with a little bit more legally, even though it is legal. The legal maneuverings probably were more intense for Betty than 95% of women that were going through this at the time.
That provocation that justifies killing, would she be justified in killing Judge Joseph too because he ruled against her?
Hold on. Super Kelly G saw a documentary that Carrie Underwood used the trial transcripts to write this song. The trial transcripts from this case? Or just from a case? Wow. Wow, so based on a true story. Remember that before next time you're going to cheat. Well, it saved a lot of trouble for the next girl.
This specter of Dan Broderick and all of his power because he was president of the Bar Association, that was in 1986. Nothing was being litigated in 1986. There was one hearing and one hearing only because the defendant wasn't responding. And that was in December when she was represented by Bill Hargraves. There was another president of the Bar Association in 87 and another one in 88 and another one in 89. And if you walk out into this courtroom or this courthouse and you ask 10 lawyers who the president of the Bar Association is, 7 of them will tell you they don't know. Where was this continued crazy making by Dan Broderick? Where's the actual evidence of it? when you look at 1989, there were 2 hearings in court that she did have to go to.
I have to clarify, that was not a factual piece of information brought by Super Kelly G. That was a red herring just to tickle our funny bones. Too many medicinal drinks. We don't know that Carrie Underwood wrote that song based on a true story. It's a prime warning. If you are going to cheat on a girl, you never know what the reaction's going to be. Just break up. Sometimes that's even hard. But if the breakup goes bad, just imagine how bad it would have went if you broke up because you cheated. So any guys that are listening to this, cheating on your girlfriend, cut the cord. Just, you're already, you've ruined the relationship. Don't make it go this far.
March, both. One was after she stole the wedding list. The other was because she'd kicked Lee out of the house after being awarded custody. She talks so much about the things that Dan was doing to her and never wants to address what she was doing to cause that response. There was nothing after that by Dan Broderick. No contempt actions, no appeals, no barrage of documents. Don't get confused with all this stuff that was happening years earlier. And when there was that litigation, counsel showed you on the board for 1987, that's when she'd hired Tricia Smith. And half of those things are things being filed by Tricia Smith on her behalf. This claim, the claim that is being made to you with very little factual support and no legal support, is that Dan and Linda drove her to this. That's like blaming a rape victim for being raped. That's like a defendant saying to the judge, if she hadn't have been walking down that dark street all alone in that short skirt, it wouldn't have happened. It wasn't my fault, Judge. She tempted me. It's probably true. She shouldn't have been walking down a dark street all alone. But does that excuse his conduct? That's exactly what Elizabeth Broderick is saying. They're the ones who had the affair. He's the one who left me. He's the one who divorced me. It's not my fault. They made me mad. Well, you're not.
It is an important distinction, and that's it. I think without the murders, Betty, you've got a great story to tell, and a lot of people that will listen to every word you have to say and, rub your back when you're done telling the story of woe. When you kill them, you lose a lot of that. You lose all of it, really. So if she could have just even been content being the storyteller and, having people comfort her after she talks about how she's been hard done by, if that could have been enough for her, she doesn't need to go this far. But even that wasn't.
I'm not going to hear any instructions from the judge that says murder is okay just because you're mad, justifiably or not. Her actions don't qualify for voluntary manslaughter under any of the legal requirements.
That's a great point, Disney Mom, and it kind of points to the importance of court TV. Disney Mom's comment is, I did not watch this trial, but the news reported it, and it was slanted so that Dan was horrible and Betty was poor mom who put him through school. Rewatching is eye-opening, and having access to all the evidence, it makes it a lot easier to assess, and it shows the importance of YouTube and communities like this where, things can be watched in real time in completeness without it being edited. Because sure, some of the slants, some of the takes on the story might be valid, but they're not universal. So if there's one reporter there and his job is to tell the story to his editor, and then the editor makes a few changes to that story to fit what he wants to do on the news, and the producer of the news says, you know what, we're going to change this and this, make it a little bit more interesting to the general public. All of a sudden you have this homogenized view of the trial that's decimated to everyone, and then the new opinions are based off of this homogenized opinion. Now we're all able to watch the facts as they come in. We can form different opinions based on those facts, but at least we're all getting access to the full trial's worth of facts in the trials we watch now, and in being able to rewatch old trials like this. That's a fantastic point, Disney Mom, and validates the reason for doing this kind of rewatch. I think this is a good thing.
Let alone one of them. one of the very important other instructions that you're going to receive regarding voluntary manslaughter is that to reduce murder to manslaughter, the provocation must come from the actual victim.
Key point. Let's let her repeat that, because we know now, like, this isn't just abstract. 11 people who voted first-degree murder. One holdout was holding out for manslaughter. From everything that Carrie Wells has said so far, it seems pretty... I don't understand the basis for believing manslaughter. I think you've got a better basis for believing not guilty than you do manslaughter at this point. And I will put up the poll afterwards. But if voluntary manslaughter involves an intent to kill, there's none of that presented in the trial by either side. As far as, there is intent to kill brought by the prosecution side, but certainly not accidental. I don't know how one juror could be set on the voluntary, aside from compassion for the victim, the suspect, and her victim's story, and just trying to give the lowest thing on the card, like she did something, but I'm gonna say it's this.
Slaughter. Is that to reduce murder to manslaughter, the provocation must come from the actual victim. No matter how overwrought or how reasonably impassioned someone is, unless the provocation came specifically from the person you kill, it cannot be manslaughter. I mean,
so that's it. That aspect of it perfectly summarized. It's not like at 4:05 a.m. they called Betty and, like, said the final thing that drove her into a rage to drive her over. They were sleeping in their beds. They did nothing to invite that action. So it really disqualifies all of the manslaughter possibilities.
You talk about this letter, for example. The letter, it didn't even come from Dan Broderick. If Dan Broderick wanted to provoke her, he could have written her a letter. He'd written her letters in the past. He was trying to avoid provoking her. Her attorney, Kathy Kafaro, wrote the letter to Walter Mond. It was Walter Mond's decision to forward this letter to Elizabeth Broderick. And the defendant knew this letter came from Kathy Kafaro. She says, well, it came from Dan. The letter she writes in response to it says, "Dear Miss Kafaro." What this also means is that no matter, you've got to separate what you're looking at with respect to count 1 and Dan Broderick and count 2 and Linda Broderick. What about Linda? Linda Colkina Broderick. So much of this trial has focused on Dan Broderick, Dan and Elizabeth Broderick, and his power and his influence and their relationship and their divorce. Linda has almost become the forgotten victim. Mr. Early spent 4 hours talking yesterday and probably spent maybe 5 minutes out of that talking about Linda. Well, you can bet that her family and her friends have not forgotten that she's a victim. Linda was a separate human being who was killed at the hands of this defendant. And what is the legitimate, actual, legal provocation that's been proved that independently justifies a reasonable person in killing her? And there's been a mention of a few things. I'll mention them quickly, that her voice was on the machine, her own voice on her own phone machine in her own home that says, "Hi, you've reached the Broderick residence. We're out and about, so leave a message at the beep." There's no question that the defendant didn't like that. It irked her because it irked her that Linda was Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick. There is also no question that she just didn't have the right to control that anymore. They were married, for goodness sake. She knew the voice was there. There obviously wasn't any, she'd had years to get used to it. There was no immediate response to that. That Linda wouldn't give her the wedding china. that Kim testified that she'd always hated. I mean, in a vacuum, it probably is pretty easy to say, why didn't she just give her the wedding china so that she couldn't have this thing to complain about? But maybe it's difficult to put this all in perspective because Linda can't put it in perspective for you. But maybe after living through this, living through the demands in 1985, in 1986, in 1987, in 1988, in 1989, maybe it's not all so unreasonable to finally say, no, no more, stop, no. That she allegedly sent this note back in 1986 that says, eat your heart out, bitch, on it. That she allegedly sent her wrinkle cream ads that somehow have never been produced. Apparently never seen by anybody else. Certainly doesn't meet any immediacy requirement. None of these things that have been said, even if all believed, even all together, even multiplied tenfold, can possibly justify a reasonable response in killing Linda. There isn't anything she did for months and months and months before these murders other than being Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick. This cannot be manslaughter. Nor does the concept that I think might have been mentioned earlier in the case that maybe Linda was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time reduce the culpability of Elizabeth Broderick. Even if you believe that she went over there just because she wanted to kill Dan and Linda somehow got caught in the crossfire, it doesn't mean that she's not guilty of murder. In fact, it means as a matter of law, she is guilty of murder under implied malice. I mean, the woman who was sitting in her house when she's shot by the drive-by shooter was in the wrong place at the wrong time, no question. The man who's driving under the overpass and gets hit by the brick is in the wrong place at the wrong time, no question. That doesn't mean that the person who kills them isn't guilty of murder. It means they are. That's a perfect example. Even if you buy that the defendant went over to kill Dan in a heat of passion, with the intent to kill him in a heat of passion, she still killed Linda too. And at a very minimum, she's guilty of second-degree murder for that, at a minimum. I submit to you that there is no question, however, that she did intend to kill Linda too. She hated Dan, that's clear, but she hated Linda too. She had just as much motive to kill her. In fact, deep down inside, Linda was the real cause of it all. Linda was the one that stole Dan away in the first place. There was no way she was gonna just kill Dan and leave Linda as Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick with all of the money, with all of what she thought was her money. No way. In fact, if it was important that she make sure one of them die, it was Linda. At least if Dan survived and Linda was dead, at least he'd be miserable. And maybe there'd even be the chance he'd come back to her. And that's why she shot Linda first. And that's why she came back and shot her again in the back of the head. And you can look at the statements that she makes about Linda after the killings that support that. Many of these I've already gone over. But one of them was starting off with Dr. Robinson and how she was talking about Linda the very next day. Calling her the bitch, talking about how she was responsible for everything, talking about her with such hate and without remorse. I mean, this is not someone who just got caught in the crossfire. There was a conversation to Helen Picard a couple of weeks later when she's talking about what happened. And she's talking about how Linda was destroying my life. And Helen asks her, so you destroyed her? And her response was, yeah, she left. Yeah. The statement to Maria Peralta, quote, that fucking bitch had been in my bed for 7 years. The statement to Maria Woods, the deputy sheriff, which is interestingly very similar. That fucking bitch, she was living in my house, driving my car, sleeping in my bed. I doubt if the deputy sheriff, Maria Woods, ever got together with Maria Peralta to put these two statements together. These are not statements of accident or mistake or I didn't mean to. They're statements of hate and motive and reason for killing. Counsel challenges the statements that the defendant made to Dr. Robinson the next day about that she was essentially happy and that she was relieved. He talks about, well, what do you expect if he's looking at her to determine whether or not she's suicidal? Well, if those are not legitimate statements, then the only other alternative, the only other thing that means is that she was putting on a darn good act for Dr. Robinson, enough to fool an experienced psychiatrist to get an achieved result. And if she was doing that with him, don't you think she can do that with you? And the interesting thing is, she makes the very same similar types of statements again about a month later in a conversation with Helen Picard, where Helen Picard's not testing her for a suicide watch, where she says, I've never been happier in my life. It had to end. There was so much unhappiness before. I couldn't feel better. She says to the nurse Hines the day after the homicides, when she asked her about how she was feeling and whether she was suicidal, her statement was, the situation is resolved. Defense counsel says, well, of course she's going to say something like, I'm okay, let me out. But that's not what she said. She said, the situation is resolved. I'm not suicidal. The situation is resolved. What does she mean by that? What situation? Certainly not her financial situation that she was so upset about. After killing Dan Broderick, that can't be better. Certainly not the children's situation that she was so upset about. She's now in custody and can't be with them at all. The only thing that's different, the only thing that's resolved, is Dan and Linda are dead. And then there's the statement in the letter that she writes to the friend. Whatever the future holds, I'll be okay. I've chosen the path of peace, and I have finally found it. Killing 2 people, including the father of her children, gave her peace. The judge told you at the beginning of the case that this wasn't a death penalty case. That's not true. This is a death penalty case. Elizabeth Broderick imposed the death penalty on Dan and Linda Broderick. They didn't get to present their case to a jury before they were executed. She made that decision on her own. She doesn't have the right to play God any more than any of the rest of us do. She doesn't have the right to decide who lives and who dies just because she's been hurt. It would be an absolute travesty to all the people out there who have lives, to all the people out there who take responsibility for their own lives, to all the people out there who have been held responsible for their conduct, to not hold her responsible for hers. Murder is murder. Going over to someone's home and killing them in their bed is murder. And justice demands that she be found guilty for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. We'll take our morning recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess until 10 minutes to 11. Please remember the admonition.
So we'll pause the video quickly just to
State of California versus Elizabeth Broderick.
give us a break from that. Candace asks, can I hear breathing? I just put on my headphones and I think I can hear breathing. That you probably can. I've got the fan on in the room and I got so dialed in on what's called a noise gate on my microphone that it was perfectly bringing out any breathing with this headset. But with that fan on just at a very low whoosh, it's enough to keep the mic open. And because of that, yes, you probably are getting slightly more ambient breathing. So I apologize. I've been trying to keep the boom mic away so at least it's not, like an obscene caller breathing, and it's more, ear next to seashell, ocean waves kind of breathing. But that's that. So we've got a new poll up. Ostensibly, this is a brand new day. Yes, it looks like it. If either Carrie Wells got a whole new makeover, that's a different hairstyle than I've seen before. She's got a bit of a bun in the back and tied up and curled. That's interesting. But for all we know, this could be a week after. This could be after a weekend. We'll learn it as it goes. But yeah, so I've got the new poll up. The poll is just a bit of a straw poll, like any juror would do as they come in from closing arguments. Hey, let's just see how close we are. Will it be like the Sarah jury and like hour and a half? Well, let's stretch it out to get our dinner, and we'll come back right after we eat with the decision. We're all in agreement. Perfect. We can just enjoy each other's company. Juror 3, I'm going to say it fast. Sure you will. Anyway, we don't have to wait. We've got just over 40 minutes left in this video, and that'll be what we watch today. We'll also do a preview of what we have tomorrow. Check if Menendez coverage is part of that video. If it is, then I will prepare in advance to talk about other stuff. We'll be talking about the dreading video about Betty Broderick. There's an Ascension Media video that's a little bit more from Betty's side. I haven't watched all of it, but we'll watch like 5-minute segments from each of the parts, and you can watch more of it if you like. But yeah, we'll make tomorrow kind of an all-day fun thing. Whatever extra footage and stuff that's happened since, we'll intersperse that with discussion with the chat and just breakdowns of each of the days. We might even skip through where the high reaction marks of each day's previous testimony. We'll see what they are and revisit those. But yeah, that'll be tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll start at 11 a.m. so 2 hours earlier than this stream started for anyone who's looking. If you're not sure, immediately after this stream I'll schedule it, and you can just let YouTube do the math to tell you when it's starting. Let's give this a couple of minutes just to get our bearings, figure out where we are, what's what, how many.
All members of the jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Mrs. Broderick is present. For those of you in the audience, if any of you want to leave, I just ask that you do that now, because I don't allow people to enter or leave the courtroom while I'm reading the instructions. It'll take me
Okay, jury instructions are coming. And if you want to leave, you better leave now, because there's no getting up and going once the jury instructions are done. Fortunately for us, we can get up and go as we please. You can even bring the phone to your bathroom. That wasn't an option back then. Anyway, jury instructions. This should be interesting, because we know that the biggest issue is going to be between first, second, and manslaughter. So how will the judge deliver these instructions based off of the fairly thorough closes? We'll find out.
approximately 45 minutes to read the instructions. So if any of you think that nature's going to call or anything, now's the time.
He's calling 45 minutes to read the instructions. I see 30. He gets it done in 40. He's doesn't get interrupted a lot, I guess, during these. Okay, this will be interesting. Not quite as interesting as the closing, but Mr. Early staring straight down the lens of the camera like, oh boy, wonder how I did. Wonder how I did.
Before I start, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you that it's my practice to send the jury instructions into the jury room with you, so it's not necessary to take notes during the instructions. However, you're certainly permitted to do so if you want to, but you will have the complete set in the jury room with you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard all the evidence and the arguments of the attorneys, and now it is my duty to instruct you on the law that applies to this case. The law requires that I read the instructions to you. You must base your decision on the facts and the law. You have two duties to perform. First, you must determine the facts from the evidence received in the trial and not from any other source. A fact is something proved directly or circumstantially by the evidence or by stipulation. A stipulation is an agreement between the attorneys regarding the facts. Second, you must apply the law that I state to you to the facts as you determine them, and in this way arrive at your verdict and any finding that you are instructed to include with your verdict. You must accept and follow the law as I state it to you, whether or not you agree with the law. If anything concerning the law said by the attorneys in their arguments or at any other time during the trial conflicts with my instructions on the law, you must follow my instructions. You must not be influenced by pity for a defendant or by prejudice against her. You must not be biased against the defendant because she has been arrested for this offense, charged with a crime, or brought to trial. None of these circumstances are evidence of guilt, and you must not infer or assume from any or all of them that she is more likely to be guilty than innocent. You must not be influenced by mere sentiment, conjecture, sympathy, passion, prejudice, public opinion, or public feeling. Both the people and the defendant have a right to expect that you will conscientiously consider and weigh the evidence, apply the law, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. If any rule, direction, or idea is repeated or stated in different ways in these instructions, no emphasis is intended, and you must not draw any inference because of its repetition. Do not single out any particular sentence or any individual point or instruction and ignore the others. Consider the instructions as a whole and each in the light of all the others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. Statements made by the attorneys during the trial are not evidence. Although if the attorneys have stipulated or agreed to a fact, you must regard that fact as having been conclusively proved. If an objection was sustained to a question, do not guess what the answer might have been. Do not speculate as to the reason for the objection. Do not assume to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it enables you to understand the answer. Do not consider for any purpose any offer of evidence that was rejected or any evidence that was stricken by the court. Treat it as though you never heard it. You must decide all questions of fact in this case from the evidence received in this trial and not from any other source. You must not make any independent investigation of the facts or the law or consider or discuss facts as to which there has been no evidence. This means, for example, that you must not on your own visit the scene, conduct experiments, or consult reference works or persons for additional information. You must not discuss this case with any other person except a fellow juror, and you must not discuss the case with a fellow juror until the case is submitted to you for your decision, and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. Evidence consists of testimony of witnesses, writings, material objects, or anything presented to the senses and offered to prove the existence or the non-existence of a fact. Evidence is either direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is evidence that directly proves a fact without the necessity of an inference. It is evidence which by itself, if found to be true, establishes the fact. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that, if found to be true, proves a fact from which an inference of the existence of another fact may be drawn. An inference is a deduction of fact that may logically and reasonably be drawn from another fact or group of facts that have been established by the evidence. It is not necessary that facts be proved by direct evidence. They may also be proved by circumstantial evidence or by a combination of direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Both direct and circumstantial evidence are acceptable as a means of proof. Neither is entitled to any greater weight than the other. However, a finding of guilt as to any crime may not be based on circumstantial evidence unless the proved circumstances are not only consistent with the theory that the defendant is guilty of the crime, but they cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. Further, each fact, which is essential to complete a set of circumstances necessary to establish the defendant's guilt, must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, before an inference, essential to establish guilt, may be found to have been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, each fact or circumstance upon which such inference necessarily rests must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Also, if the circumstantial evidence as to any particular count is susceptible of two reasonable interpretations, one which points to the defendant's guilt and the other to her innocence, you must adopt the interpretation which points to the defendant's innocence and reject the interpretation which points to her guilt. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of such evidence appears to you to be reasonable and the other interpretation to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. The specific intent or mental state with which an act is done may be shown by the circumstances surrounding the commission of the act, but you may not find the defendant guilty of the offense charged in counts 1 and 2 unless the proved circumstances are not only consistent with the theory that the defendant had the required specific intent or mental state, but they cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. Also, if the evidence as to any such specific intent or mental state is susceptible of two reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the existence of the specific intent or mental state, and the other to the absence of the specific intent or mental state, you must adopt the interpretation which points to the absence of the specific intent or mental state. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of the evidence as to that specific intent or mental state appears to you to be reasonable and the other to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable and reject the unreasonable. There has been admitted in evidence the testimony of mental health experts of statements made by the defendant in the course of an examination which were made for the purpose of diagnosis or treatment. Such statements may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of showing the information upon which the mental health expert based his or her opinion. Such testimony is not to be considered by you as evidence of the truth of the facts disclosed by the defendant's statements. Dr. Dietz testified on behalf of the prosecution regarding his diagnosis of the defendant. This diagnosis was not based on a personal interview of the defendant. However, Dr. Dietz had requested to be allowed for such an interview, and the court refused to order it. Neither side is required to call as witnesses all persons who may have been present at any of the events disclosed by the evidence, or who may appear to have some knowledge of these events, or produce all objects or documents mentioned or suggested by the evidence. Evidence that on some former occasion, a witness made a statement or statements that were inconsistent or consistent with his or her testimony at this trial may be considered by you not only for the purpose of testing the credibility of that witness, but also as evidence of the truth of the facts as stated by the witness on such former occasion. If you disbelieve a witness's testimony that he or she no longer remembers a certain event, such testimony is inconsistent with a prior statement or statements by him or her describing that event. Every person who testifies under oath is a witness. You are the sole judges of the believability of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the testimony of each witness. In determining the believability of a witness, you may consider anything that has a tendency and reason to prove or disprove the truthfulness of the testimony of a witness, including but not limited to any of the following: the extent of the opportunity or ability of the witness to see or hear or otherwise become aware of any matter about which the witness has testified, the ability of the witness to remember or communicate any matter about which the witness has testified, the character and quality of that testimony, the demeanor and manner of the witness while testifying, the existence or non-existence of a bias, interest, or other motive, evidence of the existence or non-existence of any fact testified to by the witness, the attitude of the witness towards this action or towards the giving of testimony, a statement previously made by the witness that is consistent or inconsistent with the testimony of the witness. Discrepancies in a witness's testimony or between his or her testimony and that of others, if there were any, do not necessarily mean that the witness should be discredited. Failure of recollection is a common experience, and innocent misrecollection is not uncommon. It is also a fact that two persons witnessing an incident or transaction often will see or hear it differently. Whether a discrepancy pertains to a fact of importance or only to a trivial detail should be considered by you in weighing its significance. A witness who is willfully false in one material part of his or her testimony is to be distrusted in others. You may reject the whole testimony of a witness who willfully has testified falsely as to a material point, unless from all the evidence you believe the probability of truth favors his or her testimony in other particulars. You are not bound to decide an issue of fact in accordance with the testimony of a number of witnesses which does not convince you, as against the testimony of a lesser number or other evidence which appeals to your mind with more convincing force. You may not disregard the testimony of the greater number of witnesses merely from caprice, whim, or prejudice, or from a desire to favor one side as against the other. You must not decide an issue by the simple means of counting the number of witnesses who have testified on the opposing sides. The final test is not in the relative number of witnesses, but in the convincing force of the evidence.
Quality, not quantity.
You should give the uncorroborated testimony of a single witness whatever weight you think it deserves. However, testimony by one witness which you believe concerning any fact is sufficient to prove that fact. You should carefully review all evidence upon which the proof of such fact depends. Evidence of various tapes recorded of the defendant and others were introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant committed an act other than that for which she is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, was not received and may not be considered by you to prove that the defendant is a person of bad character or that she has a predisposition to commit crimes. Such evidence was received and may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of determining if it tends to show the existence of the intent, which is the necessary element of the crimes charged, and or a motive for the commission of the crime charged, and or absence of mistake or accident. For the limited purpose for which you may consider such evidence, you must weigh it in the same manner as you do all other evidence in the case. You are not permitted to consider such evidence for any other purpose. Within the meaning of the preceding instruction, such other acts purportedly committed by the defendant must be proved by a preponderance of the evidence. You must not consider such evidence for any purpose unless you are satisfied that the defendant committed such other acts. The prosecution has the burden of proving these facts by preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance of the evidence means that there has more convincing force and greater probability of truth than that opposed to it. If the evidence is so evenly balanced that you are unable to find that the evidence on either side of an issue preponderates, your finding on that issue must be against the party who has the burden of proving it. You should consider all the evidence bearing upon every issue, regardless of who produced it. The divorce judgment between Dan and Elizabeth Broderick has been introduced into evidence. The propriety of the judgment is not an issue for you to decide. You should not speculate as to whether the judgment was legally correct or not. Motive is not an element of the crime charged and need not be shown. However, you may consider motive or lack of motive as a circumstance in this case. Presence of motive may tend to establish guilt. Absence of motive may tend to establish innocence. You will therefore give its presence or absence, as the case may be, the weight to which you find it to be entitled. The flight of a person immediately after the commission of a crime or after she is accused of a crime is not sufficient in itself to establish her guilt, but which is a fact which, if proved, may be considered by you in light of all the other proved facts in deciding the question of her guilt or innocence. The weight to which such circumstance is entitled is a matter for the jury to determine. A confession is a statement made by a defendant, other than at her trial, in which she has acknowledged her guilt of the crimes for which she is on trial. In order to constitute a confession, such a statement must acknowledge participation in the crimes as well as the required criminal intent or state of mind. An admission is a statement made by a defendant, other than at her trial, which does not by itself acknowledge her guilt of the crimes for which she is on trial, but such statement tends to prove her guilt when considered with the rest of the evidence. You are the exclusive judges as to whether the defendant made a confession or an admission, and if so, which statement is true in whole or in part.
Yeah, this is a tough way to finish the broadcast, and sorry, Mr. Whelan, I was going to try and let you go without interrupting you, just as you wished, but we're going to be closing out this stream with this, and it's not the most interesting. We kind of know this stuff by now, but it's important, so it's definitely going to be a part of the record. I'm not going to fast forward through it or anything like that, but if you've got somewhere else to be, there's 25 minutes left of this in raw footage. I'm not going to extend it too much more, so there's really about 30 minutes left of the overall program today. Tomorrow we'll be starting fresh and early at 11 a.m., which is, let me do the math. By the time this ends, it'll be 7 p.m. California Chino time. 11 a.m. will be 5 hours to midnight plus 16 hours. From the end of this broadcast will be the beginning of the finale, Betty Broderick Marathon. Oh, and to make this interesting, if you do stick around, don't all leave. I hope that probably was a little bit, I didn't really sell it well. We will watch a few seconds of tomorrow's broadcast video just to see what we're looking at tomorrow. If it just comes in with a verdict, we'll watch the verdict and then we'll rewind it and watch that verdict in full as part of the broadcast. Maybe there's an allocution. Who knows what there is? There's a video that's 2 hours and 37 minutes long, so there's got to be something.
If you should find that the defendant did not make the statement, you must reject it. If you find that it is true in whole or in part, you may consider that part which you find to be true. Evidence of an oral admission or oral confession of a defendant should be viewed with caution. Evidence has been received from which you may find that an oral statement of intent, plan, motive, or design was made by the defendant before the offenses for which she is charged were committed. It is your duty to decide whether such a statement was made by the defendant. The weight of evidence of an oral statement should be viewed with caution.
Yeah, Mandy, we'll look at it when this ends. Mandy is asking what is tomorrow, and I'm not going to know until I look at that video next in sequence. It's the last one, though. And all I know is that right now it says 2 hours long. There's been a few promos talking about a Menendez video, though. So maybe they're promoting Menendez, and there might only be as little as an hour of Betty Broderick. But if that's the case, then we'll do stuff. We'll watch the parole footage that I'm able to find. We'll watch some news footage. I've got some Betty Broderick letters, the ones that were found from her to her good friend, Brad Wright. These were found in 2003, so several years after this trial, and they were still communicating. So there's that. We'll finish it off with some fun. We'll make sure that there is content for tomorrow, but it's possible. It's unlikely. Sentencing is in the title of this video. So if it's at the very end and then the very beginning of the next one, we may get there before the end of today. But yeah, if it is a sentencing, we're going to start tomorrow with the sentencing, so nobody will miss the opportunity to talk about it. But if we get sentencing tonight, we'll probably stick around a little later and chat and discuss how that was delivered and what we think. Definitely not enough time for an allocution from Betty in today's video, though.
No person may be convicted of a criminal offense unless there is some proof of each element of the crime independent of any confession or admission made by her outside of this trial. The identity of the person who is alleged to have committed a crime is not an element of the crime, nor is the degree of the crime. Such identity or degree of the crime may be established by confession or admission. A person is qualified to testify as an expert if he or she has special skill, knowledge, experience, training, or education sufficient to qualify him or her as an expert on the subject to which his or her testimony relates. A duly qualified expert may give an opinion on questions in controversy at trial. To assist you in deciding such questions, you may consider the opinion as well as the reasons given for it, if any, by the expert who gave you the opinion. You may also consider the qualifications and the credibility of the expert. You are not bound to accept an expert opinion as conclusive, but should give it the weight to which you find it to be entitled. You may disregard any such opinion if you find it to be unreasonable. In determining the weight to be given to an opinion expressed by any witness who did not testify.
Yeah, the Menendez stuff definitely won't be part of this broadcast. If anything, it might be standalone where we watch a witness or two as part of a Friday night ramble.
An expert witness, you should consider his or her credibility, the extent of his or her opportunity to perceive the matters upon which his or her opinion is based, and the reasons, if any, that were given for it. You are not required to accept such an opinion, but should give it the weight, if any, to which you find it to be entitled. In examining an expert witness, counsel may propound to him or her a type of question known in the law as a hypothetical question. By such a question, the witness is asked to assume to be true a set of facts and to give an opinion that's based on that assumption. In permitting such a question, the court does not rule and does not necessarily find that all the assumed facts have been proved. It only determines that those assumed facts are within the probable or possible range of the evidence. It is for you, the jury, to find from all the evidence whether or not the facts assumed in a hypothetical question have been proved. If you should find that any assumption in such a question has not been proved, you are to determine the effect of that failure of proof on the value and weight of the expert opinion that's based on those assumed facts. In resolving any conflict that may exist in the testimony of expert witnesses, you should weigh the opinion of one expert against the other. In doing this, you should consider the relative qualifications and credibility of the expert witnesses, as well as the reasons for each opinion and the facts or other matters upon which it was based. A defendant in a criminal trial is presumed to be innocent until the contrary is proved, and in the case of a reasonable doubt whether her guilt is satisfactorily shown, she is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. This presumption places upon the people the burden of proving her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is defined as follows. It is not a mere possible doubt because everything relating to human affairs and depending upon moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. It is that state of the case which, after an entire comparison and consideration of all the evidence, leaves the minds of the jurors in that condition that they cannot say they feel an abiding conviction to a moral certainty of the truth of the charge.
That's an important part in every reading because, yeah, reasonable doubt isn't it's possible. There's a slim possibility that it didn't happen. It's not as restrictive as that. The preponderance of evidence is that it went the way it went. You're guilty. And to some degree, that's how innocent people end up in jail. But, you can't expect every case to be proven beyond all possibility. It's at a certain point, it's reasonable to assume if all of these facts are in alignment that the missing facts will probably align with the others.
In each of the crimes and allegations charged in counts 1 and 2 of the information, namely murder and personal use of a firearm, there must exist a union or joint operation of act or conduct and a certain specific intent in the mind of the perpetrator. Unless such specific intent exists, the crime or allegation to which it relates is not committed. The specific intent required is included in the definitions of the crimes and allegations charged. In the crimes charged in counts 1 and 2 of the information, namely murder, there must exist a certain mental state in the mind of the perpetrator. Unless such mental state exists, the crime to which it relates is not committed. The mental state required is included in the definition of the crimes charged. Evidence has been received regarding a mental disease or disorder of the defendant. You may consider such evidence solely for the purpose of determining whether or not the defendant actually formed the mental states which are elements of the crimes charged in counts 1 and 2, to wit, premeditation, deliberation, and malice aforethought. Homicide is the killing of one human being by another, either lawfully or unlawfully. Homicide includes murder and manslaughter, which are lawful, and the acts of which are unlawful, and the acts of excusable and justifiable homicides, which are lawful.
That would have changed
The
everything.
defendant is accused in counts 1 and 2 of the information of having committed the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187. Every person who unlawfully kills a human being with malice aforethought is guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Section 187 of the Penal Code. In order to prove such a crime, each of the following elements must be proved. A human being was killed, the killing was unlawful.
That malice aforethought definition keeps making me go back to Sarah's mantra of not malicious, not intentional, and leads me to believe that she at least got a snippet of legal information that malice was an aspect of a murder charge without all of the nuance, like, oh, you could still do second-degree murder. You could still do all of these other murders. Malice is just one aspect of the law.
And the killing was
The tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg, if you will.
done with malice aforethought. A killing is unlawful if it was neither justifiable nor excusable. Malice may be either expressed or implied. Malice is expressed when there is manifested an intention unlawfully to kill a human being. Malice is implied when the killing resulted from an intentional act, the natural consequences of the act are dangerous to human life, and the act was deliberately performed with knowledge of the danger to and with conscious disregard for human life. When it is shown that a killing resulted from the doing of an intentional act.
Mandy, I will weigh in here because Mandy asks in the chat, Dan went around kicking dogs. Says who? Betty? No, the kicking of the dogs came up in the trial, and not only was it accused by Betty, but even witnesses that were appearing on the state's behalf testified, and I quote, the dogs were very kickable. And she basically said, they were Shih Tzus, they got underfoot, Dan kicked them. If they got in his way, he kicked them. So, unlike a lot of other allegations that don't have a lot of support, it seems like that's something that nobody was willing to really argue. They were like, oh, he did kick the dogs. So, that was it. God, where was that in the testimony? It was near the end of the state's case. And the reason the witnesses came in that conceded the dog kicking were that I'm sure the state was like, dog kicker or not, didn't deserve to die. So they helped provide a bridge between I was Betty's friend, then Betty went crazy. Now I'm no longer Betty's friend. And in the point that I was no longer Betty's friend, she even went crazier. Anyway, that was the context of the testimony, but those witnesses conceded that Dan kicked the dogs.
With express or implied malice. No other mental state need be shown to establish the mental state of malice aforethought. The mental state constituting malice aforethought does not necessarily require any ill will or hatred of the person killed. The word aforethought does not imply deliberation or a lapse of considerable time. It only means that the required mental state must precede rather than follow the act. All murder which is perpetrated by any kind of willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing with express malice aforethought is murder of the first degree. The word willful as used in this instruction means intentional. The word deliberate means formed or arrived at or determined as a result of careful thought and weighing of considerations for and against the proposed course of action. The word premeditated means considered beforehand. If you find that the killing was preceded and accompanied by a clear, deliberate intent on the part of the defendant to kill, which was the result of deliberation and premeditation, so that it must have been formed upon pre-existing reflection, and not under a sudden heat of passion or other condition precluding the idea of deliberation, it is murder of the first degree. The law does not undertake to measure in units of time the length of the period during which...
Yeah, we'll just recap, because Not My Lover was just trying to recall how the jury was hung up in both trials. So in the 1990 trial, the jury was hung and finished hung at 10 jurors for second-degree murder and 2 for voluntary manslaughter. In this trial, the jury was hung up at 11 for first-degree murder, 1 for voluntary manslaughter. And that sticking point was broken up when the jury foreperson was able to kind of re-energize the discussion by playing the tape of Danny crying while talking to his mom about, just stop so we can come live with you. And Betty was continuing to swear and I won't stop because, beep is a beep, and why would I stop calling beep a beep if beep's a beep? And anyway, said that we owe this to the children to come up with a decision. So let's just go back to work. Let's see what we can decide. And they went from 11-1 to 12 for second-degree murder. And she's still serving today.
Which the thought must be pondered before it can ripen into an intent to kill, which is truly deliberate and premeditated. The time will vary with different individuals and under varying circumstances. The true test is not the duration of time.
Yeah, Mandy, it's not my assertion that he kicked dogs. It was literally people testifying on his behalf for the state. The kids testified to it as well. So it's not a great feature in Dan's background, but it seems like there's some acknowledgement he didn't like the dogs. He kicked the dogs if they came in his sight. Not, she wasn't punting them full, probably more of a shuffle kind of kick or whatever, but still, as a dog lover, it's hard to differentiate between a good kick and a bad kick for a dog. So, you can color it with a grain of salt to whatever degree you think it is, but unlike some of the other allegations, it did come up in court. And it wasn't just an allegation. It was under cross them conceding that, he wasn't a perfect guy. So we're not going to see that as victim shaming, as just a straight, evidence submission that dogs were kicked in the course of that relationship.
They're the extent of the reflection. It is not necessary to prove the defendant maturely and meaningfully reflected upon the gravity of her act. A cold, calculated judgment and decision may be arrived at.
I will say that Lola's listened to a lot of the dog kicking testimony, and she's on the side that there's no excuse for kicking a dog. There's no such thing as a kickable dog, and an underfoot dog is the human's fault, not the dog's fault. But that's Lola's opinion.
In a short period of time, but a mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it included an intent to kill, is not such deliberation and premeditation as will fix the unlawful killing as murder of the first degree. To constitute a deliberate and premeditated killing, the slayer must weigh and consider the question of killing and the reasons for and against such a choice, and having in mind the consequences, she decides to and does kill. Murder in the second degree is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought when there is manifested an intention unlawfully to kill a human being, but the evidence is insufficient to establish deliberation and premeditation.
Carolina with the smoke, liquor, and burgers, ready for the closing laps of the Dundee Marathon. Glad that you are efficiently stocked.
If you are not satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you may nevertheless convict her of any lesser crime. If you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of such lesser crime, the crime of voluntary manslaughter is lesser to that charged in counts 1 and 2. The crime of involuntary manslaughter is lesser to that crime, to the crimes charged in counts 1 and 2. Thus, you are to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the crime charged in counts 1 and 2 or of any of the lesser crimes. In doing so, you have discretion to choose the order in which you evaluate each crime and consider the evidence pertaining to it. You may find it productive to consider and reach tentative conclusions on all the charges and lesser crimes before reaching any final verdicts. However, the court cannot accept a guilty verdict on a lesser crime unless you have unanimously found the defendant not guilty of the charged crime. The crime of manslaughter is the unlawful killing of a human being without malice aforethought. It is not divided into degrees, but it is of two kinds, namely voluntary manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. Every person who unlawfully kills another human being without malice aforethought, but with an intent to kill, is guilty of voluntary manslaughter in violation of Section 192A of the Penal Code. There is no malice aforethought if the killing occurred upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. In order to prove such crime, each of the following elements must be proved. A human being was killed, the killing was unlawful, and the killing was done with the intent to kill. To reduce an intentional felonious homicide from the offense of murder to manslaughter upon the ground of sudden quarrel or heat of passion, the provocation must be of such character and degree as naturally would excite and arouse such passion of the assailant, such passion, and the assailant must act under the influence of that sudden quarrel or heat of passion. Provocation can only serve to reduce murder to manslaughter when the victim actually initiated the provocation. The heat of passion, which will reduce a homicide to manslaughter, must be such a passion as naturally would be aroused in the mind of an ordinarily reasonable person in the same circumstances. A defendant is not permitted to set up her own standard of conduct and to justify or excuse herself because her passions were aroused unless the circumstances in which the defendant was placed and the facts that confronted her were such as also would have aroused the passion of the ordinary reasonable person faced with the same situation.
That is key to the defense too. So Betty cannot claim, well, you know, I'm more emotional than your average bear, so when I get upset, I really freak out. So, you know, this wasn't that out of line for, you know, how crazy I was on a normal basis. You aren't being judged against your baseline. You're being judged against the baseline of the general population, or the reasonable portion of the general population. So, yeah, Betty can't just say, you know, that's the kind of girl I was. I bump into front doors. I have conversations at 4 a.m. with 5 bullets and a gun.
Adequate provocation may occur in a short or over a considerable period of time. The question to be answered is whether or not, at the time of the killing, the reason of the accused was so, excuse me, start over. The question to be answered is whether or not, at the time of the killing, the reason of the accused was obscured or disturbed by passion to such an extent as would cause the ordinary reasonable person of average disposition to act rashly and without deliberation and reflection, or from such passion rather than from judgment. If there was provocation.
I'm sorry, I think you just misread it. Should be and from such passion.
That's right.
Miss Wells, correcting the record. I guess you missed the sentence.
So I get for having a sore throat. Let me start with that last part again, ladies.
Okay, well, I was going to rewind it, but if you barely heard a voice off camera, that was Carrie Wells kind of bringing attention to the fact that he must have missed something in the printed off copy. And like he said at the beginning of these instructions, he gives the jury a copy so they don't have to take notes as he's reading it. So I'm sure Carrie Wells is reading along. It's like, nope, you missed 47B.
Gentlemen, I apologize. I'm getting whatever you folks had 3 weeks ago. The question to be answered is whether or not, at the time of the killing, the reason of the accused was obscured or disturbed by passion to such an extent as would cause the ordinary reasonable person of average disposition to act rashly and without deliberation and reflection, and from such passion rather than from judgment. If there was provocation, whether of short or long duration, but of a nature not normally sufficient to arouse passion, or if sufficient time elapsed between the provocation and the fatal blow for passion to subside and reason to return, and if the unlawful killing of a human being followed such provocation had all the elements of murder as I have defined it, the mere fact of slight or remote provocation will not reduce the offense to manslaughter. To reduce a killing upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion from murder to manslaughter, the killing must have occurred while the slayer was acting under the direct and immediate influence of such quarrel or heat of passion. Where the influence of such sudden quarrel or heat of passion has ceased to obscure the mind of the accused, and sufficient time has elapsed for angry passion to end and for reason to control her conduct, it will no longer reduce an intentional killing to manslaughter. The question as to whether the cooling period has elapsed and reason has returned is not measured by the standard of the accused, but by the duration of the cooling period. But the duration of the cooling period is the time it would take the average and ordinarily reasonable person to have cooled such passion, and that person's reason to have returned. Neither fear, revenge, or jealousy, nor a violent, intense, high-wrought, or enthusiastic emotion, nor the emotion induced by and accompanying or following an intent to commit a felony, nor any or all of these emotional states in and of themselves constitute the heat of passion referred to in the law of manslaughter. Any or all of such emotions may be involved in a heat of passion that causes judgment to give way to impulse and rashness, Also, any one or more of them may exist in the mind of a person who acts deliberately and from choice, whether such choice is reasonable or unreasonable. Every person who unlawfully kills a human being without malice aforethought and without an intent to kill is guilty of the crime of involuntary manslaughter in violation of Penal Code Section 192B. In order to prove such a crime, each of the following elements must be proved. A human being was killed and the killing was unlawful. A killing is unlawful within the meaning of this instruction if it occurred during the commission of a misdemeanor which is inherently dangerous to human life, namely the offenses of unlawful possession of a loaded firearm in violation of Penal Code Section 12031, or exhibiting a firearm in a threatening manner in violation of Penal Code Section 417A2. The distinction between murder and manslaughter is that murder requires malice, while manslaughter does not. When the act causing death, though unlawful, is done in the heat of passion or is excited by a sudden quarrel such as amounts to adequate provocation, the offense is manslaughter. In such a case, even if an intent to kill exists, the law is that malice, which is an essential element of murder, is absent. To establish that a killing is murder and not manslaughter, the burden is on the people to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements of murder and the act which caused the death, and that the act which caused the death was not done in the heat of passion or upon a sudden quarrel. If a person causes another's death while committing a felony inherently dangerous to human life, the crime is murder. If a person causes another's death while committing a misdemeanor inherently dangerous to human life, the crime is manslaughter. Murder is classified into 2 degrees, and if you should find the defendant guilty of murder, you must determine and state in your verdict whether you find the murder to be of the first or the second degree. If you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime of murder has been committed by the defendant, but you have a reasonable doubt whether, if you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime of murder has been committed by the defendant, but you have a reasonable doubt as to whether such murder was of the first or the second degree, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and return a verdict fixing the murder as of the second degree. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the killing was unlawful, but you have a reasonable doubt whether the crime is murder or manslaughter, you must give the defendant the benefit of such doubt and find it to be manslaughter rather than murder. When the evidence shows the existence of provocation that played a part in inducing the unlawful killing of a human being, but also shows that such provocation was not such as to reduce the homicide to manslaughter, and you find that the killing was murder, you may consider the evidence of provocation for such bearing as it may have on the question of whether the murder was of the first or the second degree. Before you may return a verdict in this case, you must agree unanimously not only as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, but also if you should find her guilty of an unlawful killing, you must agree unanimously as to whether she is guilty of murder of the first degree, murder of the second degree, or voluntary or involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant in this case guilty of murder of the first degree, you must then determine if the following special circumstance is true or not true: that there was a finding of guilt on a second count of murder in the first or second degree in this proceeding. The people have the burden of proving the truth of a special circumstance. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the special circumstance is true, you must find it to be not true. In order to find a special circumstance alleged in this case to be true or untrue, you must unanimously agree. You will state your special finding as to whether the special circumstance is or is not true on the form that will be provided. To find the special circumstance referred to in these instructions as multiple murder convictions is true, it must be proved that the defendant has in this case been convicted of at least one crime of murder in the first degree and one or more crimes of murder in the first or second degree. It is alleged in counts 1 and 2 that the defendant personally used a firearm during the commission of the crimes charged. If you find the defendant guilty of one or more of the crimes charged or a lesser and included felony offense, you must determine whether the defendant personally used a firearm in the commission of such felonies. The word firearm includes a pistol or revolver. The firearm need not be operable. The term used a firearm, as used in this instruction, means to display a firearm in a menacing manner, intentionally to fire it, or intentionally to strike or hit a human being with it. The people have the burden of proving the truth of this allegation. If you have a reasonable doubt that it is true, you must find it to be not true. You will include a special finding on that question in your verdict using a form that will be supplied for that purpose. I have not intended by anything that I have said or done, or any questions I may have asked, or by any ruling I may have made, to intimate or suggest what you should find to be the facts, or that I believe or disbelieve any witness. If anything I have done or said has seemed to so indicate, you should disregard it and form your own conclusions. The purpose of the court's instructions is to provide you with the applicable law so that you may arrive at a just and lawful verdict. Whether some instructions apply will depend on what you find to be the facts. Disregard any instructions which applies to facts you determine do not exist. Do not conclude that because an instruction has been given, that I am expressing an opinion as to the facts. The people and the defendant are entitled to the individual opinion of each juror. Each of you must consider the evidence for the purpose of reaching a verdict if you can do so. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after discussing the evidence and the instructions with the other jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced it is wrong. However, do not decide any question in any particular way because a majority of the jurors or any of them favor such a decision. Do not decide any issue in this case by chance, such as the drawing of lots or any other chance determination. The attitude and conduct of jurors at all times are very important. It is rarely helpful for a juror at the beginning of deliberations to express an emphatic opinion on the case or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. When one does that at the outset, a sense of pride may be aroused, and one may hesitate to change a position even if shown that it is wrong. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates in this matter, you are judges. In your deliberations, do not discuss or consider the subject of penalty or punishment. That subject must not in any way affect your verdict. The instructions which I am now giving to you will be made available in written form for your deliberations. They must not be defaced in any way. You will find that the instructions may be typed, printed, or handwritten. Portions may have been added or deleted. You must disregard any deleted part of an instruction and not speculate as to what it was or as to the reason for its deletion. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for any modification. Every part of the text of an instruction, whether typed, printed, or handwritten, is of equal importance. You are to be governed only by the instruction and its final wording. Do not disclose to anyone outside the jury, not even to me or any member of my staff, either orally or in writing, how you are divided numerically in your balloting as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant as to any crime charged or any finding required until I specifically direct you to do otherwise. You have been given notebooks and pencils. Leave them on your seat in the jury room when you leave each day and at each recess. Notes are only an aid to memory and should not take precedent over your independent recollection. A juror who does not take notes should rely on his or her independent recollection of the evidence and not be influenced by the fact that other jurors took notes. Notes are for the note taker's own personal use in refreshing his or her recollection of the evidence.
That's key too, because I can't remember which trial it was. It was one of the recent trials, and there was some concern that the foreperson wasn't taking notes, and there was like, that's not a good sign. And from the jury interviews after that case, the jurors were like, no, he was on top of it. He knew all kinds of stuff. So people work in different ways, and some people just want to absorb all the information mentally, especially if there's 5 or 6 other people taking notes. So, let them take their notes, knowing that those might jog certain points. But if you're confident in your memory and following what's happening so that you can build a narrative of what the story is, there's no reason to think that somebody with notes has a better record of events than somebody without notes. It's that collectively as a jury, you guys are going to come closer to the truth than any other random collection of people that haven't been given instructions like this.
In this case, there are 4 possible verdicts as to each count. These various possible verdicts are set forth in the forms of verdict which you will receive. Only one of the possible verdicts may be returned by you as to any particular count. If you all have agreed upon one verdict as to a particular count, the corresponding form is the only verdict form to be signed as to that count. All other forms as to that count are to be left unsigned. You shall now retire and select one of your members to act as foreperson or presiding juror. He or she will preside over your deliberations. In order to reach verdicts, all 12 jurors must agree to the decision and to any finding that you have been instructed to include in your verdict. As soon as all of you have agreed upon a verdict, so that each of you may state truthfully that the verdict expresses his or her vote, have them dated and signed by your foreperson or presiding juror, and then return with them to this courtroom. Return any unsigned verdict forms. You will be permitted to separate at the noon and evening recesses. During your absence, the jury room will be locked. You are to return at 9 a.m. on the next succeeding court date. During your periods of recess, you must not discuss with anyone any subject connected with this trial, and must not deliberate further upon the case until all 12 of you are together and reassembled in the jury room. At such time, you'll notify the clerk or the bailiff that your jury is reassembled, and then continue your deliberations. The verdict forms, ladies and gentlemen, are really very self-explanatory, so I don't think there's any need to go over them There's a separate set of forms for each count as to each victim, Mr. Broderick and Mrs. Broderick. There are blanks on the form where you would fill in guilty or not guilty and did or did not with regard to the use of the weapon. There's a separate form for first-degree murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, and involuntary manslaughter. I don't think you'll have any questions, but if you do, we're of course here to answer them. With regard to questions, occasionally during the course of deliberations, jurors have questions that they want assistance of the court or counsel on. If that incident or occasion should arise, it's necessary that you communicate with me only in writing. Write out the question that you have or questions that you have that note signed by your foreperson or presiding juror, and the bailiff will show you how to contact him to give him the question. There may be a delay in answering the question, not because you've stumped me, but because the attorney's going to have other appearances, and I know I'll get sent another case. So I only tell you that so that if you're at a point in your deliberations where you could go on to some other area rather than just sit there and wait for the answer, it would be beneficial. If you're not to the point where you go on to another area and must have that answer, then of course you have no choice but to wait. I would think any question you sent should be answered within a half hour. Just depends on how fast I can gather the parties together. As far as when you want to take breaks during the day, I allow the jurors to set breaks at your convenience. The bailiff will show you how to contact him so that he can let you out for your breaks. I'll have some comments to make to the alternate jurors. If you just wait behind Mr. Shealy and Mrs. Scott and Mr. Schmidt when the others leave. You swear the bailiff, please.
Mr. Shealy, Mr. Scott, and Mr. Schmidt. Looks like they got all their jurors from the S's in the telephone book.
That no person to speak with them or communicate with them, nor will you speak with them yourself unless upon order of the court, or to ask them.
So, yeah, this says sentencing in the description, not in the title description, but in the video. Oh, no, next is verdict and sentencing. Never mind.
They have agreed upon a verdict, and you return them to court when they have so agreed or so ordered, so help you God.
Okay, this is the end of this video here, but not the end of our video, so stick around. How is it going to... Okay, if you recognize that, that is the... I've been showing that as a thumbnail fairly often. This is Betty. This is verdict and sentencing day. It looks radiant. She's got plaid blazer with the brightest yellow highlighting her hair and progressive shades of complementary spring colors. A little late in the season for a spring look, but better to match the looks to your colors than to the season when you know it's probably your last big day in the sun. Let's this is 4 minutes in. Oh, why is it 4 minutes in? Because I must have looked ahead just to make sure. That's a great... Oh, that's where I got the thumbnail from. Haha. I'm... Okay. Yeah, that's... Wow. Okay. So, well, let's play up to where I took the thumbnail from.
All members of the jury panel are present. Two of the three alternates are present. Mr. Schmidt waived his right to be present for these proceedings. All counsel are present. Mrs. Broderick is present. Mr. McAllister, I understand the jury has reached a verdict.
Yes, that's correct.
Would you give the forms to my bailiff, please?
Oh, wow. It is a verdict. What do you say? Do we stay for the verdict now and then we start with the verdict tomorrow? Just going to pause it. We'll talk to the chat because a lot of people abandoned. They were like, jury instructions. I don't think I can stay for the... We already know what it's going to be. We're not cheating anybody out of it. But I kind of want to watch it now. Watch... Now and tomorrow. Wait for tomorrow. We're not going to wait for sentencing, but verdict, that can be the one that either we build anticipation for or we enjoy right this minute. So it's up to you. Now and tomorrow. Now and tomorrow is 80% to the vote. There's a couple people. Okay, you know what? The people who are voting, wait till tomorrow. I bet you're the same people who don't open up a present on Christmas Eve. I get a little bit of a hard time for that in the family. I'm like, one gift Christmas Eve. That's it. I'm like, why you got to be such a stickler? Hey, if I had it my way, there'd be no gifts on Christmas Eve. We'd all be waiting for the morning. Everybody wants to just get ahead of the game. Christmas Eve gift. Next thing you know, we'll be opening it on the 20th. Jeez. All right. Not my lover, quoting Queen. She wants it all. She wants it now. I want it all. I want it all. I want it now. If you don't mind, please, says A to B. Well, the vote seems like there's one or two of you that would prefer to hold out. I'm going to recommend to you, you might have to leave the stream because I think I'm going to have to go with the majority on this one. You guys want to see this. I want to see this. Let's give it a few more minutes. Betty seems confident. Let's see how that works out for you. And we will return exactly at the beginning of this video tomorrow. So anyone who was not expecting the verdict to come in so quickly after the jury instructions, I don't blame you. That's what you get in time travel court. Anything can happen.
Clerk, read the verdicts.
Just to make you wait a little bit longer, I've scrubbed ahead in the video, and there is there's a lot of Betty coverage. It doesn't switch over to Menendez stuff until 2 hours into the video. So we still get a solid 2 hours of Betty. Is she talking? She might be talking at the table. She's sandwiched by her lawyers in the thumbnails. Well, we can skip ahead. We're at 1 minute and 25 seconds. So that's what she looks like. Flipping through papers. But with the camera over here, this feels like allocution kind of stuff. I don't know who that guy is, but he talks. Don't know who this guy. Okay, so we've got victim statements. We got maybe character statements. I think that's Helen Picard. Wow. Carrie Wells showing some leg in that shot. Okay, Carrie. That's the shortest skirt you've brought to the table. Not hiding it under the privacy barrier. She's got legs. Knows how to use them. What, for walking around? She's got legs. Okay, so we've got plenty to watch. A minimum of 3 hours of just, standard watch and react chat kind of broadcast. So that's good to look forward to. And then I'll build my playlist up so that we've got some stuff to watch afterwards. We'll do it as 2 chats. I will set up the first one immediately after we're done watching the verdict. We're not going to stay too far into the verdict so that you all come back tomorrow for the discussion of the verdict.
Clerk, read the verdicts.
Oh, she knows. That was a little swallow.
In the Superior Court of the State of California and for the County of San Diego, the people of the State of California plaintiff versus Elizabeth Ann Broderick defendant, Department 28, case number CR 112048.
All right, I'm going to, this is really building the tension, right? We know what's going to happen, but you're like, what are you doing? I can't pause it again. Are you crazy? I'm getting the stuff off the screen so we can see her reaction. I'm also going to reframe it so that we get as much of Betty's reaction as possible. See? Everything I do it for you.
DA number B68588, verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Elizabeth Ann Broderick, guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187(a), a felony as charged in count 1 of the information, and fix the degree thereof as murder in the second degree. Victim, Daniel Broderick. And we further find that in the commission of the above offense, the said defendant did personally use a firearm within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022.5(a), dated December the 10th, 1991. Presiding juror, George McAllister.
No, what's happening?
In the Superior Court of the State of California, and for the County of San Diego, the people of the State of California, plaintiff versus Elizabeth Ann Broderick, defendant.
The phone behind. It's like the sheriff's office. Has it come in yet? Do we have to prepare her cell? Is she guilty or not guilty? Got to get her blankets ready. Okay, we're going right back. We're going to listen to that in its entirety.
Guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187(a), a felony as charged in count 1 of the information, and fix the degree thereof as murder in the second degree. Victim, Daniel Broderick. And we further find that in the commission of the above offense, the said defendant did personally use a firearm within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022.5(a), dated December the 10th, 1991. Presiding juror, George McAllister. In the Superior Court of the State of California, and for the County of San Diego, the people of the State of California, plaintiff versus Elizabeth Ann Broderick, defendant, Department 28, case number CR 112048, DA number B68588, verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Elizabeth Ann Broderick, guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187(a), a felony as charged in count 2 of the information, and fix the degree thereof as murder in the second degree. Victim, Linda Broderick. And we further find that in the commission of the above offense, the said defendant.
Wow.
Section 187(a), a felony as charged in count 2 of the information, and fix the degree thereof as murder in the second degree. Victim, Linda Broderick. And we further find that in the commission of the above offense, the said defendant did personally use a firearm within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022.5(a), dated December the 10th, 1991. Presiding juror, George McAllister. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, were these and are these your verdicts as I read them?
Surely want the jury poll list to each count.
Your Honor, if the court could poll them as to both counts together.
All right. Clerk poll them as to both counts. Yes, one polling as to both counts. All right, let's record the verdicts.
Oh, they cut I bet all of you are like me. You were like, come on, juror 3, be a quick response. You feel like every juror 3 is now, there's a hidden underwill to hear that. You know what? It's only 2 more minutes. Let's go back to the 2 minutes before anything was said. See if I can watch it without. If anyone wants to go, we're going to start with this tomorrow. So at this point, you're definitely not missing anything because all I'm doing is replaying this moment. And this is a reward for everyone who stuck around this long or happens to be joining late. If you've been watching any part of the broadcast, give a tip of your hat to Winter Lake for asking Dan D, is there any criminal as audacious as Sarah Boone for asking for alimony while in jail? Because Betty Broderick, after killing Dan, claimed that he owed 2 months of alimony. And, I'd please like it very much, please. If I could have it added to my commissary, please. It's not the most egregious thing Betty did, but it is the thing that connected her case to the Sarah Boone case for me, and is the reason we got to this point of the broadcast. So, Winter Lake, if you're just showing up for this part of it, welcome to the end of the marathon. We've got 1 day remaining, and everyone who's hung out all night, all week, all month, Congratulations. This is your moment. Here's 2 minutes of Betty, and I'm turning my mic off to enjoy it.
Guilty of the crime of murder
Nope.
in violation
Going back just a half second before that. There.
number B68588, verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Elizabeth Ann Broderick, guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187(a), a felony as charged in count 1 of the information, and fix the degree thereof as murder in the second degree. Victim, Daniel Broderick. And we further find that in the commission of the above offense, the said defendant did personally use a firearm within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022.5(a). Dated December the 10th, 1991. Presiding juror, George McAllister. In the Superior Court of the State of California, and for the County of San Diego, the people of the State of California, plaintiff versus Elizabeth Ann Broderick, defendant, Department 28, case number CR 112048, DA number B68588, verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Elizabeth Ann Broderick, guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187(a), a felony as charged in count 2 of the information, and fix the degree thereof as murder in the second degree. Victim, Linda Broderick. And we further find that in the commission of the above offense, the said defendant did personally use a firearm within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022.5(a). Dated December the 10th, 1991. Presiding juror, George McAllister. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, were these and are these the verdicts as I read them?
Surely want the jury poll as to each count.
Your Honor, the court could poll them as to both counts together.
All right. Clerk poll.